Okay, good morning, everyone. This is a workshop of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. Today is Thursday, January 5th, 2023, first meeting of the new year for this board. We're going to start the new year the way we always start the day. We're going to start by honoring our God, and then we're going to honor our great nation. And two commissioners are going to lead us in that today. Commissioner James Satcher is going to lead us in prayer, after which Commissioner and Marine Corps veteran Jason Bearden will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able, please stand at this time.
Lord, we thank you so much for the brand new year. Lord, we thank you that as we look at this year, we know that you've been good to us and that you're going to continue to be good to us. We ask that your hand of favor be upon us, that your protection be upon each of us. Lord, from the least of these in the county to those that are prospering the most, Lord, we thank you that your hand and your eyes upon all of us, and you love each of us, and you have a good plan for each of us. I pray that we would continue to honor you, and that as we do, you promise that you will honor and take care of us. Bless this time, Lord. We pray that you'd be here in the middle of the meeting. We thank you that your word says that it is wonderful when brethren dwell together in peace. And so, Lord, we thank you for peace and good ideas and just a great time here working together to see your will and your ideas come to pass here in this meeting and in this time and here in Manatee County. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So we'll start off the new year on this beautiful day. I neglected to mention that it's a beautiful day in Manatee County. The first half of this workshop, we're going to go over our legislative agenda for the state level when we go to Tallahassee and for the national level, when we go to DC. So I will turn this over then to Deputy County Administrator Bob Reinshuttle, who handles our legislative platforms for us, and he's taken direction and from the board as a whole, and he's met with individual commissioners, each of us, in the past weeks. And so we'll see what he has put together as a draft for us, and then we will, when he's finished, we will ask questions and make our changes and tweaks. Mr. Reinshuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start off by identifying what you have in front of you. This document here, with the state seal in the upper right-hand corner, is the latest draft that we have put together. Yes. Okay. This was my best discernment of what was discussed in the last meeting prior to the holidays, and what I tried to do is to identify two columns of top appropriation requests, and the second being the top policy requests. And the pages beyond that get into a little bit more detail on those funding requests. But this is what I determined from going back and listening to the tapes and trying to decide what direction the board would like to head. It certainly is in draft form again. Certainly is up to you to change this or modify it or do whatever you wish. Another key document that you have before you is some potential 2023 federal priorities. We're going to have to get into that pretty soon, and we've not discussed this prior. But this document here that is more polished looking is our federal priorities from 2022. So that's the starting point, and 23 picks up on some of that and expands it a little bit, and it may be an area you want to get into now, or you may not. But I think it's worth a discussion. If you have questions on let's go back to the state for a minute. If you have questions on the state priorities, or how they're arranged or how they're prioritized or anything else, I'd be happy to try to address those.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Under Fort Hamer Road and Fort Hamer Bridge, I was wondering how the $4 million and $3 million figures, how did
Were
we come to
determined?
those numbers?
Yeah, in conversation with our Public Works Department, those are basically design figures. They're not actually hard road construction, but we have to get through the design phase, and that's what their estimate is of what that costs.
So that's 100% of design for the road and 100% of design for the bridge?
I'm going
'Cause
to
I
let
don't think so.
Chad address that.
Yeah, I just wondering if they're arbitrary numbers.
They're not arbitrary, but I'll
Okay.
let Chad address it.
The intent there would be Chad Butso, Public Works. The intent is a high-level, quick look at what we think is a very fair estimate of a 50% design request from the state. So it would, the design of the structure is going to be very expensive in this modern age, and then that's a long section of road, complicated going north from the bridge as well.
Okay, so you're basically looking for a 50% match on design,
Right.
correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, just to be clear. All right, I think that answers my question. Commissioner Baugh, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, I think this is good. I'm glad that we removed, however, looking at 25 and 26, because I did call some of our legislators yesterday, and they said, no, don't put it that way. We
Right.
could put down, and I don't know if this is something that you might want to think about, that it can be a reoccurring expense, not Fort Hamer on the design, but something if it needs to be like recurring. But sometimes when you put the word recurring, it hurts us to get it, the funding, because that's something the state's going to have to look at year and year, moving forward. So I think this looks good. I do have a question about why our county administrator is in the picture on transit. I think that's cute.
Where is it?
I think maybe our board would be better, but, I'm just kidding. Maybe just the bus.
I think that was taken from the transit commercial on where you can go in the summer
Yes,
using
I've
our
heard
buses.
about that commercial as well. Yes. I was just curious. I thought it was cute.
So, Mr. Reinschel, from a wordsmithing standpoint, I guess I'm asking the board this.
Maybe not cute.
More appropriately. From a wordsmithing standpoint on Fort Hamer Road and Fort Hamer Bridge, should we indicate in the verbiage, and I know I'm getting into the weeds here, right? Unlikely that every, or any, let's be honest, representative or senator is reading, these paragraphs, but it might be worthwhile to add in there that it is a 50% match, just sort of stating that the county has significant skin in the game
I think that's a great.
on those two. And then probably on 44th Avenue East, I don't know what the total cost of the project is, but if we could somehow word it in there that it's a fraction of the total cost of the project or something, I don't know, something appropriate that would state that, the county has significant resources of their own dedicated to this.
And
Commissioner Ballard.
Chair, I agree with you fully on that, and I will say that you could be right that the senators and representatives aren't necessarily reading these packets, but I can tell you that
Their
their
aides
aides are, and they're passing that information on. So I do think that it's smart to make sure that they know that we have skin in the game, significant skin in the game.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ball, did you have anything to add?
Well, I totally agree with everything that I've heard. And the other thing that I would say is that I think whenever we can show that we've got skin in the game, we need to definitely do it, because it's not the state's responsibility to pay, for our funding. The other thing that I would mention too that I have found that seems to help is whether or not we're looking at maybe a road as being a regional road. Maybe it connects with another county or could connect with another county, because whenever the state sees something that could be regional, it helps them tremendously. So if we can insert that word in some way, especially Fort Hamer, I think, would be a good one to show that it's regional.
And then on affordable housing, personally, I think affordable housing and community-based foster care, I think those are written very well.
Yes.
Does anybody have any
No, I think it's
suggestions on
great.
those? Okay. Going over to Fort Hamer Road, so you just go into That was essentially a cover page. You're going into detail then
Yes, sir.
on the following pages.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I like that Moccasin Wallow has traffic on it in the picture. And Commissioner Cruz, the transit is kind of buried, and we spent a lot of time talking about that. Do you have any, how you feel good about that? It was your item, that's why I go to you.
No, it's a start, and it opens up a broader conversation. I mean, we're trying to keep this. We put a lot of stuff on here, so I thought about that too. Originally, we had two different parts to it. We had the Route 99, and then we had the fare free part of it. We've kind of focused on one. That doesn't mean while we're sitting in people's offices, we can't mention some of the reasons why we're seeing increased traffic on Route 99 and so forth, and bring up the fare free and throw that in, but it would take up a whole page if we did that. So I'm okay with it. I liked having both of them, but I think this is fine for a start. But I also agree. While I have the four with Fort Hammer, I think that was part of our discussion back in December. One of the reasons we thought it should be number one, and we thought we had a high likelihood, was because of the regional aspect of it. There was big talk of, we need to focus on that, not just give us money for roads because we don't want to spend our money. This is a road that ultimately, if everything works out, is going to go from I-75 up in Hillsborough all the way down to the bottom of Sarasota. This isn't a Manatee County road. This is us starting the process on a meaningful north-south 3-county road. So correct. So I think that needs to be focused on here and be a little bit more predominant in our discussion, not just, we want to build a road and please give us some money. It's, we're starting a process of building a road for the good of this entire region.
Right.
So I think that's important, and I 100% agree with Commissioner Baugh that needs to be in there and highlighted.
And maybe reference in that, in what he's asking for, reference its value as an interstate reliever.
Yes, sir. I think it strengthens our hand politically too, to have the understanding that this is more than just Manatee County and that there's other folks involved.
Agreed.
That's how we handled the DDI and managed to get that done so quickly. We made it a regional thing between Manatee and Sarasota. If I could, on the transit, I see,
Jason?
yeah, I didn't know if he might want to make a comment.
Jason Harris.
Yes. I mean, since you run transit, maybe we should hear from you.
Mic on.
Good morning, Jason Harris, Transit Division Manager. What you see in front of you is a fare-free options for the Route 99, and we're as we move along, we're in our second month of fare-free, and we're seeing increased ridership. For December, it went up 13% over last year this time. For the month of November, is 12%.
And I might add that that is one of the agenda topics on your upcoming joint meeting with the Sarasota County Commission. The administrations have met to discuss Route 99 and the fare-free issue, and then it will be a point of discussion between the two boards.
Excellent. Do you have a date set for that yet?
I think we have narrowed it down. I want to say, I don't see who's here. Is it February 2nd or something? Okay, the earliest in March would be the preferred because the session gets started then.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add, the dialogue around the multi-county. It is very important that we highlight when there is a statewide impact to a project in Manatee County. It moves it from being a local project to a regional or statewide, and that's really what the legislature is looking for.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I agree. I think the more we can focus on multiple counties, the better chance we have, because it's not just us, and we should be focusing our attention. Granted, we talk to everybody, but something like Fort Hammer, I mean, we should be getting in front of Representative Beltran because he's Hillsborough and Manatee County. He's the only House rep that covers two different counties for us. We should be getting in front of Senator Gruters because he's Sarasota, Manatee County, and getting some of these things that cross county lines and with some of our delegation that cross county lines and help push because they can help two different counties. Mike relative to Hillsborough and Manatee here. Senator Gruder's relative to Sarasota in here. So, I think that's important as well.
Beltran has the greatest, benefit. Beltran's district has the greatest benefit for this project. So he should carry the
100%,
water on this. Yeah.
100%.
Commissioner Ball.
Just out of curiosity, I have not had a conversation about running any bills with our legislators. Do we know who's going to be handling some of these bills for us in Tallahassee? Has anyone had that conversation? I know.
Wait. You got to turn your microphones on. You got to be recognized. Commissioner Ballard.
Have we signed up and made everything official to actually speak at the delegation meeting?
Oh, Lord, please.
I've spoken to Senator Boyd and to Representative Robinson. I was not made aware that I needed to go sign up.
I
Sign up.
spoke.
We will not be at the end, I promise.
I spoke with Representative Gregory's staff, and apparently there's a process for
is.
signing up and to be part of it, and we need to sign up before the end of the week so we're not pushed to the end of the line.
I'll reach. I'm waiting for Senator Boyd to call me on some other things anyway. So when I do, Bob, if you would go ahead and sign us up.
Sign us up.
And I'll speak with
Now.
Senator Boyd and ensure that we're not the last.
We
member.
did not want to get ahead of the board.
Right.
We work for you. And the goal here is that as you narrow this down, we'll bring it to the board on the agenda on the 10th so the board can adopt the priorities.
Sure.
And then the delegation meeting is on the 12th. So we'll go ahead and get you signed up and have at least those placeholders. Hopefully between now and Monday night, we'll narrow it down so you can say, yes, we're ready to put it on the agenda. We'll put it on the agenda the 10th. You can obviously modify it on the 10th as well. But that way you will have codified it and adopted it prior to the delegation meeting on the 12th.
Okay. And Bob, you'll take care of signing us up.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Thank you.
And apparently we're also supposed to provide materials by the end of the week.
Yeah, we'll have a PowerPoint. Yeah. That's no big deal.
All procedural, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. It's 9:17. Commissioner Cruz.
Just a question. I know you watched the video and did it. And maybe I just wasn't paying attention or looking at things closely. We had a very nominal request for the trails, less than $1 million. It was kind of like a rounding error in appropriations. Why did we take the entirety of our proposal for a trail system off of our priorities and not use some of the white space just to throw a sentence in there somewhere? We had $950,000 towards the trail, which again, going back to what we talked about from a regional standpoint, that's an important regional piece that's connecting Hillsborough and ultimately all the way up through Pasco and Hernando and everything, down to Sarasota and all the way down to Collier. There was just an article today from a federal level, which we can talk about the same thing when we get to the federal one if you want, where they put money into that ridiculous omnibus bill for the purpose of trails. And in fact, the state of Florida is going to them to try to get some of that money because there's a little hole in Sumter County for the coast-to-coast trail system going across. We're basically the Sumter County of the north-south piece. We're the donut hole missing, and we had a very nominal $950,000 towards working on our trails because we've got Lakewood Ranch helping us with the trails and building it with their own money. We've got areas for the land. I thought that was a good talking point. Again, I thought part of it was trying to stay away from just roads and trying to show them we're focused on other things that kind of mitigate some of the, all we want to do is keep building roads, keep giving us money. And the transit was one, and I thought the trails was one, and it was a small dollar and a different conversation, but I don't see it on this draft.
Commissioner
Rich,
Cruz.
can I-
Commissioner Ball would like to dialogue with
Can I
you
dialogue
if you don't
with
mind.
you?
Okay.
Just so to make everybody aware, I did have a conversation with Deputy County Administrator Ryan Shuttle on these priorities yesterday. And part of what is concerning to me, and I understand your point, and trails are very important, I'm not taking away from that, but we're already asking for almost $30 million, and we're not going to get it. The state's not going to give us that much money. So I think, as far as trails, that might be something, when you're talking about less than I hate to put it this way, but when you're talking about less than $1 million, that is something that, if we talk to our legislators individually on that, that can probably still happen. But I think, we had talked about we needed 3 main points for asking for money because, that's all that they're going to really look at and be able to handle. And I'm concerned about the amount of money that we're asking the state for because we don't normally get that much money from the state. So I would just ask that, maybe you think about that too, if it might be better that we talk to our legislators individually on that.
Yeah, okay. I hear you. I'm much newer at this than all of you in terms of begging for money up in Tallahassee. I think there's also different money in different buckets, and for the most part, almost the entirety of our 30 million is coming from one bucket, and there's other buckets sitting around there. So it's not just a matter of we're asking for 30. We're asking for 30 out of one pocket of money, and there's other pockets of money sitting there that no one's asking for. So is it really additional money above and beyond the 30, or are we just overshooting just with 44th and Fort Hammer and Moccasin Wallow and a bridge and everything else, all coming from one set of appropriation funds that they're targeting on a line item. And then you got these line items for things like transit and broadband and affordable housing and trail systems that people aren't asking for because everyone just wants to build roads. So are we asking for more money or are we asking for different money, I guess is the way I would ask it.
Mr. Ryan Shuttle, we'll throw you into this.
Yes, Commissioner, we can certainly add that back in, but, I think Commissioner Baugh makes a good point. It's just a matter of where your consensus is on the board, frankly.
It's actually 43.1 million that we're asking for.
Commissioner Bearden.
Do we know how much money is in each one of those buckets that we're asking for?
You
We don't?
won't know that until about the second to the third last week of session, so it'll be right before May.
Okay. How much is it, like, what's a typical amount?
Well, let's put it this way. I think the legislature put about $21 billion in reserves this past year that they did not spend. And so there will be a budget estimating conference around mid-March when the session gets started. And that's when they'll begin looking at allocations. But the process is that the presiding officer is the Speaker and the President of the Senate. At the last budget estimating conference, it's usually about 2 or 3 weeks before the session's over, is when the final budget estimate comes in. And then there's allocations with the exception of sprinkle dollars. And what I was going to say, we should put the trail out there because that's an amount of money that when the local legislators are sort of allocated sprinkle money, when there's money left over, that would be a good project to have on the books so that they can fund it there too. That's one option.
Do you think that maybe we need to position it in a way that shows a percentage followed by the dollar signs? So like, if it's like, hey, we're requesting for 0.3% of your total budget, which equates to whatever that might be.
When
No?
Senator
You don't think
Boyd
so?
when Senator Boyd becomes president, that will be a great conversation to have with him about our underlying desires.
We're only asking for 0.01 of your total budget?
So,
He's a
just a thought.
USF MBA. I like the way he's thinking.
so the speaking orders, Van Ostenbridge, Cruz, and Baugh. I think Baugh and Cruz both make very valid points in their arguments. We are asking for significant sums, but Commissioner Cruz is right. It's primarily all in transportation. This is a different, sort of aspect of the budget that we would be making a minimal request from. It's certainly a very worthy cause. We're asking for a lot. We're asking for a lot because we need a lot. Let's be honest. We're a growing county, and things are can become stretched thin, especially out east. So at any rate, Commissioner Cruz seems to have a compromise in mind. I'm willing to support adding it to the agenda, and I will likely support his compromise as well. Commissioner Cruz.
My compromise is if the concern is dollars we keep showing, we've got these extra things like DeSoto Bridge replacement, key bridges. They don't have dollars attached to them. They're just saying this is something we want to focus on if you can help us. what if we just add something relative to the trails of connecting regional trail systems for multimodal advantages in the region? Put it back here by DeSoto and Keybridge. Don't attach a dollar to it. Just say, this is something we care about. It opens the conversation. It allows someone to read this and we can talk about it in their office, but it doesn't imply a dollar amount per se. We can mention that verbally, but it doesn't inflate our dollar request if someone pulls out a calculator, but it still shows it's important to us. And if you got sprinkle dollars at the end, or if you want to run this kind of bill for us, we're more than happy to discuss it with you.
That's why you're the smart one and I'm the good-looking one. Commissioner, all right, so Baugh, Bearden, and Hopes. Commissioner Baugh.
I'm not touching your comment. And there are ways to get in front of our local legislators that would certainly be able to probably maneuver that very easily. Because my concern, and I am very concerned about it, 43.1 million. I don't care how much they got in reserves. It's not all Manatee County. And the other part, Mr. Chairman, the problem is that the whole state is growing. It's not just Manatee. So, I think I don't want to look greedy either. And I think, Commissioner Ballard made a very good point, and we know this. It's really not the legislators that's going to be reading this and moving this forward. It's really your aides that do all that. And then the legislator, it's like us, our aides make us look good sometimes. And
Jorge's doing a great job.
Jorge, yeah, absolutely, and so is Natasha. But that being said, it is something where we have to see how we're looking, to the aides and to the legislators. Are they going to look at us and go, well, yeah, you're only wanting 43.1 million. Why don't you just make it up to 50 million? Because you're not going to get any of it. So, we got to be careful on that. And it's concerning. But, yeah, we are growing. But you know what? We're not the top growing county in the state of Florida either. But anyway, hopefully we can, the main priorities, the three, sometimes we look greedy if we push further.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right here. Is there a reason why we're not putting a Y behind our need? Like, why the reason why we need X amount of dollars is because of X, Y, and Z?
Probably because less is more on these documents. The
that
more
what
you
it
give them
is?
to read.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we don't want it to be like an inch-thick packet.
No,
But we'll verbalize those things when we go. That's the purpose of going to Tallahassee, right? We sit down, look them in the eye, and explain, and we'll really pitch hard about how much skin we have in the game and what we're doing, on our end. That's so the purpose of the trip. Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, well, first, for Commissioner Beard, we have detailed business cases on each one of these. And so when the commission goes to Tallahassee, we'll have packets, as Commissioner Baugh said, for the aides, because they're the ones that you give kind of the detailed information to and have that conversation. And so our lobbyist will share the detailed business case with the numbers and all that in it. What I wanted to say is I consulted with our trails expert, who, by the way, has 42 years with Manatee County government. And based upon the fact that the money for trails comes out of the Greenway and Trails, Office of Greenway and Trails, which is in the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, where we have a very good relationship that we've fostered for the past 2 years. I highly recommend that we put something in there for trails. We've been having exceptional meetings with them around our issue with Piney Point, and I think they would be very favorable to giving us money to do that. So I think that is a budget that is independent of everything else that we're talking about, and they do have money for this for statewide efforts.
Commissioner Baugh.
Dr. Hopes, I think that's a great idea for a conversation with DEP. And I might add that, yes, I know Charlie's been with the county 42 years, and I also know that Trails has been on almost every year our legislative priorities, and it's gotten us 0. So from that standpoint, I think the relationship with DEP is probably a good opportunity. Thank you.
Commissioner Ron and Commissioner Satcher, you've not spoken. Do you have anything to add? as this comes, he's pretty happy. Ron is happy. Commissioner Satcher?
Everybody's done a great job. It's a good new year.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, with the new and improved amicable board, it's 9:30, and we've completed our legislative priorities. Mr. Reinschuttle, if you want to dive into our federal priorities.
Well, let me state first of all that we had a lobbyist. We have a lobbyist and have had a lobbyist in Washington for some number of years. That contract was a 3-year contract. It expired in July. We extended it for 6 months. It extended to the end of this year, and now we've asked and been approved to extend this lobbyist on a month-to-month basis. But where you go from here is certainly up to you. But I just wanted to give you that little bit of background. But because our lobbyist at the federal level is still in place and working on our behalf, I coordinated with her on these federal draft priorities, which include affordable housing, veterans housing, the transportation raise grants, again, Fort Hammer Road, Palmetto Trails connectivity and mobility grant, and Save the Manatee. If you look at some of the items from last year, again, there's a carryover. But, again, this is a different Congress. This is a different House and House of Representatives. And so that changes our outlook and perspective because they're perhaps willing or interested in funding different priorities than the previous House has been. So I would just start there. Many of these are recognizable to you. They're issues that we've discussed before, particularly affordable housing and veterans. I don't think there's anything new or shocking on this, but you may want to expand it or again, eliminate or change some of these priorities. This is just a starting point.
So I'm going to ask the board, he laid out 2 things for us to discuss here. One is the content of this packet, and 2 is the decision on whether or not to extend the contract of our current lobbyist or to, in my opinion, open it up. And because I told Jocelyn this, she's the only federal lobbyist I've ever met. I think she does a great job. I like her very much, but I have nothing to compare her to because I never met another lobbyist. So I told her back during the DC trip that I was likely to vote to open it up to bids, interview others. I think she has a leg up. She's like a touchdown favorite in the game on everybody else right out of the gate because 4 of us have worked with her, have seen her in action in DC. And we have a relationship with her. So I think she's sort of the favorite. But in my opinion, I think opening it up and meeting other lobbyists and interviewing other lobbyists is fair, entirely fair. If Baugh and Cruz are on the board. Commissioner Baugh.
Okay. Well, I think I would wait for let's hear from others first.
Commissioner Cruz.
I agree. I have absolutely, Jocelyn's done a lot for me. I've been putting a lot of effort into the veteran housing stuff, and Jocelyn helped facilitate a lot of that, and they've done a great job. But again, we always need to be looking at what's our best option at any point in time. First off, lobbyists, regardless who you are, regardless how great you are, I think should be changed every now and then because eventually you kind of squeeze that dry. Like you've used all the contacts and you've done, now it's like who's the next person with the next set of contacts that can focus on the next level of priority. Look, we had a different lobbyist at the state level and then we switched over to Jeff and Amanda and they were unbelievable. And they got us into people we couldn't get into before, and I'm sure vice versa. So I think it's always good to reevaluate and see is there somebody else. And again, when Jocelyn came on, there was a different board, and that doesn't mean anything per se, but different people are comfortable. I want a lobbyist who I know I can just call on the phone and I feel comfortable with and can get me in front of the people I want to get in front of and this board in front of the people we want to get in front of. So I don't think it hurts to speak to a few people I guess, fairly quickly. We're either making a decision to extend this 6 months through this process because we go up there in the spring, and whoever our federal lobbyist is needs to be starting to prepare for that and giving us guidance. As we're discussing this draft, we need to be talking to a lobbyist to make sure our draft makes sense. So I feel like this is a conversation that would have been better a few months ago, because now we're like, okay, what do we do here? Do we leave our lobbyist in place for this trip and for this set of priorities, and then use the summer to find potentially somebody for next year? Or do we rush this through as quickly as possible in the next 30, 45, 60 days, so that by, say, the end of February, we have a new lobbyist so we can be discussing next? We went up there in, May last year? So that doesn't give us a whole lot of time. So that's my concern, is the timeline. I think Jocelyn's great. I'm more than happy with Jocelyn, but I would also be more than happy talking to a few other people to see, hey, these are our priorities. Who can you put us in front of? What are your thoughts on our priorities? And get people's views.
So just to be clear on the timeline, I did have discussions with Ryan Shuttle and Hopes about this, and I felt that it was necessary for the new board members to be on board before we moved on this. I didn't want to move on it with the old board, one, and then two, they're kind of drinking from a fire hose for the first 2 or 3 months, right? So I wanted to give them an opportunity to get their feet under them as well before we took this on. But you're right, it's not ideal, but it was less ideal before, so it's the reason we ended up here. Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you, sir. I would echo most of what's been said, but I just wanted to add to where I don't know if we have time to get there before this trip to DC, but I could see us, or I wonder if counties our size ever end up having basically one. I mean, it is what it is. The country is in a lot of ways divided, so I wonder if it would be wise to have some in each pot. So to have a lobbyist that's mostly on, most of their connections are going to be Democrat connections, and most of their and then different lobbyists that most of their connections are going to be Republican connections. I know they all say that they get along with everybody and they know everybody. They're all going to tell us that, but really at the end of the day, I don't know how many of them that's going to be true for. But anyway, that's all I have to add, except that I agree with most of what's been said. Thanks.
No, those are great. Those are great points, because Jocelyn has superior connections with Democrats and got us in front of some pretty powerful Democrats and speaks their language, which the members of this board don't always necessarily. Just being honest.
Right.
But you're right. A bigger firm will have folks on each side of the aisle. So that's a really valid point. Commissioner Ballard.
So I agree with most of what's been said. Like Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I actually haven't had the opportunity to meet any federal lobbyists. So I don't have any. I haven't had the opportunity to work with Jocelyn. I've only heard nice things, but I don't have any built-in loyalty. And I think that we need, where we're coming up on a natural opportunity to look at this. I think it only makes sense to look at it and make sure that we're getting the best deal for Manatee County, and that we're able to have the lobbyist that fits our needs the best.
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Cruz, mostly what he said. I do believe, working with a lot of lobbyists in the past and past positions that I've been in, I've talked to Jocelyn on the phone. She seems to be very confident and whatnot. But we do have a change in the House, and we do have a change in government. So I do think it would be prudent to look at maybe a firm that can create both sides of the aisle for us, or look at a firm that is going to be, they'll hopefully sit a new speaker in the next couple days maybe, and then we know that's where that's going to go. So I would support interviewing other candidates for lobbyists and moving that forward.
All right, I don't have anyone else. Oh, I have Commissioner Bearden on the board. I do.
Yeah, I agree. Looking at different options is always good for everybody. Now, let me ask something. When it comes to lobbyists, do they have a specialty in something that they go after? Is that more on a firm side?
Dr. Hopes, you want to take that one?
Having done this for 35 years, yes. I mean, you can hire a firm that have technical expertise and successes in one area, say transportation, or healthcare, or trails. The comment about counties our size, I don't know what county our size do, but as you're referring to, that's what major corporations do. I mean, they have lobbyists they go through a checklist of the legislators and which lobbyists have what relationships with what legislators so that they have that full bank when they bring a bill forward. We have a unique situation, and there's actually a procurement provision that allows us to identify, let's just take a lobbyist, like the lobbyist that we changed to for our state lobbyist 2 years ago. We were looking for a lobbyist that had Tampa Bay connections, that knew our regional issues, that had specific successes in dealing with the types of issues that we were bringing forward. And the state procurement guidelines allow us to do what's called a single source, to identify that we need a firm that has a specific focus, regional knowledge, et cetera. Same way at the federal level. We're a major county in Florida, and so we have been speaking, and a commissioner has more than one commissioner have talked about certain lobbyists. There are some pretty prominent firms in DC that are Florida based, that understand issues in Florida and have relationships that can best deliver on the agendas that so far you're putting forward. And so we've been preparing for it, given whatever the guidance of the board is, to move as quickly as possible to handle it however you want to handle it. But you're absolutely right. The sooner the better. But this Congress is going to take a little while to kind of get settled in. I learned something new, that until you have a speaker, the newly elected congressman can't take office. And so we probably have a few weeks, but we can move as quickly as the board chooses to move to make whatever decisions you want made around who represents this board in DC.
Okay, so I have Van Ostenbridge, Baugh, and Cruz on the board. Let me add Cruz. Okay. I think that's well said, and excellent question, Commissioner Bearden. So personally, I'm looking for, if I were to decide that I was going to be pulled away from Jocelyn, then what I would be looking for is a larger firm that has, essentially, as Commissioner Satcher pointed out, has good connections with both sides of the aisle, because this is a pretty paper-thin majority, right? And more than likely, there's going to have to be some bipartisanship to get things done on the Hill in the next 2 years. I think that's reasonable. So a larger firm with connections on both sides, and a firm that has some Florida ties, or at least, a strong familiarization, right, with Florida and with our area. And then certainly when it comes to different items, transportation has to be like, their strength. That has to be the top of the list for me personally. Commissioner Baugh.
I said I wasn't going to do it, but I guess I don't have a choice. I think that Jocelyn has been with the county. How many years, Charlie? Since 1998. And Jocelyn has worked very diligently with Charlie Hunsaker on mostly environmental issues and so forth. She's done a lot of good, and I'm not knocking Jocelyn in any way, shape, or form. However, we do need someone that's got a Florida tie. We do need to look at others. It's been since 1998. I just find that utterly amazing and too much, to be honest. But I have been in talks. Actually, Mr. Reinshuttle and I sit in on a conversation with Ballard Partners, which is in D.C., Brian Ballard also has a lobbyist firm, Ballard Partners in Tallahassee. We need someone that's going to have a close working relationship with our state lobbyist as well, not just federal, because they should be working more together because they know our needs. And they'll be able to maneuver more if they all work together and know each other. They can work better statewide and federally to get our needs met. That being said, I have talked to our state lobbying firm, and a lot of what I've said came from them, actually, on their thoughts. They are very familiar with Brian Ballard. I understand that, you want to bring up Scott Hopes, Dr. Hopes. He knows Brian as well. Most of us do. Any of us that's been around for any length of time is aware of Brian Ballard and the success that he has had, not just in the state of Florida, but also federally. He has done a fantastic job in working with both sides. And he made that comment, actually, to Mr. Reinshuttle and I on our conference call, that it was very important to be able to work both sides of the aisle. We see what's going on in Congress right now. I think it's very disappointing, and they want to talk about us in the papers. Maybe they should talk about, I don't know, Congress in D.C. I mean, they're so impressive right now. But the bottom line is, he also, Ballard Partners, has a very, very close relationship with our congressman as well. And, of course, we're all hoping that it all works out with Ways and Means, but we don't know. And if it doesn't, then we're going to need a lobbyist with a strong tie to our congressman. Either way, we're going to need it. They did send us a contract, which I put in all of your mailboxes for you all to see. I don't know if you've looked at them yet. No, I haven't gotten it. Well, I can tell you, I put it in your mailbox myself. So you might want to look at your mailbox. Your mailbox up on the 9th floor. You know where your mail for the county goes? Yep. You don't know that yet. Okay. I'm sorry, Jason. I'm sorry. James, you did know that, though, right? Because yours was there. As a matter of fact, Jason, I can tell you yours is full. Because I had a hard time getting it in there.
I will check my mailbox.
Yeah, check your mailbox, Jason. But, it's interesting when you look at what we're paying for our lobbyists today, and you look at some new lobbyists and what they might charge. And I'm not going to get into that at this point. I don't think it's something we should necessarily be talking about. The contract that we have right now with our federal lobbyist, you received in an email yesterday, I think, from Mr. Reinshuttle. And if you haven't seen the other contract, it's there for you. I'm not surprised. But, well, then, you know what? Ask whomever you use right now, because it was done. But at any rate, you need to look at the terms of the agreement. There's a big difference. And I think you're seeing the change in Congress, and I think we're going to need to be able to be prepared for that change. So that's all I'll say about it right now. I'd rather hear from others.
Thank you, ma'am. The order of the board is Cruz, Clegg, Bearden, Ron.
I'd rather hear from the county attorney, but all I'll say, because I wasn't speaking directly to that, I didn't see that contract, and I went through all my mails, so maybe it just got put in Jason's overflowing
If Jorge's
mailbox.
watching, please give him his copy of the contract.
But all I was responding to was a previous comment, but Dr. Hopes, we're saying you can go as faster, so I think we should be doing this fairly quick. I mean, because again, it's either wait 6 months or do it in 6 weeks. Like, those are almost our two options right now. I know things are getting slowed down in D.C. due to this ridiculousness up there, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be starting the process, because I'd rather have more time preparing than less time. So that's it.
Mr. Clegg.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make a quick comment, having worked for one of the firms that you've described in your remarks a few minutes ago in terms of the kind of firm that you would like to see representing the county at the federal level. And I think that if the county were to put out an RFP and try to sort of get into that league of representation, you'd get some good responses, is my guess. But I think the board should understand those firms have a lot of really high-dollar clients. Some of them have a huge amount of money that they are spending, and so they prioritize things way in advance as they go into Congress. So touching back on what Commissioner Cruz said, I think to get into that league of representation takes a little while to get on their radar and to make sure you get the prioritization that you should get for the money you spend with those firms. You really want to, in my opinion, do this competitively and solicit responses and play the market basically the way that you all have talked about. It's a little bit of work to get on their radar given some of the people that they, or corporations and larger governments that they're already representing up there. So I'm just, sharing that with you from my own experience, having been involved in those RFPs when I was in the private sector.
Commissioner, Commissioner Ball's going to dialogue with him real quick, but then it's Bearden and Ron.
Totally agree with your comments, Mr. Clegg, but I also know that you have some lobbyists that work with counties more so than others, and most of the larger lobbying firms, some don't handle county governments at all. And we need someone that has experience in county governments. I mean, I think that would help us quite a bit in moving forward. So I think, for me, I can tell you, of course, I've done the research. You guys haven't, but Ballard Partners is a fantastic firm. They work a lot with counties, county governments. They know what it's like. They've got everything we need and then some. But anyway, thank you.
Commissioner Bearden.
We always have to adapt. So, knowing the fact that we've had the same lobbyists since 1998 didn't necessarily, I don't think that we necessarily adapted to the situation. So with me, when I'm looking at situations, how do we adapt to what's today? And, keeping this open and allowing firms to come in and us interview those firms. All I care about at the end of the day are results. That's it. I just want results. I want to see results because we got to answer to the taxpayers on results. That's it. So,
I do agree with that, sir. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate Commissioner Baugh bringing this up. Being with other groups in the past, like the Florida Home Builder Association and places like that, I know Brian Ballard. Part of his group is Pam Bondi. So direct ties to Florida. Brian has direct ties to Florida. I believe we do need that representation that can represent both statewide and bring that statewide and federal representation to us in DC. I think the Ballard Group would be a great one for us to interview, and thank you, Commissioner Baugh, for bringing that up.
So I do know who the Ballard Group is, and I like the state ties. We keep referencing state ties. Just to be clear, Commissioner Baugh, what you mean is that you want our state lobbyists and our federal lobbyists, you want the right hand to know what the left hand is doing. You're not looking to replace our state lobbyists. Okay.
No, that's what I said. They
Okay.
would be able to work together.
I just want to be clear on that because I'm very happy with our state lobbyists. So I was just making sure we're 100% clear, that's all, and that I'm clear. So my only questions about Ballard would be, I know that they're a decent-sized firm. How big are they? Do they have people who can communicate on both sides of the aisle? And then what are their connections when it comes to transportation? Those are really my only two questions regarding Ballard because they have a stellar reputation. Yeah. Speaking of Ballard, Commissioner Ballard.
No relationship.
No relation, for the record. So I am also familiar with Ballard Partners, very, very strong Florida firm. Absolutely not. And I actually know that they have only fairly recently gone into the federal realm. They were a Tallahassee lobbying firm for quite some time. My understanding is that since they've gone to DC, they've made a splash and have really done well, getting their getting their clients' priorities in place. That being said, I do agree with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge that I would like to know what is their focus on transportation, what are their connections in that realm, and also, will we be saving the county money while getting our priorities met on the federal level?
Dr. Hopes, and then we'll go to Bearden, but before you start, I mean, it sounds like, could you set up some interviews one-on-one with commissioners with the Ballard Group?
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Hopes?
Yeah,
And then
I just wanted to note that really the administration and the board has worked together really over the past couple of years in looking at and assessing our representation in Tallahassee and in D.C. The Ballard firm got serious about federal lobbying about 6 years ago. But they had spent a good bit of time in D.C. for obvious reasons over the years, going back to when I was in Jeb Bush's administration. Mr. Clegg brings up a good point. There are some very large lobbying firms that are law firms that have a lobbying arm because lobbying tends to be pretty lucrative, and around policy work and things like that, lawyers, tend to make some of the best policy writers. But the other point that was brought up, and Commissioner Ron knows this from his time in D.C. with the Florida Home Builders, where we kind of had an office together in the old corner, which now is the Ballard building. Now is the Ballard building. He raised it and built a new building. But the other one is those relationships, because those large firms, those K Street firms that have offices in Orlando and Miami and Tampa, have that client list that Mr. Clegg's talking about, and they prioritize their major clients. And so the other aspect to consider as we're really embarking on making a name for Manatee County on the streets of Washington, D.C., is a firm that feels they have an obligation to make Manatee County's issues one of their priorities. And oftentimes you can get in there and write some pretty big checks, but then you find out somebody else has written a bigger check, and you may think you're getting the attention that you need, and you're not getting the attention that you're expecting and paying for. And so that's where relationships come in, and history with those individuals and the team and those managing partners who are saying, this is our priority, and it's Manatee County's I-75 reliever bridge, so to speak. And so that's important. But we are ready to move as quickly as you want, as early as this month. But because we have been looking at this for a couple of years.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden and Commissioner Ball.
My thing, whenever it's presented, what I'd like to know is how many counties are they currently serving at the federal level, and what their success rate is in regards to that. So if you could have them, whenever we get to interview them, have that information available, I'd like to look at it.
Commissioner Ball.
I might suggest that all of you that have not been on the board very long or know our lobbyists that we have today or Ballard Partners, you might want to look at their website. All the information is there for you to see. They've got some pretty influential people that work with them that are associated with Ballard Partners. They're very well known on the federal level. They actually ended up in D.C. partly because of President Trump. There was a very close relationship there in the past, and they have been extremely successful on playing both sides of the political game in D.C., which is very complex. And, ours here locally as well as statewide is complex, but nothing like it is in D.C. So you really need somebody that can do that. I think that what we've perhaps missed in the past is that we really seem to congregate mostly on environmental issues with D.C. And Charlie spent a lot of time up in D.C. in the past, meeting with Jocelyn and going over things, and that was great if we were looking for clams and so forth for our waterways and so forth. But our focus has now changed. Our focus today is infrastructure. And we should have been focused on that for years, but we weren't. So we're trying to play catch up today. And so it's very important that we have the ties in DC that can help with that. That's why it's so important, and everybody is praying that Congressman Buchanan ends up on Ways and Means. Because everybody, every county, every city in the state of Florida have the same needs now. Infrastructure. We're all dealing with it. So we're essentially fighting, if you will, for the same monies all 67 counties in Florida pretty much are, because that's the biggest need that we have in our state right now. The nice thing about Ballard Partners, too, is that they've got a very close relationship with the cabinet, I'll just say that, in Tallahassee. So they have very strong ties nationally and statewide. I ended up looking more so at Ballard Partners only because they were so highly recommended by so many, and they had had huge success, which is what we need. We need fighters. We need people that's going to go out and not worry about having fundraiser after fundraiser for this congressman or this senator. We need people that's going to go in these offices and fight for the needs of our county. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. And that is what they do. And, it's funny because, every county, and some of you are fairly new, but you would know this anyway, our needs change over time. This board, or our needs in the county 20 years ago, are not what they are today. So, environmental issues are very important, but right now, roads and infrastructure are more important, because the biggest threat we have that we've seen some of down further south is evacuation routes. I don't know if y'all have even thought about that yet, some of the new commissioners, and gotten into that, but it's very important. Our evacuation routes don't work. They don't work here. And the reason they don't work is because normally, if we need an evacuation, it starts south, around Miami, around the Keys, Homestead, up into Naples and so forth. Well, by the time we have to start evacuating, the roads are clogged. We can't get anywhere. So infrastructure plays a very, very important role in the needs for our citizens that we represent. And that's why I think that, I harp about infrastructure all the time. It's because I've been around a while and I've seen us go through this in Manatee County, where we've tried to evacuate and couldn't, because our citizens couldn't get anywhere and got stuck on 75 or 27, trying to get out of the state. So we have very, very important needs for infrastructure. And from what I have seen, and I'm very satisfied, but I've done my homework and you guys haven't. And I realize that, but that's why I wanted to just bring it up today, because I know in my heart that Ballard is the firm that can do the best job for Manatee County. And we'll save about, we're not going to save, the difference in the price right now is about $60,000 a year difference in what the contract that I have from Ballard says and what we're paying today. However, there will be some expenses, but it will not be $60,000. And the other thing is, I think that Ballard perhaps understands the needs, and not just the needs, but Florida statutes that we have to abide by. One of the topics I'm going to bring up this afternoon is our travel policies. We do have Florida statutes that come into play on that. And I will tell you, our last trip was a disaster to DC, because the hotel reservations that were made, I'm going to touch it right now. We ended up at the Ritz. Well, we didn't make those reservations. I mean, and I'm in the back of an Uber, and I'm looking at my cell phone because we had just landed and gotten in the Uber, and I'm looking at my cell phone, and we're getting pounded back here at home because how convenient it came out that we were staying at the Ritz. But yet there were 3 other commissioners that didn't have the reservations at the Ritz. 4, I'm sorry, you never stay at the same hotel. So there we were, and we got hit pretty hard. We need somebody that knows the Florida statutes, that looks to protect us, and is there to make sure that our needs are met. So that's why I brought it up. Do your homework, look, check them out, interview them, do all the things that you need to do, because I feel fairly confident you'll find that you're not going to get a better firm to represent Manatee County than Ballard Partners. That's kind of where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Ballard.
There was just one thing that I wanted to mention and bring up. Commissioner Ball, I agree with you that our highest priority on state and federal level has to be infrastructure. We're way behind. The dollars are there to do it. We need people with the connections to make it happen. I do want to say that I don't think that we should let go of those environmental priorities on the federal level, just because the dollars are there, and there are representatives and senators who really push on those issues, and the dollars are there for that too. And it's, we all know that our environment, our waterways, all of those things in Manatee County are absolutely paramount. They lead to our tourism, they drive our economy, they keep our beaches beautiful, all those things, which I'm sure that you absolutely are in line with. So that's all I wanted to mention.
She doesn't have beaches in Lakewood Ranch.
Well,
No, I don't, but I will say
I don't have
this.
beaches either.
I don't mean that we should let them go by any means,
And
no.
I figured as much. I just wanted to
No,
clarify.
But thank you for mentioning that, because I don't want anyone to think that I meant we shouldn't be involved in that anymore. No, we still should, but it's just not our top priority.
Exactly.
Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, real quickly, and I want to say, and I know Commissioner Baugh prides herself in our beaches and all that. And I do want to say, because at the Florida Association of County meeting and the county managers and administrators meeting, we go around the table, and every coastal county was complaining about their funding for beach renourishment and how they renourish their beaches, and then it washes away. And I'm thinking, wow, we really are doing it right, because our beach renourishment, it sticks, it stays. And so I have to tell you, the programs and the funding that we've been afforded for beach renourishment, and the rights that we have at any time to get sand off of certain areas to put on the beach, just hearing the problems that the other counties have and we don't have those problems is a testament to the successes that we've had on that aspect of the environmental funding for the feds.
Commissioner Baugh.
It sounds like perhaps you need to give Mr. Hunsaker a raise.
Not according to his salary.
Well, such praise. Army Corps we've got a great relationship, and most of it is from Charlie Hunsaker. You have to give him credit where credit's due. When it comes to our renourishment on our beaches, that has been a top priority, not so much for our lobbyist, but with Charlie, with the Army Corps. That is there, and we've prided ourselves, and we've made sure over the years that we make sure that we have the parking spaces necessary to be able to keep the renourishment. So just wanted to say that's Charlie Hunsaker there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anything further beyond, does it sound like the board agrees that we would like individual meetings with Ballard, and then they should be prepared to answer the questions that Commissioner Bearden had, as well as their strength in the transportation sector as well, and their ability to reach across the aisle? Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to hit rewind real quick. It's 10:09, but there was something that I forgot to mention regarding our state trip. Commissioner Baugh brought up evacuation routes, and that reminded me that I had reached out to our lobbyist and asked her if she could set up a meeting with Mike Grant, who we've met with before, and most of us I think know him and have a good relationship with Representative Grant. He's been named the chairman of the Hurricane Recovery and Resiliency Committee, which I think this county certainly has interest in. And so I had asked her if we could, one, meet with Mike, but also ask him, his staff, I'd like to get in the weeds a little bit on the objectives of that committee and what their goals are and how they plan to get there and how those would impact Manatee County. So does anybody have an issue with meeting with either Representative Grant and the committee staff, or if he just wants us to meet with the committee staff? Because I'd like to kind of get in the weeds a little bit. Okay, so that's a go. And then Commissioner Cruz and Dr. Hopes and I, right after Hurricane Ian at the EOC, had a good meeting. I thought it was a great meeting with FPL. And they talked a lot about their resiliency plans and hardening of infrastructure. And I think that's something that I would like the whole board to hear that same spiel, basically, because it was great. So Amanda said that FPL does have a state team up there. Does anybody have an issue with meeting with FPL's state team to talk about resiliency and hardening of infrastructure? It is extremely important. Okay. So, and we could get in the weeds on, Manatee County a little bit too. And then the last meeting I wanted to do was the state, up at the state level, the State Chamber of Commerce is literally across the street from the Capitol. And I've had meetings there in the past with our chamber and hearing what is the platform of the business community of the state. And they give a great, quick 15-minute presentation. They give it to lots of, organizations and groups that come in. Does anybody have an issue with running across the street to do a meeting with the state chamber and hearing their platform? Okay. Does anyone have any meetings in addition, specific requests that, Amanda knows what we're after, so she's going to set us up with what she thinks are the right people, but do any of you want to meet with anyone in addition to any of this specific requests? Obviously, FDOT is on the list and, things like that. Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, just one question. Since broadband is on your priorities, the lobbyist and the Tallahassee team for charter communications is in the same office as our Florida lobbyist. Would you like to have just a small meeting right there about broadband?
She could just bring them in. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, that's fine. And also, let's remember, the past couple of years, we've kind of done the field trip route of 7 of us plus Dr. Hope's following each other around single file and joking about how we've got like 10 of us crammed into a clown car in people's office. That doesn't always have to be the case. We can... I would say set up as many meetings as we can to get as much information as we can. And if some of the things overlap, sort of like it did in D.C., some of us were at one meeting, some are at the other. It's just, we're trying to maximize exposure and try to maximize information to bring back. So I would say set up whatever meetings we can get, and if some of them overlap, we can decide as a group, who's going to go to what.
It sort of reminds me of when we did a couple of cruises with like the whole extended family, and there was this ridiculous itinerary, and then finally Mom said, "You go on what you want to go on, right? what interests you, you go on."
But that's 100% true.
So yeah, you don't have to go on everything.
Of, for lack of a better term, lack of trust in some cases, and people didn't want other people in meetings that they couldn't hear what they were saying in those meetings. At one point, we had to take a vote on the dais to say that Commissioner Baugh, at the time chair, was the only one allowed to speak in a meeting. We had to vote on that because nobody trusted anyone else to say anything. I don't believe that's the case on this board.
I totally agree.
So
yeah.
I'm more than fine if somebody wants to go meet with FPL and Eric, everybody on one side, while someone else is meeting with broadband on the other, if that's how the meetings work. I would say to talk to Jeff and Amanda and say, set up as many meetings as we can, and then we can always come back and do a work session and do a deep dive download of stuff that other people didn't hear.
Yeah, she knows that meetings can overlap this year. It's not a big deal. So we can divide and conquer. Ron, Baugh, and Ballard.
Mr. Chair, regarding other meetings, I would like for us to also meet with if we can, with the Senate President, Pasadoma. She's a neighbor to the south, and she's a big supporter of this area. And also, if we can get into the Speaker's office with Speaker Renna, he is also a big supporter of this area also. So I'd like for us to be able to get in to see both of them if we can.
Would you like an hour with the governor while you're at it, sir?
I got some golf balls I need the governor to sign, so if he could get in, I'd like to sign my golf balls.
Okay.
I was
Mr.
just gonna
Ryan
say,
Shuttle,
those are some of the standard meetings that we set up with the presiding officers.
Mr. Ryan Shuttle, you're jotting all this down, I assume?
Yes,
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's funny, I still have stab wounds in the back from that trip to Tallahassee last year. That was craziness. And I don't want to ever go through that again. Was it 2 years ago? God, they're still there and raw. I don't know. You mentioned the governor. James is laughing because he remembers. You mentioned the governor and meeting with the governor. I always found it interesting that for some reason the Manatee Chamber could always get a meeting with our governor, but Manatee County could not. So, maybe this year we could try to, I think the governor would be very important to try and get that. Yeah, yeah. We did. We got a picture with him last year. It was photoshopped. The rest of us weren't in it. But anyway, so I think that's a great idea. And as far as the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, absolutely, for both of those. And it'll be nice that we can probably get those set up this year without any help from others. So we're in good shape. And on that note, I found out that it was like we were originally scheduled to leave on Monday and come back on Friday. We've never stayed in Tallahassee that long for a trip. Excuse me, I'm not done yet. I know you're not. Me neither. But the point is, and I just want to mention this, the last few years we had grown, as Commissioner Cruz said, all 7 commissioners, because we didn't trust each other to be up there and say a word, and it was very difficult. But the point is that the expenses for our trips that we do like that, whether it be to Tallahassee or to DC, when we come up, I mean, it's a fact, you are spending taxpayer dollars. So we have to make sure that we're being considerate of that and not stay in Tallahassee or DC any longer than necessary, because it's an expense, and it's very expensive and not worthwhile. So we have to be careful about how long we're there to make sure that we do what we need to do and then we get out. Because trust me, those records are kept and they're used. And Amanda's shaking her head. She knows exactly I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. And so we need to keep that in mind. And I think we need to also look at how many people are going. I know this last year, the administrator and the deputy county administrator, we never had that. Charlie, did you go last year? I don't remember. Yeah. See, we never had all that, before. So I'm not sure that we need all that this year either. I mean, it's really the board goes to speak to our legislators to try and take care of our needs. But this is something that this board needs to take a look at and figure out, how can we cut back on the expenses, and how long are we going to be there for? Is it something that we only stay for as long as we need to get the appointments that we need and then leave? So I bring that up for this board to have a discussion on. I think it's very important. I realize I'm hitting some of you with stuff that you're not familiar with because you've not been in this situation before. But Commissioner Ron, I know you probably know, you've been many times. So anyway, food for thought on that.
So I think Jorge had blocked out my entire week on my calendar, and probably yours as well, because the board said we were going the week of these dates, and he didn't know what days. So I think that's why he blocked out the whole week. I don't intend to be there. I don't think any of us intends to be there the whole week.
No, I would hope
Right.
not, because that's ridiculous.
I think that's how that happened, is the board said, we're going this week, and he didn't know what days, so he blocked out the whole week.
I asked, and not Jorge.
Oh, okay. That was my understanding.
And I was told that, we'd probably come back on Friday. I mean, I asked the administration.
I don't want to stay a whole week. I think
No.
3 days is enough to get it done.
To be honest, a
And
lot
2
of
nights.
the legislators leave on
They're-
Friday.
That's right.
Right, a lot of
They're not
legislators do
even
leave.
there.
I'm going up late Monday because I got a meeting until 3:00 Monday, and I have a thing first thing Friday morning. So I figure that gives all day Tuesday, all day Wednesday is the main meetings, and then
then wrap up
Thursday
Thursday
for
mornings.
through lunch, whatever, and then get
Perfect.
out. Yeah,
That sounds
that's what
perfect to
I'm
me.
doing.
Yeah.
I'll plan to drive up then Monday afternoon, and
Some
we'll
of us
do
have an MPO
Tuesday, all day
meeting.
Tuesday, all day Wednesday, and then wrap up meetings Monday or Thursday morning. Because sometimes you had to cancel something, and so you throw it on Thursday morning.
That's what I was doing. Even if you guys stayed, that's what I was doing because I got
Okay.
a thing first thing Friday morning, so I'm coming back.
I intend to do the same thing. Commissioner Ball?
too.
Yes. Commissioner Ron? Commissioner Bearden? Satcher? Ballard?
Yep.
Okay, it's a good consensus on that. We do tend to bring a crowd. I won't argue that. Commissioner Ballard, you're next on the agenda, on the speaking order.
I just wanted to mention, just to bring up something that Commissioner Cruz said. I do like the idea of splitting up, dividing and conquering, but
do
I
a lot
would
more.
like us to plan ahead to the extent that we can and know who's going to which meetings so that they can be prepared for those meetings. I mean, that's going to be huge because we do have, we have members or we have commissioners who are new, and I want to make sure that we're all educated and ready to go and representing the county as best we can in these meetings.
I agree. It's literally a game plan when you go up there, though. So we lay it out on paper and it looks great.
Yep.
But then when you get there, suddenly things become fluid and meetings start moving around. When we were in D.C., there was a specific House member that insisted on a roll call vote for the naming of 6 post offices. He's 6 consecutive roll call votes. And so all these meetings we had lined up, suddenly we were sort of thrown into chaos because we had a wide open afternoon that was in the meat of our calendar. So sometimes those things happen, but we go up there with a good game plan, and then you have to be flexible, and then sometimes, someone will respond back, or all of a sudden, Amanda turns around and says, the governor can see you in 30 minutes. Well, the hell with whoever else you're
That
meeting with.
happened.
Yeah. And that is what happened. Yeah. So, things do become fluid, but yeah, we will certainly go up there with a solid game plan.
Or some of our delegation just leaves us in their lobby and then says they're unavailable and then walks right past us. with a
Correct.
magazine.
Representative Rayner said she was not available to meet us and then accidentally came into the lobby while we were there with a magazine in her hand. But, whatever. We didn't, it's not like we still think about it or anything. So it's 10:21. We were planning this to be a shorter session anyway because the fair is having the man of the year or person of the year at lunch, correct? So we're all supposed to attend that, and then we'll return here at 1:30 for the afternoon session. Should we open this up to public comment? Unless there's anyone else wants to speak. Okay, so shall we open this up to public comment at this time then? Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on any of the contents of today's workshop? So, ma'am, it's been a while, so please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm allowed to use a different name. Okay, Andra, Manatee County. Happy New Year to everybody. This is am I loud enough? Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. Did I get it? Okay. Happy New Year. This is the first time I've been here physically in a while. I just want to thank and congratulate Amy, Jason, and Mike for winning your election. And I would like to take a moment just to speak and just to say, thank you to all you guys for standing up for us. A lot of you guys are here because of the rogue board we had before. And just want to thank you for that. As far as the legislation or the legislative priorities for this county, I do agree that we need to look at Lobbyist. 1998,
Crazy.
yes, our needs have definitely changed. But there's a couple things that aren't on your priorities. And I'm going to be meeting with you guys this year on cyber stalking. There's been a lot that has gone on this last year with me personally, and I'm not going to go into it because I know this is specific for the agenda items. But this is definitely a personal item for me, and I will be addressing with you guys, each and every one of you, the need for tougher laws for adults. And with that, congratulations. We'll see you at 1:30. God bless.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time for public comment? Okay, seeing no one, we will close public comment. If no one has anything else, then we're going to recess the meeting to 1:30. Okay, we're in recess.
Good morning. Welcome to the Manatee County Tourist Development Council. Today's November the 4th. I'm Misty Servia, and we are going to begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance and followed by the invocation by the Reverend Jeffrey Ice. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Reverend Jeffrey Ice, please approach, and thank you for being here today.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I read up on you guys last night, and so I could be wrong, but I get the impression you guys got to be both creative, what to do with the money that's from the tourists, and cooperative. You come from different points of view on life, so I could be wrong, but that's the impression I get.
Very nice.
So I want to pray for your creativity and your cooperation, that y'all can just work really well together, because what you do impacts the community. So I want to commend you for what you're doing.
Thank
If
you.
you would, please bow your heads for prayer. Holy Father, we pray for creativity and cooperation with this organization. And they make decisions that impact the community. And so we pray for God's blessings and mercy and guidance on them and on everyone participating today. Thank you for allowing us to do this, Lord. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen.
God bless you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, and we will begin, can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, so we will begin with the TDC member introductions. I'd like to start on this end. Ed Childs is not here yet. We do expect him to come in shortly, but go ahead, Jiten, let's do introductions.
Jiten Patel, Holiday Inn, Sarasota Bradenton Airport.
Eric Cairns, Cedar Cove Resort, Holmes Beach.
Shirley Groover Bryant, Mayor of the City of Palmetto.
Gene Brown, Mayor, City of Bradenton.
Misty Servia, Manatee County Commissioner.
Norma Kennedy, I'm Vice President of Parish Civic Association in Parish.
David Wick, and as far as LSC, with the county, I'm the chairman of the Crossley Foundation.
Elliot Felchoni, Tourism Director, Manatee County.
Leanne Keeling, Manatee County.
Thank you very much for that. Moving to the next item, we are good, and we need action on this. It's approval of the meeting minutes from August the 15th. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Moved by Mayor Bryant, seconded by Jiten Patel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And it passes unanimously. And now we'll move to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who has public comment for the TDC this morning? If so, please approach. Tell us your name, and I'm not seeing anyone. Are you sure? Okay. So now we have a very special recognition on the agenda for Vernon Desir and Jack Reinerson, who were previous TDC members. And Elliot, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate it. That was a unique thought by the pastor. Pretty cool. It made me want to just chat a minute. What we're doing is we are seeking balance in what we do, and that's a challenge sometimes because we get a little selfish with opportunities, and we need to tame that to moderately bring in tourism to grow our community, but enhance the quality of life for our residents. So that was pretty cool. I just thought I'd piggyback off that a little bit. So appreciate it. We're here today. There's always change, and we look at change as opportunity, but at the same time, change can be emotional and sad a little bit. Vernon Desir would have liked to be here today, but he had another obligation. And I knew Vernon for 29 years. And he was the first leader in our community that I interacted with. And I was 26 years old. And he, I wouldn't say he was tough on me, but just his approach was a little tough. And I needed it. So he has been my mentor my whole career.
what he did in the city of Bradenton. Of course, vice president at Manatee Memorial Hospital. Dave, I know you probably work with him being on a board. Jack Reinerson was on the hospital board. And big part of Realize Bradenton growth, arts, culture, the downtown development organization, and then what he did to serve this incredible board. So as much as I want to say I'm going to miss him, he's still in our community. He's still going to be active. And we at the Convention and Visitors Bureau can't thank him enough for his support, because the one thing I loved about him was he wasn't afraid to speak his mind. And he wasn't afraid to tell me when he thought I was going off the road. And that's what you want. You don't want people just to always agree and, afraid to hurt your feelings. So we're going to send him a little token of our appreciation, and we know we'll see him soon. The second guy that I love dearly is this gentleman right here. Come on up, Jack. And Jack, I've known about the same amount of time, 29 years, and he was on the TDC when Larry White was the director. Then I'd see Jack coming in and out of the office, and sometimes I thought he liked me better than Larry. I say that just in humor until he did.
I did.
And remember, Larry was a guy that brought this CVB from nothing to a viable, credible, successful CVB. And it was our job to take that and enhance it. And not me, but staff has done a great job with that. Jack, I'm glad you came back to serve on the TDC. I used to tell you, don't leave me until I retire someday. And you're not going to leave me because you're still active in the community. Jack was a commander in the Navy. I didn't know that until we went to Port Manatee one day, and we're in his Lexus, and I don't know if you all know, but he's a race car guy. So we went up to the port pretty fast in his car, and he flashed this ID, and the gates opened like no questions asked because of his service to our country. So first and foremost, thank you for serving our country. You're a big part of our freedom today. And thank you for serving our community. Jack was on the airport authority for years. Look at what SCARQ has become today. A lot of that is attributed to your hard work. And I can stand here and talk about a lot of the boards that you have been on. So we love you dearly. You're still part of this TDC because I need you as an advisor and mentor still. So I expect you to come into the office from time to time and even come by here. Jack was also, I would say, politely tough on me. He has an advertising background. His family owned a newspaper in Winter Haven, so he wasn't gun shy about giving his opinions on branding, advertising, etc. And once again, that helped me become stronger in what I do. So, and candidly, if I was half the man as you, I'd be very, very successful. So thank you. Now, with your time in the Navy, we thought it was appropriate to give you this compass.
Okay.
I think you know where you're going, but this compass is most of the time, so we really appreciate it if I know how to open it. And it has a little inscription in it that I cannot read because I can't see it. But we want you to enjoy this, and there you go. Is that pretty cool or what?
That is very cool.
What do you think? That I do?
Jack,
Okay?
we're glad to see you gone.
I almost said it was a little tough on me. There you go, sir. Would you like to say something?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
It was a pleasure being on the TDC because I've been involved in tourism for a long time. At age 15, I went to work at Cypress Gardens, Florida as a grunt laborer. Then I became a skier. I was in the show, and then I went off to college. Then I went into the Navy and served 4 years active duty. And then I ran a daily newspaper for a number of years, and then came down here and ran a bunch of companies down here for a while. And I've been retarded ever since. Retired, I'm sorry. And, but it's been real fun. And the TDC, I think, is extremely important because sometimes we're ahead of where the city is or the county is. And it is important for the county to hear what y'all have to say each and every time. And of course, the communities need you too. So all I can say is I've enjoyed my time, and I'm mad that they didn't put me back on for another term. The fact that I'm 85 has nothing to do with it, of course.
Madam Chair, can you come around? We can get a little picture after.
Yes.
Anybody has any comments?
I would love that. I just want to thank you very much for your service. That always means so much that you served our country. Thank you for serving on the TDC. I have enjoyed immensely working with you and getting to know you. And I learned some things today that I did not know when Elliot gave your bio. So it sounds like you've had a very exciting life. We wish you the best as you go forward. As you said, your doctor says you have plenty of time left, so go out there with your compass and do great things. Well, let's come down for a picture, unless we have other comments.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if it's all right, I'd like to say, probably one of the first people I met on the MPO board, because we sat right next to each other and got to know Jack, and was real nervous getting on that board as a young council person. So your friendship from those days has continued on, and I really appreciate that, Jack, and what you've done, obviously serving our country and serving our county for all the years on all the different things is greatly appreciated. And you helped me through some of those early meetings of the MPO try to learn, because there's a lot to learn when you get on those boards. So I really appreciate it. So thank you.
I just want to make one comment. I've always enjoyed our conversations, so nothing says you still can't come visit, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Good
That's
point.
a promise?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I would say Jack and Vernon, both of them are very much admiring the young generations or people who know around them to serve for the community and do it better for future. So, all the hard work and all that, what you guys have put it in, that was always admirable.
Not entirely true, because I kept trying to get back on this board.
Okay.
Hell no.
Madam Chair, if it's all right, if I could take a little executive privilege in this chamber, that normally we start it whenever we do a picture, we do the whole board. And I've asked my council, would that be all right if we all got down there with you?
Wonderful.
So I appreciate that.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Yes,
so,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are you ready for the picture? Anybody else have comments? Let's go.
Take a picture from here. You guys stand and we'll get this to the back. Okay. So
Do that?
you want to do that?
Or we all come up. Let's come up and stand around it. Yeah, I think that's better.
Fitchville TDC, the fucker there. Right, right. Nice tight shot in there. A lot of times standing this way, you'll get more room opposed to standing this way. So try to. That's perfect.
Robert, did you work for a hole in Mills back in the day?
On 3. There we go.
Awesome. Thanks, Jack. And we're in this, I'm going to check and see if they have it a year from now. You want to grab that? Madam Chair, can I borrow you 1 second, please?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Come on down. I like to surprise the chair every once in a while.
Might have to go back down.
I didn't put this on the agenda because I wanted to surprise the chair. Wanted to take the time. This is your last TDC meeting as chair, and you and I've known each other for probably 20 plus years.
Yeah, we're
I think so. But I can't thank you enough for your support. You've been great with me personally. You've been great with our staff. It was great how fast that we earned your trust and you allowed us to do that. That gave us the confidence to not be fearful, to go do what we do. So you've been a great listener. And you've been focused really, really well. I know you're going to do a lot for this community moving forward, so I look forward to working with you still and having fun, and we're always here from you. So we wanted to give this to you as a token of our appreciation, and I can read that pretty much, but it says, for your outstanding contribution to tourism for the Bradenton Area Tourist Development Council 2020 to 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Maybe the mic. And then you can say something. Well, you're going to send me an invoice, aren't you? There you go. Go ahead, Missy.
All right. Well, thank you. Quite a surprise. I'm so honored to have worked with the TDC for 3 years now. And Elliot, you and your staff have just been outstanding, the best of the best. So thank you. I will see you all in the community because I love this community and we will continue to work together. Thank you.
Thanks, Misty.
That was very nice. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Nathan Benderson Park. Today we have Stephen Rodriguez. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Of course.
If I can just quickly, y'all have met Stephen. And Stephen and I agreed that it was important this TDC and the Board of County Commissioners have supported Nathan Benderson Park for several years now. And rightfully so. It generates a lot of new dollars to not only the region, but particularly Manatee County. Stephen and I have known each other. We met when he was with the Sports Foundation up in Tallahassee. And he was an incredible asset to us because he was able to help us leverage our sponsorship through grant dollars with the Sports Foundation in Tallahassee. And when we heard that he was hired down at Nathan Benderson Park, you couldn't have hired a better man, better character guy. So I joke around with him a lot. Steven's the real deal. He's as genuine as they come. The customers love him. And his dad's even better. His dad is a legend in the state of Florida, Jose. So I just talked to Jose a couple weeks ago because he's trying to bring us some business. So thanks for being here, Steven, and giving us an update because it's important to this board.
Thank you. And we really value our partnership with Manatee County and Bradenton area CVB. And we look forward to not only relishing in our past and current successes, but there's a lot more to come. So if you look at, this past fiscal year at Nathan Benderson Park, even though we were still getting impacts from the pandemic and so forth, we hosted over 120 indoor and outdoor events at the park this past fiscal year, which includes 1 World Championship, 1 International Cup, 4 National Championships, and we continue to attract international and national visitors and events coming up in this next year. And I have a little video here that I hope you enjoy. That's a little highlight of our spring and summer season to give you an idea, because words, can't describe the energy that we've had out in the park during season. So.
Years of hard work, and this is what it looks like.
World champions, right here.
3, 1, 2, 3,
Awesome.
So right now we are currently still calculating economic impact for the year, which we work closely with our partners and with Sarasota County and Visit Sarasota and hotels and Bradenton area CVB. And right now it looks like we'll be in excess to a $20 million economic impact year for the region for this past fiscal year. But when you look at the videos or the video that I just showed, really the pinnacle of our event season was the International Dragon Boat Federation Club Crew World Championships for a number of reasons. First, this was the first time that event was ever held in the United States. So we, and in addition to that, this was the first time when we went out to Thailand back in 2019, and it was the first time we bid on an IDBF event, period. So we won on the first try, was able to bring it to the United States for the first time, and and if you think 2019 to present, a lot happened in between those years, but another exciting part of that event was because of the pandemic, the International Dragon Boat Federation, they hadn't had events, a world championship in 2 years. So we were the first nation to bring international dragon boat competition back to the world. So, which obviously means a lot to us, right, as a community, but for the development of the sport internationally. And in addition to being the first time in the U.S., being the first to the pioneers to come out of the pandemic and host the event, we actually were able to make additions to that event, and we were the first time that the Club Crew World Championships ever had para divisions. And that's a testament to Nathan Benderson Park, because most facilities throughout the world could not accommodate para divisions, just simply because of layout and design and so forth. So we're able to offer para dragon divisions, and we hope that continues as a legacy for the sport. And then really there are two other outcomes of that event that were very dear to my heart. First was when last minute, within weeks before the event, we found out that we were successful in getting Ukraine to come out and bring a crew out to compete. And here they are in the midst of conflict in their nation, and they can't even, their clubs could not even practice on the water because of what was going on. So really they were able to not only come out and participate in a world championship, but they actually got to paddle on water instead of working out on land. So that was a wonderful experience. And you saw Ukraine in the video there. And the other aspect that was very dear to my heart is, you may not know, but we have our own dragon boat paddling teams that are part of Nathan Benderson Park. It's called MVP Paddling is the club. And our club won 6 world championship titles in their home waters. So there's everyday residents from Sarasota and Manatee that were able to not only compete in a world championship, but now they are world champions. So, when you think back to 2017 in the World Rowing Championships, and think of the positive impact of that event on our community, and not just economic impact, but really, the park was having events prior to that, but really that was the true opening, the introduction of our community, to the international rowing market, right? And certainly the park. And we continue to see, those benefits of hosting that event and that investment with continuously getting rowing events and training teams out to the park and to our community. And we just a couple of weeks ago announced that U.S. Rowing has awarded the Youth Nationals, which we've hosted for several years. So U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, the largest U.S. rowing event, will be coming back in 2023 and 2024 to the park, which impacts our entire region. So that's a huge event, and it continues to grow at the park. It's they have almost 4,000 athletes that are competing for 4 days, plus parents and visitors and so forth. So, but you think about World Rowing Championships and what it's done for us in getting into the rowing market. This IDBF event is the same. We have gotten into the dragon boat market now by hosting the IDBF Club Crew World Championships. And when we won that event, we actually had an immediate impact or an immediate award, and that was we worked with United States Dragon Boat Federation to host their Club Crew National Championships. And the special thing about that event is the U.S. Dragon Boat Federation never had hosted their own national event before. They always would just designate some other event going on. So here we are working with the national governing body of Dragon Boat in the U.S. to help them develop their own property. So the first time they hosted their own national championships was last year at Nathan Benderson Park, and that was a qualifier for the World Championships that we hosted. And last year we learned that they enjoyed the park in our community so much that they've awarded that same event for the next 3 cycles. So we'll be hosting that in 2023, so next year, 2025, and 2027. So the event is held every other year. So one thing I wanted to point out in this slide is the very last event, and that's the International Canoe Federation Stand-Up Paddling World Cup. It's a World Cup. It'll be the first time we've ever hosted a stand-up paddling World Cup. But what's special about that event, it's actually part of an overall award that happened earlier this year. And in the midst, if we go back to the midst of the pandemic, the national governing body for canoe and kayak in the U.S., which is ACA, American Canoe Association, they were seeking a venue to host Olympic trials for Tokyo. They didn't know they were even going to be able to host Olympic trials. And we spoke with ACA, and we, of course, embraced them and said, don't worry about money, don't worry about anything. Our Olympians need a place to qualify for the Olympics. So we took them in, introduced them to our community, to the park, and fast forward within just a period of a year, we developed a wonderful partnership with American Canoe Association, where we worked with the ACA and with other venues in the U.S. to put together a U.S. bid for International Canoe Federation events over the next 4 years. And we went in and we were successful. And there was a huge sweep of International Canoe Federation events awarded to the U.S., with Nathan Benderson Park receiving the majority of those. So we actually ended up with eight events over the next 4 years of various disciplines. Many of these are first time ever held in the United States. So we continue to make strides in entering other markets. I love the paddling market because many of these sports have an easy point of introduction. Stand-up paddling, for example, yes, there are world champion level athletes, but they also allow recreational and so forth. So we're able to have our community participate right alongside with world champion athletes. And the other thing that I like about this, when you look at stand-up paddling and canoe, and this is a market that has very strong ties to the environment. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity to showcase the beautiful natural resources and ecotourism as we're in the international eye in that community, the paddling community here in the future. So there's a lot of great opportunities here as we enter into paddle sports. One thing I wanted to give an update, and I'm sure that you've heard a little bit about this in the papers and so forth, but we are working on a concept to continue our enhancement of Nathan Benderson Park, and Sarasota County has asked us to look into the feasibility of combining an indoor sports complex with the plans of building a boathouse out there on the island. So we've been working diligently on with several different consultants in testing the feasibility of that project. And when we look at that, what is an indoor sports complex? The important thing is, anything that we do out at the facility is to enhance what we currently do, right? But also to broaden, event opportunities for our community. So, we're talking in an indoor sports complex, maybe 8 basketball courts that convert to 16 volleyball courts, high performance training facilities for those athletes that are currently coming in new markets and for other sports. So we'd like to continue to come back and give you updates as this project progresses. But I think this is a wonderful opportunity, another opportunity for Nathan Benderson Park to serve both Sarasota and Manatee counties. So, and that concludes my report and update.
Thank you very much. That was a really great presentation. I loved the video. The dragon boats are my favorite, watching them. So, and I loved hearing about the stand-up paddling because I didn't realize that was becoming such an international, you said, sport. So yeah, my daughter does that and sends me videos of all the manatees that she's paddling around almost every weekend. So there is quite a tie to the environment. Thank you for being here. Any other comments from the TDC?
Madam Chair, how many of the swimmers asked if there were alligators in the water before they dove in there head first?
All of them.
I don't want us to forget, because it's easy for us just to look at all this current success and where we're headed in the future. But I tell you what Stephen showed us in the video and the report, if it wasn't for a guy named Randy Benderson, I don't think Nathan Benderson Park would exist today. I've been known to say publicly that when you sit with Randy Benderson, you better buckle up and be ready, or you'll lose. You'll get a C-. He'll grade us when we bring him stuff. Benderson does more due diligence, I think, than NASA when they're working on projects. So I don't want us to forget Randy is a jewel in this region. And he's not only put a lot of equity in still today, he's putting equity in that park, but a lot of sweat equity from his team. So send him our best and tell him we appreciate all he's been doing for this region.
And Elliot, I really appreciate those comments because Benderson is a jewel. They have brought so much to this community. And with this park, it's created such a special place in the Sarasota-Manatee region, not to mention the economic impact. So thank you for being here.
Thanks, Stephen.
Comprehensive report, really.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, moving on, we have a marketing update. Colby Gason.
Good
morning.
I always like to. So y'all met Colby. I'm sorry, it's caffeine, Madam Chair. Colby's been with us now for several months, and she's really taken the ball and running really, really well. So she really is getting to know our community to sell it and market it effectively and efficiently. So we've been really excited to have her on board. And as I've been known to say, the Colby-Kelly combination, our marketing team is really, really special and really creative for this destination. So she thought she'd give you some insight of what we're doing, and she'll be working hard with her team to start preparing a 2-year budget in the next month or two. So good morning, Colby.
Thank you, Elliot. Appreciate the intro. I'm waiting for my presentation. If it's available. No? Give me 2 seconds. This is my first TDC meeting in here. and I'm not seeing my presentation.
Yeah, I don't see it on the desktop either.
Interesting. Do we want to move on to the next one and I can figure out? I'm so sorry.
Okay, let's do that. Elliot, would you like to give us an update on the water taxi?
Sure, absolutely. The about 3 weeks ago, the Board of County Commissioners approved unanimously to move the water taxi initiative forward, and we really needed that direction to be able to work on specifications to order the vessels. So I'm just going to give you kind of an overview of where we're at. We're blessed to be a part of this operation because we expect a lot of tourists to be riding these vessels. And then we've been getting some great help from MCAT and fleet maintenance as well, because fleet maintenance is going to really work with us to buy the right boats. So at this time, we're going to hopefully order the vessels within the next few weeks. It's going to be two 49, 50-passenger pontoon-style vessels. They're going to be about 50 foot in length. It looks like the county's going to go ahead and have a Florida-based boat builder build them. I can't tell you today on how long it's going to take to build the boats. As you all know, there's supply problems and there's a lot going on, but we're going to do the best we can to get them built. As the three cities that we're working with know, the urban core stop will be the day dock in the city of Bradenton, just east of the Green Bridge, and we really appreciate Mayor Braun and Rob Perry for really helping us out with that. On the west side of the Green Bridge is where the boats will sleep every night at Twin Dolphin. So they're finalizing a deal with them. Then it's going to venture out to the city pier on Anna Maria, and then go from Anna Maria down to Bridge Street Pier, and then from Bridge Street Pier it'll go down to South Coquina Boat Launch. The good thing about South Coquina Boat Launch is it's in construction right now. So we were able to make some tweaks to be able to accommodate that vessel and then go back to the same stopping points going back to the city of Bradenton. Like I told the Board of County Commissioner, the key word is fluidity here, because we're going to continue and Watine with Research Data has been doing interceptors with our visitors, so we're continuing to gather feedback from not only the visitors but the residents that live here. We're going to be working with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to survey the hospitality industry to really figure out a way how we can get service workers to utilize the water ferry. There's always a chance we could have a separate system that really just carries the employees from the mainland to the islands. So we're working through those variables, and there's a lot of variables there. But it's important. I know I've heard it from the TDC, I've heard it from the Board of County Commissioners, I've heard it from the cities, how important that is to get the workers off the roads and utilize our incredible water assets. Out of the gate, and when the boats are ready, it's going to start off on Friday, Saturday, Sundays from 10:30 in the morning till 9:30 at night. A one-way pass is $8 for an adult. The best deal is going to be a hopper pass, $10, and you can ride it all day, anywhere you want to ride, any of those stopping points. And then there's going to be senior discounts, there'll be child discounts, and then under a certain age, it'll be free. And then we'll figure out the service workers. Ideally, we don't want the service workers to pay, because you got to incentivize them to get out of their cars to get onto the water to go to work. So we're working on that. Now, based on Ann's feedback to us, we could quickly add days. Think about it. If we're running in March, are we probably going to need to run more than Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Maybe every day of the week. So that's really the value of having two pontoon boats. They're always going to run concurrently. And this is going to be fun. So we'll be kind of staying fluid. And then once that system is in place and it's working well, then once again, based on community feedback, tourist feedback, we hope to expand it. It could go down to Longboat Key at some point. It can go down to Sarasota at some point. It could go out east towards Fort Hamer. I see a few years down the road, you may have college or high school students who live in Parrish that if we have the parking at Fort Hamer, they drive to Fort Hamer to take the boat out to the beach for the day. How cool would that be? So we're going to keep fluid. We are on the cusp of two more things. One, our attorney's office is working on interlocal agreements with the 3 cities. I should have a draft really soon to share with the 3 cities. Hopefully it'll be the same interlocal agreement that works for all 3 cities. And then we're on the cusp of having finalizing an agreement with Clearwater Ferry. They've been doing business up in Clearwater since 2015 to a lot of success. I think I've publicly said we've tried to turn over every rock and see if there's any negative feedback about their operation. It was all positive. And the co-owner has been on the TDC in Pinellas County for years, so she really knows what we do, why we do, and when we do it. So it's going to be a really good relationship. They've actually now run a sustainable operation up in Clearwater. Keep in mind, I think Pinellas is the most dense county in the state of Florida, so density probably plays a part in that. What I'm asking for the TDC this morning is a recommendation for some funding. And Dr. Hopes is looking at 3 definite funding sources and then some grants. So the one would be tourism tax proceeds. The other would be the beach concession revenues. We have a third party that runs the beach concession, Manatee Concession Coquina, and they give Manatee County commissions. So there's funding there. And then thirdly, the Coquina market that Manatee County is going to run, and there'll be some net proceeds there. So those are the 3 funding sources. And we're looking at federal and state grants that are out there. But what we found out is you have to have a service that is currently operating to be eligible for those. So I feel confident that we're going to get some state or federal funding, probably maybe like a year after it starts. Okay, and then maybe that's when we're expanding the service. Okay, the subsidy is going to be right around that $300 to $4,000 a year. We're actually going to have a matrix, so the expenses will pretty much be fixed unless we add days of the week. But the revenues are going to fluctuate, right? So we feel like if we budget, $400,000, then that should be good enough. The boats. We're still trying to figure out the cost of that, but I'm going to ask the TDC this morning, and keywords up to, so I don't need to come back to you. Time is of the essence, so I'm going to ask for a recommendation up to $950,000. And as you all know, I work hard to communicate with you. So once we get an idea of true cost, then I'll one-on-one you just as a courtesy to keep you all up to speed of how we're going to use the tourism tax proceeds, so you have a comfort level there. So with that, I'm just asking for a recommendation.
I'd like to make a motion
I'll second it.
that we accept the water tax initiative.
Thank you. That was quick.
I've been on Anna Maria Island now for 23 years, and probably prior to that for 10 years. On my very first TDC meeting that I was on, I brought up the water tax initiative, and because it wasn't on the agenda, I was kind of shot down a little bit, but that's okay. This is a fantastic, exciting idea that has a long time been coming. I can tell you this, that from Elliot, you're talking about the workers coming onto the island. I can tell you that we have many people I know from many hotels that have a difficulty in season having people coming onto the island because of the traffic backups. At that point, they take jobs somewhere else. They're set with those jobs, then they don't want to come back to the island. This is a great idea. The other thing, too, is that on many places I have been to in my life, and as a matter of fact, just last year, Rhode Island, and got on a ferry to go out to Block Island. And unfortunately, it was in February. It was pretty cold. But anyways, going somewhere on a boat, especially if you're in a new area and you've never been there before, and getting from point A to point B is just exciting. It's invigorating. It makes you really blessed that you're in this environment right now. Also, as the traffic that we have on the island is expanding each Each year it expands. And parking has always been an issue. I think that this initiative will also reduce the amount of traffic as well as the trolley, reduce traffic on the island also, which is, I can't say enough if we can do that, yeah. So this is something that I'm all in for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, did you have comments?
Yes, and I just kind of wanted to point out, this is exactly what I was talking about rather than for infrastructure. This type of situation, because this is going to, I believe, relieve the traffic congestion and help the islands in a lot of ways. So I'm excited about seeing it progress forward.
And Madam Chair, if I can just echo Mayor Bryant, the next expansion step will be right across the river to either Regatta Point or maybe Riviera Dunes, because I'll talk about the convention center on new business, but imagine convention goers wanting to take a day trip to the island. It doesn't get any better than that.
That's not lost on me. I've been thinking the same things.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I can see this over a period of years expanding and going to Sarasota, going up to St. Pete, Fort Hammer. You can just see that happen. It's just a matter of getting this started, getting the initiative going. Once people start to experience this and see how well it works, I just know it's going to be a huge success.
I agree. Any other comments, Mayor?
Madam Chair, thank you. And I think obviously we're very excited, and the timeliness of it, I think, is going to be perfect. One of the things that I was just thinking about is in a lot of technological stuff. So as they're building these boats, and with the workers going to be on them for the time period, and I don't know if it's something that they automatically do or we can ask them, is, make sure there's Wi-Fi that works and stuff like that. You always have to look back and say, oh, if we'd have known when we were building it, it would have been easy. But now adding it, that may be something, and there may be other things I'm not even thinking about. But, with the workers sitting in their cars, it may be the same amount of time. It may not save them any time, but it gives them opportunity to do other things and still, continue to get there. So
Great idea, Mayor.
Yeah. So thank you.
That is a really great suggestion. I'm so excited about this as well. I have been. Anytime we have an opportunity for multimodal transportation, get those cars off the road and let's get there a different way. It's a great opportunity. And I think that when the businesses understand on the island, what an opportunity for their employees to maybe provide a benefit of giving a pass to them if they will work on the island, so that they don't have to worry about parking their car and getting there and things like that. So it is a very exciting time. Good luck, and I know you guys will do a great job with it.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
we actually have employees that they know where all the little secret parking places are that they can get to on the island, and they will actually arrive early just to lock that spot up,
Sure.
Yeah, so this is a great initiative,
It is. All right, so we have a motion by Eric, a second by Mayor Bryant. All those in favor? Aye. And it passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Raul did call me this morning, and he said that please tell the TDC that I support the water taxi initiative. So just for the record.
Wonderful. All right, moving on to the State of Tourism update. We have Ann Watine here. As always, she has a great presentation.
We're ready for the.
Or do we want to move back to the marketing update? Okay, let's do that. Okay, Colby, come on up.
Colby Gason, take two.
So I know the anticipation of what I was about to present has built. All right, so I am so excited. This is my first presentation to the board. It's my first of many. When I was in Pasco, I thoroughly believed in transparency and what we were doing, not just from the start, but also helping you follow along in how successful we are throughout the year with this campaign that I'm about to present. So you will see me present on some ROIs as we get them in during different campaigns as we go through the season. So, hi, I'm Colby. I'm your Communications and Marketing Director. So, let's start off with who we're marketing to. So, as you all probably know, we follow the nonstop direct flights that come out of SRQ. That is a lot because Elliot and Mark are very good at their jobs. So they have given us a puzzle to try and figure out of how to take the money that we have allocated for our marketing and to really hit several markets, but hit them efficiently. So what we've done is we have our primary markets that we've been consistently marketing to throughout the longevity of this brand, those being New York, Baltimore, DC, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Boston, Chicago. But then we also have these emerging markets. So emerging markets are ones that we're starting to penetrate. We've seen some visitation from them, but we want to take it that one step further and maybe even give them a chance to become a primary in the future. So those include Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus, Houston, Dallas, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Hartford, and New Haven. And then, of course, we cannot ignore our in-state travelers. We do have a very hearty drive market, and those are primarily coming from Tampa Bay, Orlando, Miami, and Jacksonville. And this is all research-based. So it's not only following those nonstop flights, but we follow the data that Anne gives us, as well as some other resources we have. And we are welcoming back our Canadians, so I do have a strong marketing plan to make sure that they know to come here. All right, so how are we marketing to these people? So we're doing some out-of-home, some unique partnerships. We've actually been doing our partnership with the Pittsburgh Penguins for quite some time. That is a very robust marketing opportunity where we have in-game exposure. There's also a TV component. There's a really cool video opportunity that we'll be developing with them, some print as well as a getaway. So it kind of covers everything we do by specifically targeting the Pittsburgh area and Pittsburgh Penguin fans. We are also embarking on a new partnership with the Hartford Athletic, which is a football club in Hartford. So I had the chance to go and visit their field recently, and this is going to be a really great way to help us penetrate the community within Hartford. They have about 5,000 annual fans that come out to their stadium, and that is growing every year. So this is a really great grassroots way for us to grow our brand and really create that brand allegiance to us in a very diverse way. So we'll be doing some fun things with them because they're also going to be doing their winter training at Premier Sports Campus this year. So we'll do some in-market there, and when they come down here, we'll be doing some fun, great things to also educate our local community about the Hartford Athletic. Digital is king, so we'll be spending majority of our money on digital media. So that includes Sojourn, which is a really great media buy that we've actually done through the years, and I've done it in the past, where you can really track your media dollars to find out how that's being translated into spending, whether it's with the hotels, accommodation partners, and also flights. We'll be doing a similar buy through Expedia, TripAdvisor, and then we'll also have Madden Media handling our search engine marketing optimization as well as some display ads. And then I'm really excited to talk about some cool native. So native content is basically, for the sake of better words, faking organic, right? So it's paying somebody to write articles about us, and then what they're going to do is they're going to put the money behind amplifying that messaging. So we've partnered with Hearst again to where we've targeted some of those emerging markets specifically. So we're going to do some digital articles. We're going to do some geo-targeting. Again, kind of taking those wide range of markets and really honing in and pinpointing those people specifically. So we recently had an activation in Hartford. We ran a marketing campaign simultaneously while we were there generating PR to make sure we were, again, amplifying that message, getting the word out about our marketing. Condé Nast is a very shishi opportunity, so we felt that there was some good brand alignment there. We'll be running a full digital campaign with them. And then I'm really excited to announce this opportunity. Matador Network is a very strong creative agency that really excels at connecting destinations with products. So the opportunity came up for us to partner with Leave No Trace, which is a national nonprofit organization that really promotes sustainability throughout a destination. So we are the first in the state of Florida to partner with Leave No Trace. This is huge. So we even beat the state of Florida in this partnership. So we'll be amplifying our Love It Like a Local messaging through this. So what is that all gonna look like, the consumer? So we're gonna be running our Real Authentic campaign. So as you can see, we're gonna say real, authentic, vacation, discovery, escape, as well as some other keywords that we've identified, some adjectives that we can also incorporate into our campaign to really pinpoint the interests that we've also tracked through and other research of what our visitors are looking to do when they come here. So again, everything that's being presented to you is research based, and you will always see that from me. So the ads match different kind of experiences, the dining, the family, and also some couples travels that we'll have incorporated. This will change throughout the year to address who we're marketing to and when. So spreading the news, right? Amplifying our paid media through some earned media. We are going to be doing some group forums, bringing them into market. The brand partnerships, so why I was recently in Hartford is to not only promote our partnership with Hartford Athletic, but also to promote our nonstop flight with Breeze Airways. And I even got to do an in-flight announcement on my way back. So it was a lot of fun. Check that off the bucket list. Don't worry, Elliot, I'm not going to quit my day job. I did think about it for a second, though. So again, making sure that when we're running these marketing efforts, our PR opportunities align with those markets. So going after journalists who are in those primary markets, who are in those emerging markets, doing activation in those emerging markets, again, to help amplify the money we're spending through marketing. So through other opportunities, we'll be doing an in-market event in Grand Rapids coming up in March. And then we'll also be doing strictly press-focused one in Washington, D.C. later on this year. So content themes, we are working on exploring developing a seafood trail. That was an idea that came from someone on our team, and we are running with it full steam. There's a lot of opportunities that can come through that, but really exploring the uniqueness of our story through culinary, also our culture and history, which I feel really sets us apart as a destination, and then different outdoor adventures, but of course, never getting away from our bread and butter, which is our beach destination. So what's new? A lot's new. And I will remind you that it's November. So a lot of these things are already in progress. So Madden Media is, we went out for an RFO for a PR agency, and Madden Media was awarded that. So they are actually the ones who are going to be coordinating those efforts in Grand Rapids and Washington, D.C. They've already helped us land some pretty prominent placements, which I'll be sharing with you next time I present. We are working on expanding our community initiatives. So Love It Like a Local was started as a marketing campaign to educate visitors. We want to take it one step further. We really want it to be a part of our brand permanently and not something that's used so much for marketing. So what we did is we partnered with Keep Manatee Beautiful. This is just one example of many to come. And we did a beach cleanup. And it just so happened to be right after the hurricane. It was planned for a month in advance. So the timing kind of worked out. Fox 13 actually came over the bridge, which is huge. We did live shots all morning. We had 160 participants who collected 400 pounds of trash. I know, even my husband, who was out there on his own, I was like, babe, you can stop, we're done for the day. But it was just a really great community event, and it was a way for us to bring the brand to our local residents. And I do want to tell a brief story. We put a family who had come as volunteers for this event, and they got married down here on Anna Maria Island. They're from Ohio, Cincinnati, right? An emerging market, and they were down here for a month, and they love the area so much. They're like, we vacation here all the time, so repeat visitors, check. And they're like, we want to move down here. I'm like, wow. So So they wanted to come out to this event because they love the destination so much that they're working on making it their home, and they wanted to instill that goodwill in their children. So I think that story pretty much sums up the whole point of Love It Like a Local and why we do it and why we want to start bringing it to the community, because it is a way for even visitors when they're here to get involved and to experience our brand in a different way and to leave with that goodwill feeling that made a positive impact while they're here. So that was a great moment. So we'll be coming up with some other ideas. That was a great first success. There's so many different ways we can take it. It doesn't always have to be a cleanup initiative, but we hope to partner with Keep Manatee Beautiful in the future, because working with them and Jen was just a sheer delight. It was fun. I wouldn't consider that work personally. So other things we have going on, we're working on the initial stages of a destination guide that's very preliminary at this point, so I'll have further updates once we kind of have an idea of direction moving forward. We are working on a sports marketing video, which is literally happening right now. That's why I have a little extra bags under my eyes. So this sports marketing video is going to be huge for us. It's going to be a major marketing asset that the sports tourism team is going to have. It's going to showcase our primary sports that we offer. It's going to tell the story of who we are as a sports destination. So you'll see the story weave in and out of taking you kind of from our more countryside of the county out to our beaches, and how those sports kind of tell that story as you go. So we've also are going to feature our primary sports locations. So that includes Fort Hammer. That also includes Premier, which, Elliot, you're going to be stunned of how good it looked last night. I always have you in mind. And then the convention center, and IMG actually has been a phenomenal partner. So it's going to be a really great marketing asset for us. And then last but not least, we went out for an RFP for a new website. We needed a new website that was going to just provide a better user experience. I think we've got a good one, but it definitely could be better. And we want to make sure that visitors are finding the information they need, because what we're going to consider a KPI in this is we want them to click off to a partner. We want to make sure that we're driving them to where they want to be. That needs to happen faster on this website. So it was just the right time to do some better marketing funnels and capture some more authentic leads through that. So Madden won the bid again. So they will be working on this project with us. Right now it's slated to be a 10-month project. That's just being very lenient. I do anticipate it to probably go faster than that, but we are in the negotiation stages of that contract. So as you can see, we have not been busy. There's a lot more to come, but these were just some of the initial things since I've started that have been some of our top priorities. But I just really want to thank my team. They've been phenomenal and so supportive, and have jumped right in. And I think they're still panting. And then like, Colby, can we have a water break? And I'm like, yes, but let's get back on the road. We've got a lot to do. So without further ado, that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colby. That was worth the wait. That was a fantastic presentation. Any comments? Yes.
I really do think it's a great idea to partner as much as we can with Keep Manatee Beautiful, because really you get so much bang for the buck. They know exactly how to do it and get the volunteers. Yep. We've been very successful, every partnership that we've had with them in the past. Yep. And I do know they have it's Aqua Ventures is having a cleanup, shore and diving cleanup coming up very, very soon. So hopefully we can help send some volunteers to them, because that's a lot of what we market is our beautiful waterways, and how better to do that than work with groups like that, because Keep Manatee Beautiful partners with them. So they have a lot of different, you'd be surprised how many people volunteer in the different groups and the classrooms and the schools. So it's really important to everything we do in trying to market the areas to preserve it.
Thank you so much for that. And I will say we do have a social media account now for Love It Like a Local. So if it's not something we're directly sponsoring, we can certainly amplify other like-minded events through those accounts.
Wonderful comments. Anyone else?
Colby, I guess your energy reflects in your presentation, so keep doing great work.
Thank you.
Yes, for sure.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a couple thoughts. Madden Media is one of the leaders in the destination marketing industry. They're nationally known. They're based out of Tucson, Arizona, but they have reps throughout Florida. So the people that we work with day to day are based out of Tampa and Orlando. But they're known as one of the top in the country, in our industry. So the website is the heart. Everything that Colby, Kelly, Nick Azera does gets driven right to the heart, i.e. the website. And, they're expensive. I would say the shelf life of a website doing what we do is if you get 5 years out of it, you're probably doing pretty good. And remember, we're accredited through the International Association, which is like 2 really thick binders to make sure we have to prove that we understand best practices in the industry, hence the reason for updating the website. So there's how we think is, yes, we have to adhere to best practices in our industry, but at the same time, how can we do things unique and compared to our competitive set? And don't be afraid to be pioneers. Don't be afraid to try something that's nobody's done before. You may strike out, but you may hit a grand slam. So stay tuned on that. It's really going to take probably 10 to 12 months to build out. But Colby will keep you up to speed on that. Just a couple more thoughts. I think it's really important. Connecticut, Ann will tell you, 2 years ago was the top underserved market outside of Florida. So when she told that to us and Mark Stuckey at the airport, when Mark and I meet with network planners, we went after it. And the first one was Corsavello going into New Haven, and that flight's going really, really well. And then Breeze came in with Hartford, and that flight's going really, really well. And then just 2 days ago, Breeze inaugural White Plains Westchester came into SRQ, and it was 90% full. Huge market. So check that box of we're filling that most underserved market. Finally, when you talk about out of home, and I dumb it down for me, it's maybe a bad example. It's advertising on a bus. It's advertising on a cab. It's advertising in game of a sporting event or any kind of an event. Okay, so about 88% of what advertising Colby does is digitally based, okay? Because she can directly target exactly, she can go down to a zip code if she wants. But the reason why we do out of home is if your market is mature. And really, and my good friend Ann may disagree with me, but there's 2 markets, maybe 3 that are mature. It's New York, it's Pittsburgh, and maybe Chicago. So we can get away with New York, Pittsburgh on the out-of-home because they've probably been to our destination. They understand our brand elements, but there's a lot of competition. So we have to kind of say, hey, don't forget about us in a Penguin game. Hey, don't forget about us. And the reason for like a Penguins is you have the great partnership with the Pirates, but they can only cover so many months of the year. So when we partner with the Penguins, and Mayor Brown and I took a tour of their offices and team and first-class organization, they have the #1 market share in the National Hockey League, both in TV and social media. So they were able to fill that 365-day gap, and I'm hoping to see Pittsburgh kind of rise up in the top feeder markets there. We did the same thing in New York, probably 2-3 years with the New York Rangers, the Knicks, the Islanders. So you won't really see out of home. You may see it in Florida a little bit, but you won't see it any more than those couple cities because we have a lot of immature markets with all these extra flights. I've told the media, where's your feeder markets? Well, we're following the nonstop flights, following the new nonstop flights. So that's where Colby is really being challenged to utilize the monies that we have to grow those markets. And then don't forget UK and Central Europe is starting to come in, and I think Ann will give you a little bit of update on that. Great job, Colby. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, fantastic job. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Ann Watine, you're up next. The State of the Tourism Update.
Good morning. My name is Ann Watine. I'm with Research Data Services. And I know you guys have August in your packets, but September is hot off the press, and I thought that it was a little more interesting. So here are our September numbers. We had visitors up by 8.4% in September over last year, and economic impact up by 12.4%. And that is considering that really a lot of properties lost 3 days out of the month. Certainly, if they still had occupancy, it wasn't the occupancy that they expected to have at that period of time. Importantly, though, that September number of visitors is up by 38.3% over this time in 2019. And the economic impact is half again as much as it was at that period of time. So a really strong September. Occupancy was down just slightly. Partly that's the hurricane. But the bigger story is that 12.2% increase in the licensed number of transient lodging units, according to the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation. So there was a lot more to rent. So really that 57% down from 59 needs to be looked at in that context, that you were filling a lot more rooms. And properties have been able to maintain and increase rates. So rates up 4% over this time last year, or up nearly 20% over 2019 for this time of year. And what we're hearing from properties is that they're not getting pushback about the higher rates, which is encouraging. So all of that leads us to RevPAR being up by 1.2%. Or 27% over 2019. So in terms of where people are coming from, I want to kind of point out some highlight numbers. So the first number that we see there, we've got visitation from Florida being down by 15.7%. This isn't a problem. This was expected because this time last year, we were really marketing to those local drive areas. They were the ones who weren't afraid to fly. They were sort of the vanguard of our recovery from the pandemic. So we expected that to normalize. But all the marketing that we did to them is still paying off. We are up 61% over where we were in 2019 with those very important Florida drive markets. So they're starting to normalize, but we're still seeing return on that investment that we were making last year. Similarly, the Southeast is up by 37%, which is double what they were in 2019. And really important markets I wanted to point out. I know that Canada number isn't very big. It's not quite the time of year that they come yet. But it's a lot bigger than the 0 that we had the year before and the year before that. So they are coming back, and they're coming back at basically normal numbers for this time of year. But the really exciting number is nearly 6,000 people from Europe, and this seems to be mostly being led by the UK. We're hearing that market is much bigger than it was even in 2019, but also we're seeing continental Europeans in that number as well. So we are only down by 8% over where we were in 2019. I was looking at some of the airport numbers, and they are also starting to see similar pickup. So they support that this is what's happening. And the last number I wanted to point out here is that opportunity markets. Opportunity markets are the emerging markets that Colby was talking about, basically markets west of the Mississippi. And this is because of the success that the Convention and Visitors Bureau has had doing very targeted marketing to the places with the new flights. It also is because of people who normally would have traveled internationally, not necessarily being willing to do that yet, and so looking for interesting places that they can go locally. or within the U.S. So party size is increasing just a little bit, but length of stay is also increasing. Partly that's that increase we saw from Europe. They stay longer. Partly it's the increases that we've seen out of the Northeast and the Midwest. But it means that we get more bang for our buck if we're getting more room nights out of the visitors who are coming. And it helps properties fill midweek if people are staying longer. So in terms of the fiscal year, this is a major benchmark. For the very first time, we've got visitors staying in commercial lodgings of over 1 million people. So up 11% over last year, an all-time record. We've not seen this before. We're up 36.5% over last year. And I've been saying to Elliot, you guys aren't going to be able to keep this up. This was a bubble. He's keeping it up. It's not stopping. So economic impact up 23.2%. Last year was the first time that we had topped $1 billion in economic impact. This year it's 1.5 billion. So up 23%, up 47.7% over 2019 fiscal year. So in terms of industry trends, the SRQ was basically flat for September. There were issues with pilot shortages and flight cancellations, and all of that kind of accounts for the little dip, if you want to call it that. But the airport is still 26.3% up for 2022 compared to 2021. And in fact, we are over already the number of passengers that we saw in 2019, and we've still got 3 months to go. So in terms of other airports, we were up slightly for September. So was Tampa. So was Sarasota. So was St. Pete Clearwater. But when you look at their numbers and their numbers being slightly higher, they were not up like Sarasota Bradenton was last year. So we're maintaining, and you can see that in the comparisons to 2019 down below, that they had not yet been able to recover the number of people. So looking at TSA throughput, and this is kind of exciting. There we go. So here is flight numbers of people traveling through security checkpoints system-wide throughout the U.S. That is the average number, the daily average passengers in 2019. That was the daily average in 2020. This extends the 2019 pattern forward because it's hard to see when you look at it. So it shows that we're very much mirroring the regular seasonal pattern at this point. But there are a couple of places that, oops, I got too excited. No, the other way. There are a couple of places where we actually exceeded 2019 numbers for the very first time. So the beginning of September, so September 3rd through 8th, we were up, and October 28th through the 30th, the throughput numbers were up. Now, we're looking at 7-day rolling averages. The reason that we do that is if we graphed the daily numbers, it would look like a whole bunch of M's because people travel on Fridays and Sundays. So this smooths that out so that it's easier to see what's going on. Also, if you look at the TSA site, they continually shift the last year so that they're matching Sunday data versus Sunday data, Monday data versus Monday data. This takes out the need for that. So we're doing actual time periods, but with the 7-day average, it smooths out those week peaks. And looking at the occupancy barometer, looking ahead, what we were hearing from properties for October is that they were sold out, and that if they had a cancellation that was related to the storm, that it filled as quickly as it was posted as being available again. A lot of that was recovery workers in FEMA, and that kind of thing was a lot of it. Also some evacuees, but I had a lot of properties telling me that their regular travelers were back. So what you're hearing here are basically good things. There are some properties who told us they were down for a couple of days. One even said that they were closed for the first 10 days in October before they could get up and running. So there were some impacts, but what we're hearing about November is that things are getting back to normal and that we're seeing our regular visitor populations come back again. And lastly, Elliot asked us to sort of modify the travel sentiment study a little bit and talk to people about what their hurricane perceptions were. And so we did that, and we were in the field with a survey. We got our first responses back on October 7th, so like a week out basically from the event. So our first wave was just very first quick tap of October 7th through the 10th. And at that point, we had 22% of the people that we were talking to. And remember, this is global in scope. We're talking to people all over the world and people in Florida, but all over the world. 22% thought that Manatee County had been severely impacted, and 32% thought that we had suffered some minor impacts. We have continued that through the rest of October, and people that responded over that period of time, the perception of severe impact dropped from 22 to 16%. So that those marketing efforts are definitely paying off, that we're up and running. We've only got 3% who are volunteering hurricanes or storms as being something that they think of when they think of Florida, which is a good thing. And nearly half, 48%, say that they're planning a trip to Florida within the next 12 months. We saw a huge drop from those very first surveys till these later ones in the people who said that they thought that the storm might impact their planning. So the perceptions of damage are fading, and people are starting to think about other things. So very quickly, that's kind of a recap of the fiscal year and September and a look at what's coming. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Anne. Any questions?
Madam Chair, I always have a couple thoughts, don't I?
Yeah.
First of all, the record-breaking pace. Do we play a part of that? Yeah, a little bit. We're pretty candid. Coastal Florida's been breaking records. So let's put that in the perspective. We push out our brand really to prepare for adverse occurrences. Okay, so when times get tough, hopefully we've penetrated those markets enough that we can weather that adversity. Hence, COVID 2020, we were only 10% down. Okay, the most severe red tide we had in 2017, it was weathered pretty good. So if y'all want to grade this CVB, grade us on the tough times. We don't need the A+ on the record-breaking times. We do play a part in it, but minuscule, I think. The airlines play a big part in that, and that's why we're putting a lot of sweat equity and equity into that. So just wanted to give you a perspective there. The sentiment studies, and Ann ramped that up really fast for us. Because remember, I've always told y'all that society is geographically challenged. Researchers will tell you that 25% of society that lives on planet Earth can't find the United States on a map. Okay, so we can never assume that they geographically understand. Okay, so now when Ann comes back and says 22% think that you've been impacted severely by Ian, What Colby and her team will do is adjust the messaging in the marketplace, both through advertising and interacting with the media in a very sensitive manner, okay? Because we don't want to punch our family of the South when they're in a terrible situation, okay? We're also going to organically get business from people that are in a terrible situation, okay? And that's another sensitive part. I could tell you during the oil crisis, and it was my first week as director, I was like, God, what are you doing to me? Because I don't even know how to do the job, let alone dealing with oil spewing out of the Gulf of Mexico. But we had a CVB in the state of Florida that's kind of had an advertising that says, we don't have any oil on our beaches, come visit us. And you don't do messaging like that to your family in the state of Florida, okay? So just know that we're not out there trying to pull business from people that are in a dire situation, but you're going to have people come to us, say, are you open for business? And we were going to go there, but we got to go somewhere, so we're interested in coming here. Of course, we are going to try to procure that business in a very sensitive way. I'll be candid with you that there are CVBs in the state of Florida that don't think that way. They'll say, no, we're not even, we'll tell that client, no, we're not going to take business off of our neighbors, okay? So just, I wanted to give you kind of our philosophy in case it's ever brought up, because it's really important that you all know that. Just a tidbit, Air Canada, the Canadian numbers, Ann said, are starting to come up a little bit. I think Air Canada starts today, daily, from Toronto to SRQ. So you're going to see those numbers come up. When Mark and I were at the World Routes speed dating with the airlines, it looks like they're not going to add frequency, but they're going to add more what they call wide body mainline planes. And so the bigger planes, more seats, because there's demand there. So that's a good thing. And that's American Airlines, Delta, United. And we have that opportunity because, like Ann said, there are actually airlines that have good quality planes sitting in the desert because they don't have the crews to fly them. Can you imagine that? Okay, so they have some of these mainline aircraft that now they can actually use for an airport like SRQ to put more people in the seat. So really, really important. And then when you go into SRQ, especially between now and the next 6 months, normally that we've had 5 TSA security lanes. The FAA has approved a 6th lane, which is really important, and they're hoping to have that lane in right after the holidays. But please, when you go to SRQ to fly out, don't go like you normally do, like an hour before. Get there a lot earlier so you can calmly park, take the shuttle, go through TSA to get out of the airport, okay? But that's a good problem to have. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Very good comments. I do have a question about the pilot shortage. Do you know how that's progressing?
Yeah, it's there's a little bit of lag time, but there's a lot of training going on. I'll give you an example. Breeze actually bought 2, Eric, help me, to train as a pilot, the simulators. Thank you. Someone said it. Thank you, Max, pilot. They actually own 2 simulators. So they're actually able to train in-house, which speeds up the process. So I think that you're probably looking at maybe a good year before you really see more pilots coming on board to handle all these flights. So it's going to be easy. But, in Colby and Anna hear a lot, at the end of the day, one of our mottos is let's control the controllables. Yeah. Let's not worry about things we have no control over because it'll just, wear your body down.
That's for sure. Great advice. Thank you, Ann. Thank you. Appreciate you as always. All right. Thanks, moving on again to public comment. Last chance at this meeting. Is there anyone in the public who would like to come forward and make comments? I'm not seeing anyone. Moving on to new and old business. TDC members?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Just wanted to kind of give an update on November 18th. The morning show, ABC from Tampa, is going to be on the pier doing a lot of celebration, and we're, obviously working with CVB, Realize Bradenton, obviously, they'll do the interviews, and so they wanted to come down here and celebrate the successes we're having along the Riverwalk in our downtown and the growth. So we're very excited about that. We worked it out. Obviously, the pier was very excited, but they have to be ready for them about 3 o'clock in the morning, and it starts from 5 to 8 a.m., really celebrating along there, and then from 9 to 10. So you're going to see a lot of press for that day, on the Tampa channel from ABC.
Exciting. And with the time change, it won't be long that we'll be in the dark at 5 a.m., right?
Right.
Anybody else? New and old business? Yes,
Just
Elliot.
a couple laundry lists. I'm looking at you two, and in a very positive way.
Okay.
What's neat is there hasn't been many years that two mayors have sat on this board. It's because, usually the city of Bradenton, you and Mayor Poston, there was always appointing a city councilman. So that's really cool. Mayor Braun has always been a supporter of us, even when he was on the city council. I mean, he always went out of the way to thank me, and I was humbled by that for what we do for the city. And I'll never forget you. So to become mayor and to build our relationship is special. And then Mayor Bryant, we knew each other for so many years. And, I think you and I are candid, but we were curious about each other. I'll just say it politely like that. And when you're forced to work closely together on the TDC and with the convention center, we get to know each other better. And now we've built a strong relationship. We're still candid with each other. She's probably still curious about me, but it's forcing Mayor Bryant to learn what I do and what I've learned what she does, and it's pretty cool. So I just want to acknowledge that, just sitting from this perspective. And with that, quick convention center update. So for those of you who have driven by the convention center, the Marriott is now 6 stories framed in. So 2 more stories to go. They're still on track to, I'm going to say, open their doors sometime in January 24. We should have 30% construction design for the convention center expansion later this month. Okay, so and that's Foley Bryant is working on that. We all know Foley Bryant; they're doing a great job. So I'm hoping. I think the most important meeting potentially of our career is December 13th at 9 o'clock in the morning. That is the first. I think it's the first in the history of collecting tourism tax that will have the TDC and the Board of County Commissioners around one table. And I'm real excited about it. I would go ahead and plug in 2.5 hours. And the good news is I'm not going to talk the whole time. We're going to have some guest speakers. Michelle Schultz being one of the tax collector icon. She's going to give you all an update. And we'll have the airport give an update as well. But we're going to mix it up a little bit. But we're going to just remind the TDC and the commission, here's what we do, here's why we do it, here's when we do it. And then just kind of give a state of tourism and get the tax collector to give a little bit of pulse. And Ann Wateen's going to be around that table as well. But the objective is, when you have success, let's maintain good, responsible decisions. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is get those 2 dynamic boards to look downfield 5 years from a capital investment. Okay, where do you want to go, TDC? Where do you want to go, Board of County Commissioners, in the next 5 years? And I'll tip y'all off. You've heard me say it before. Where is our future? The urban core and what's going on in East County. That's where I think that we're going to focus and see if we can get the TDC and the board to focus on those 2 geographic locations. Not that we are going to stop looking at the islands. They're important to us. They're built out. But hey, if you want to grow tourism and diversify it, it's urban core. And when I mean urban core, it's University Parkway to Palmetto. Okay, because you have that TIF, University to Cortez. That's a big part of our future where, as that's rebuilt, hopefully you'll have millennials and then Gen Zs that are going to want to live there because it's got multimodal and density and all that kind of thing. So that's the sneak peek. Like I said, we're excited. We're already putting together the package, And I really look forward to seeing you all there. So that's all I have. And I guess I won't see y'all, but have a great Thanksgiving. And it's been a busy year. We have to remind ourselves there's that biblical thing where we're supposed to rest on Sundays. Let's get some rest, because the mind and the body needs rest from time to time. Let's not forget that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to all of you. It's been an honor and a pleasure working with all of you. Keep doing great things. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're here.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this swearing-in ceremony for our newly elected county commissioners. I am County Attorney Bill Clegg, and Chairman Van Ostenbridge has asked me to preside over this gathering. The purpose of it is to provide each of the commissioners-elect with a formal and dignified location in which to take their oaths of office to commence their terms. With respect to the sitting commissioners and the newly elected commissioners, I do have to remind everyone we have noticed this meeting strictly for that purpose, for each of those commissioners to take their oaths of office. We have not noticed it as a meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to conduct county business, so I would respectfully ask each of you to refrain from discussing county business during this gathering. So the plan is to bring each commissioner down individually, have them take their oath, sign their oath. My office manager, Patricia Nolan, is here to notarize their oath. And then after that, the chair has asked that all of us take the dais for the purpose of taking some photographs. So there may be some picture taking afterwards. There will be a reception outside in the lobby. I hope some of you have already enjoyed some of the refreshments out there. And we've also made arrangements so that if any individual commissioner-elect would like to make a statement, they can come back into this room and do so for the camera individually without the other commissioners present, so they are free to talk about their goals, their ideas for county business without worrying about the sunshine law. So, Florida Statute 100.041 provides that commissioners-elect take their offices on the second Tuesday after the general election, which of course is today, and their terms of office begin upon taking their constitutionally required oath. So without further ado, we're going to do this alphabetically, which means that first, Commissioner-elect Amanda Ballard and Judge Malucci will please come down and administer the oath, and we'll do that here. And I've got the oath ready for you. So, Your Honor, if you could stand right here, and then Ms. Ballard, if you could stand here. And I'll sort of do-si-do around.
Oh. I can hold her.
She can, it's allowed.
That's so sweet. Okay. All right, let's repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm.
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and the government of the United States
the Constitution and the government of the United States
and of the state of Florida.
and of the state of Florida.
That I am duly qualified to hold office
That I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution of the state.
Under the Constitution of the state.
And that I will well and faithfully perform the duties.
And that I will well and faithfully perform the duties.
Of Manatee County Board of County Commissioners, District 2.
Of Manatee County Board of County Commissioners, District 2.
On which I am now about to enter.
On which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Congratulations and welcome to your new role as District 2. All right, so next, Commissioner-elect Jason Bearden, please come down and we will get you sworn in as well, sir. So once again, if you would stand here and the individual you've chosen to administer your oath, if she could stand directly and can she stand directly in?
Right here?
Or is she going to administer?
Nope,
Your wife.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
It's better if you could come around and stand where the judge
Yeah.
was, if you don't.
Awesome.
And then you'll just read her
Here you hold this one.
there to this pause.
So, okay.
Okay.
We'll see if we can get this
Yeah,
done.
we'll see.
Pretty good.
Would you like me to hold it for you?
Please, that'd be great. I think it'll be okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way we do it, right?
Okay.
Push up stroller.
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution
that I will protect, support, and defend the Constitution
and government of the United States
and government of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified to hold office under
that I am duly qualified to hold office under
the Constitution of the state,
the Constitution of the state,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of
the duties of
Manatee County Board of County Commissioners,
Manatee County Board of County Commissioners,
District 6 at large,
District 6 at large,
on which I am now
about to enter,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, sir. And
Thank you.
congratulations. All right, and last but certainly not least, Commissioner-elect Mike Ron, please come down. So we're going to do the same arrangement.
Go slow.
Trust me. I know.
This looks vaguely familiar for some reason.
Don't need to cry.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support,
I will support,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and government of the United States
and government of the United States
of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution of the state,
on the Constitution of the state,
and that I will well
and I will well
and faithfully perform
and faithfully perform
the duties of which
duties
I'm about to enter.
duties of which I'm about to enter
Okay. For the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners,
for the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners,
District 4.
District 4.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So we need your signature here. And
Am I signing for mortgage or anything? No, it's-
just your life.
Sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. That does conclude our proceedings today. So please, once again, give a hand to the newly elected commissioners. And once again, welcome to the three of you as members of the Board of County Commissioners. We all look forward to working with you. So everyone, please do enjoy the refreshments in the lobby. And I understand the chair, once again, has asked that the rest of us stay in here for some photographs. Is that correct, sir? All right. Thank you again.
Can we take the dice?
All right, I think we're ready, guys.
All right, let's go ahead and do this. We'll take a couple of questions here from the media. Jason Bearden, newest member of the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners. What's it like on day one?
It's a wonderful feeling. I will tell you that this was a long time coming, and it was a lot of hard work. But we're here now, and now we're ready to get to work.
Sure. What are some of the first things you'd like to accomplish in your first year as a commissioner?
You know, I'm going to really concentrate on our infrastructure. I think infrastructure is one of the most important aspects in this county. So I really think that we have the board to really hone in on our infrastructure, catch up with our infrastructure, and see if we can cut down those times that, we were 15 years behind on our infrastructure, and see if we can cut that in half. So I'm going to really hone in on our infrastructure, because I believe that once we can fix our infrastructure, everything else will fall in place where it needs to be, which we're on that road currently as we speak now today.
That's it. I'm good.
What do you see as the biggest challenges as you come into office here and looking at the next 4 years?
The biggest challenge I see is really going to be when we look at the overall picture of what is needed in this county, and seeing how we can strategize in a way to put our county in a position where we can continue to have economic growth, and really look at the overall picture of the county and how we can reduce traffic, I think is going to be the biggest challenge. But I think that with the board that we have in place today, we're going to be able to make that happen.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Again.
God bless.
Okay. We have Amanda Ballard, new District 2 Commissioner, and we'll go ahead and start with some questions on this first day of office. What's it like to stand up and take the oath here today?
Well, it was really exciting. I will say that it was so wonderful. I had my whole family here. A bunch of people came in from South Carolina and all over. So it was really exciting, really humbling. So many supporters here, and I'm just ready to get to work.
When you say get to work, what is going to be top of your list as you start that new job?
My top priority that I think is a little bit unique compared to some of the other commissioners is the opioid crisis. It's been a problem here in Manatee County for quite a while. I want to make sure that the sheriff's office have the resources they need to deal with the problem, and that we're also having a two-pronged approach, making sure that we are prioritizing treatment for the people who are suffering.
Questions from the media here?
What are your thoughts on managing growth in the county?
Absolutely. So I am really strongly focused on District 2. District 2 is a little bit different than a lot of other areas of the county. It really hasn't grown in the same way as some of the areas up north and out east. I really want to see some infill growth prioritized in District 2, and especially affordable housing, because I've been a child welfare attorney for my entire career, and I've seen in that work that there are so many families and children in Manatee County that are struggling with that issue.
Anything else? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so here we are with District 4 Commissioner, brand new.
Yes, sir.
Ron, talk to us about day one.
Well, day one actually started yesterday with all the briefings, but it's been a very interesting and wonderful day today to be sworn in as a county commissioner in Manatee County. It's been a lifelong dream of mine to do this job and serve the citizens of Manatee County and District 4. So I look forward to being a great commissioner for them. I like serving the people. I work for the people, and the people elected me. So that's the reason I'm here today, is I've been blessed enough by the voters in District 4 to vote me as their county commissioner. So I look forward to serving.
And now the work begins. What is priority one as you head into this new job?
Priority one is infrastructure. Working with the Public Works Department and Transportation to get our roads built that are already in the CIP plan, to get those shovel-ready projects moving forward, to move traffic is the biggest thing I think we have right now in front of us. Other issues in District 4 for me are stormwater management, and we have definitely have some crime issues in District 4 that we need to work on, as well as homelessness. So those are the 4 things that I ran on when I ran for county commission. But infrastructure right now is probably our major issue we have right now, and we have a lot of projects ready to go, and we just need to get them out there and get them going.
Growth in the county, what's your position on working with your fellow commissioners to control and work within that growth of the county?
Well, as you know, I served almost 6 years on the Planning Commission, so I'm very well versed in where our growth is heading in Manatee County. I look forward to serving with our other 6 commissioners on sustainable managed growth in Manatee County. We have a great comprehensive plan that will help us grow in East Manatee County, as well as we need to grow within the urban boundaries of Manatee County with infrastructure infill projects that are available for us to do. So we look forward to moving Manatee County forward, having a vision for Manatee County as we make Manatee County the best county in the state of Florida, and we look forward to serving with everyone and making that possible.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Bradenton City Council special meeting, Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. The installation of our two new council people and one repeating. And for the last 10 years, I've had somebody sit on my right and left that won't be there anymore, so I'm gonna miss him as well. But it's been a great experience going through that. But at this time, I'm going to ask Pastor Don Steriano to come up and give our invocation from Kingdom Life Christian Church. If we please stand.
Good morning. Would you bow your heads, please? God of heaven and earth, we begin this momentous ceremony by honoring you, acknowledging, welcoming, and celebrating your glorious presence. We recognize the passing of the torch today and the light of leadership that has been so brightly carried by those who came before the ones who will be sworn in today. We bless them. We bless every part of their life. We bless their new season, declaring Jeremiah 29:11 over them. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you, not to harm, plans to give you hope and a future. And now, as the torch is about to be passed, I pray the same blessings to be bestowed upon our recommitted and new leaders, Councilwoman Mary Ann Barnaby, Councilman Josh Kramer, and Councilwoman Lisa Gonzalez Moore. Heavenly Father, your holy word in Romans chapter 13 pronounces that there's no authority except that which you have established, and the authorities that exist have been established by you. It states that the earth is the Lord's and everything in it, and the world and all who live in it. So we acknowledge today that you're in charge, but we are humbled that you have chosen men and women to warden heaven's delegated authority on the earth. With that, I pray a portion of the Lord's Prayer that your kingdom and your will would be done on earth as it is in heaven, and it would be their guiding light as they govern the friendly city of Bradenton. And I pray this all in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, and please remain standing as the presentation of the colors will be done by our Bradenton Police Department Honor Guard. And we will join them in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. At this time, before we get to the swearing in, I'd like to just welcome everyone, and obviously for the new council people and obviously all of us, this will probably be one of the few meetings that we have a full room where it's all positive. So that's, as we look forward, so I'm excited to see that. So, but I would like to welcome Mayor Poston, who's here today. Had a long run with the city, obviously a great run, so thank you. I think I saw, did I see Carl Callahan? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there he is, Carl Callahan, which great city employee, so thank you. Is there anyone else? I didn't see if Mr. Gallo had made it or not, but also we have Chairman Van Ostenbridge from the County Commission, so welcome. Thank you. Did I miss anybody else? I don't. Joe Henry's here in the back, so he was here at 8 o'clock, longtime city employee. So, and then obviously everybody else in the room with our staff that's here. And January 3rd, 2023, going forward is going to be a great day, as well as for the city. There's a lot of exciting things, and we're looking forward to a positive, another historic council is going to be set. So, you know, when a question got asked to me a couple years ago, what am I going to do with 3 women up here? Now we have 4, and my answer was they all ran the same as anybody else, and they all have the same hearts for our city. So I will always say that it's going to be 6 great people up here and a great staff working hard for our city. So welcome everybody, and we appreciate that. And now I will turn it over to City Administrator Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the city, Rob Perry, and the City Administrator. On behalf of all the residents of the City of Bradenton, Mayor Brown, Vice Mayor Coachman, as well as Councilor Coker, and our city's administrative team, and over nearly 600 employees, we'd like to welcome everybody this morning to Chambers. In starting the installation and swearing in ceremony, what we will be doing is bringing each counselor in up one at a time. At that point, you will come up with your family and your swearing in official affirmation officer that you have selected, where you will be sworn in. After that, you will take your seat on the dais. We will begin today's ceremony with Councilor Marianne Barnaby from Ward 2.
I, Mary Ann Barnaby,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Florida against all enemies,
and the state of Florida against all enemies,
domestic and foreign,
and
that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same, and that I am entitled to hold office under the Constitution, that I will well and faithfully perform all duties of the office of Bradenton City Council Member Ward 2,
all duties of the office of the Bradenton City Council Member, Ward 2,
on which I am now about to enter. So help me God.
So help me God. If I could just briefly introduce my pastor, Pastor Tammy from Faith United Methodist Church, and my family that's here with me today, our son Matthew, our son Christopher, and his wife and our daughter-in-law Alicia, and my poor husband. My long-suffering husband. Thank you.
Next, we'd like to welcome to the podium Counselor for Ward 3, former Assistant Chief, Josh Kramer.
Josh, tell us who's swearing you in.
My wife Maria and the Honorable Judge Heather Goy.
Ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Last chance.
It's pretty much done.
Ready? I, Josh Kramer,
I, Josh Kramer,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Florida
and of the state of Florida
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic and foreign,
domestic and foreign,
and that I will bear true
and that I will bear true
faith, loyalty, and allegiance
faith, loyalty, and allegiance
to the same,
and
that I am entitled
that I am entitled
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution,
that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
perform all duties
of
the office of Bradenton City Council Member, Ward 3,
of the office of Bradenton City Council Member, Ward 3,
on which I am now about to enter.
on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
And last but not least is the latest member of our management team. It is Counselor-elect from Ward 4, Lisa Gonzalez-Moore.
Tell us who you got.
Who's here? Who's here?
yes, my husband Fred Moore, the Honorable Judge Melissa Gould, all of the children. 19 to 9. Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, raise your right hand. I, Lisa Gonzalez Moore, do solemnly swear. I, Lisa Gonzalez Moore, do solemnly swear. That I will support, protect, and defend. That I will support, protect, and defend. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. And of the state of Florida. And of the state of Florida. Against all enemies. Against all enemies. Domestic and foreign. Domestic and foreign. And that I will bear true faith. And that I will bear true faith. Loyalty and allegiance. Loyalty and allegiance. To the same. To the same. And that I am entitled to hold office. And that I am entitled to hold office. Under the Constitution. Under the Constitution. And that I will well and faithfully perform. And that I will well and faithfully perform. All duties of the office. All duties of the office. Of Bradenton City Council Member Ward 4. Of Bradenton City Council Member Ward 4. On which I am now about to enter. On which I am now about to enter. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations.
I think that's best. That's what we keep this going. The judges on the seat. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, everyone, especially to the families and obviously our judges that what I understand is they have to go judge now. So, thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. At this moment, I'm going to call the special meeting of the new Bradenton City Council to order. We have an agenda, but one of my options on the agenda, obviously, is changing the agenda at the time. So at this moment, I'd like to move number 9 up to now, which is recognition of 17 years of service, Councilman Patrick Roth. So if you can come forward. So probably, I know Mrs. Barnaby served a little bit longer with you, but over the time, but the last part of the last 10 years, I've served it with you. And like I said, I sat to your left at one point and then to the right now. And there was probably 99.9999% of the time we agreed and worked well on a few things. But that's okay. You can have times, and we've talked about that. And what you did for this city is greatly appreciated. And you made a statement a little while back that it was very interesting that we looked at. We said a lot of times people don't always know what we're doing or hear what we're doing, but in this last election, I believe the citizens were listening and really made some great decisions and choices. So that's great to see that we do have an engaged city. And even though our city is so small, we still are a small town, and people were there. So I just want to say thank you. Appreciate everything you've done for all the years and through some tough times. You came in, when, as Mr. Callahan said, we were actually cutting into the bone in 9 and 10 and all of that. And that was great that you were able to be there to help guide us in a positive direction. So just from my standpoint as a councilman and then as mayor, thank you for all that you've done and really appreciate it. And I know you're going to miss it. We're going to miss you, but not that much. You're not going to miss that much at times. So, but today. So we'll let any other council members want to say anything and then have Mr. Perry say a few words, and then we'll go from there. So any council members? Ms. Barnaby, I saw those eyebrows.
Mr. Roth, we have always known that the heart of every decision you made was what you truly believed was in the best interest for our citizens and our city. There have been some rough times that we had to go through, but I think we've come out better on the other side. I want to thank you. I want to thank your family. Families serve too. Very best wishes with this wonderful future and that beautiful grandson.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Coker?
Yes. While I just had 2 years on the dais with you, I feel like we have such a history
because of working in downtown and the Riverwalk and Realize Bradenton and all the wonderful things that we've done for this community. And I don't know that anyone could realize how much love you've put into your job. And I know you did it for everyone here in the community, but I also know you're doing it for that grandson sitting right there. And as someone who loves my grandbabies, I thank you for all your service, and it's so well appreciated.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Coachman.
Thank you. Only 2 years with you on the dais, but they were wonderful, thoughtful, instructional, because you have a ton of history. And I owe you. We all owe you. You can say that you came, you saw, and you conquered. All the best.
Thank you. Do you want to just a few words that you're new? Do you know?
Sure, I know. I didn't have the honor to serve with you, but I've had a chance to talk with you, and I appreciate the guidance and the offer for future guidance. I'm positive that you're going to continue to be an active member of our community and a great example of active citizenry. And I look forward to that. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Roth, when we met before I announced I was going to run, you said you just want the ward to be left in good hands, and I appreciate those words to me. Thank you, I guess, for not running and retiring. But I know that day you also spoke about wanting to retire and spend time with your family, and I hope you enjoy every day you can with them. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And one of the benefits now to being out there is you can talk to all of us. Tell us anything you want. Before we couldn't talk because of sunshine, but I'm going to go ahead, Rob, and give our part from the city council on that, and then you can do. So obviously it's not much, but it's a little plaque that is something you hang and you know, for the 17 years of service and that, and a little party at that as we go out. But then also, I know you want to keep this so you can put it somewhere in the house. Keep that. So both of those you get to keep. And,
If you saw my backyard, you know that there's a space waiting for that.
Maybe you can just put it on a post
and then,
on street.
On street parking, right? Yeah. Village of the Arts. All right, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, we have something special for you as well, but I think it's hard to find anybody that has a bad word to say about you. You know, your reputation of 17 years of service, your personal...
You can find them.
Right. You've been a gentleman and a great ambassador for the city, a philosopher, an orator from the dais, and a pragmatist, and certainly a humorist, as we've seen today as well. I'd like to thank you, your wife, your entire family, who I got to know a little bit over the last year and a half, for those 17 years, and really what you've kind of demonstrated is a stick-to-itness through tough times and good times, and in honor, integrity, and grace in doing your job. And in today's government service, that isn't always the case. So we're so proud to have you and so hopeful for your future. We have a small gift from the administration, and we wanted to outdo the mayor and council's plaque, as we always do from the administration. So we put this plaque together with the city emblem and seal, and it's presented to City Councilor Pat Roth, Ward 3. Thank you for 17 years of service and leadership to our citizens, our city, and our team. A job well done. January 3rd, 2023, from the administrative staff, Carl Callahan, city administrator retired, who you served with for quite some time. I spoke with Mr. Callahan. He was very, very collegial in asking that he could participate in extending this award, as well as myself as the current administrator, Rob Perry, and Ms. Melton as the chief clerk for the city. So I want to give this to you with the most heartfelt thanks and appreciation.
And the reason I waited, because I knew that was going to be a one-person picture. Now we're going to get a group picture with all of us.
Those two late.
Yeah, we're going to do that with him. Go ahead. Let Patrick.
Well, I just want to say, you know, thank you. It's you know, I love democracy in action. Thank you all for being willing to serve. You know, if you know, I always tried to remind people when they were, you know, elected official councilman, I said, I'm a public servant. I serve the public. And, you know, I believe in a Jewish carpenter who was a public servant, you know, and that's where I got my faith from. And anyway, so going forward, you know, I many of you weren't around when I cut my teeth on the Wares Creek project, which had been 50 years in the making. It ballooned into you know, a $50 million project, and but also it was 7 government agencies all had to sign on board, and none of them wanted to at the time. So I learned about bureaucracy quickly, and quickly following, as Mrs. Barnaby said, you know, we inherited the Great Recession, and I was like, what a raw deal, you know. I had things I wanted to do. And all the money's gone, and but actually it didn't all go away. But and I thought to myself, well, who better than me? You know, someone's got to get us through this. So, you know, I mean, just personally, that was my view on it. And then, you know, and the reason I bring these two things up is we know we have plans and we want to do things, but the world throws us ringers, you know, and like a recession and really the zombie properties that haunted us afterwards. That was weird. Who could have seen that? And then we got the pandemic, and you know, and all that followed on that, and economic turmoil. So the point is, we can plan for the future, but be ready, be nimble, be willing to you know, to do what it takes, because we don't know what the next thing is out there, and you all now have it. I welcomely pass the torch, and I do want to, you know, the other thing I've heard too is that, you know, we didn't always agree. I don't think there's ever been a time I've served on this council where we've agreed. You know, it's there's been, you know, hot debated disagreement, but we call a vote, we live with the vote, and you accept the vote, and then you move on to the next thing. And that's just been always the way it is. It just isn't personal. It's business. It's all about public service, democracy, and you know, that's the way. 3 votes win, and we go forward. And I've always abided by that. So. I do want to thank Mr. Perry for coming on board. Mr. Carl, thank you for working with you. And really, most of all, you know, I want to thank my beautiful daughter and my little grandson there, but my loving wife lived through 5 election cycles. And that is not fun. And, you know, she's been a real camper, and I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of this whole family here. And cousin, I'm sorry, my son-in-law Ray is home, bringing home the bacon. Their flight got in 2 a.m. last night because the airlines delayed it. So he's working. He was going to be here, but plans changed. Anyway, thank you all for willing to be serving. Good luck, Godspeed, and my prayers are with you. Marianne, God bless you.
Oh, yeah. He's got a walk farther.
so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for moving the agenda.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving forward, number 6 on is the election of vice mayor. And I think this is done, there's been some talk about it over the years, but this is the best meeting to do it at since had the special election or special meeting. So Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
at this point in time, per our city charter, the city council must select a vice mayor to serve for the following year. And it is my honor to put the name of Jane Coker into the nomination.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Mayor, I second.
We got a second? All right. Any other nominations? Hearing none, we'll start the vote. And it's going to be different now because we got to do it. But Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5.
I'm still last. Yes.
Well, we rotate. So. All right, thank you. All right,
Thank you.
so
Thank you, everybody.
Vice Mayor, appreciate it. All right, and then the next on the agenda is appointment of the CRA Board Chair and Vice Chair. Mr. Rudisell, I know we discussed this, but can you explain why we're doing that in this meeting? We have an option.
It's simply because the statute requires the governing body of the city to appoint the chair and vice chair of the CRA. So that's why it's before the council.
Okay, so the chair will open discussion.
Entertain a motion?
Entertain a motion, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Chair of the CRA, Josh Kramer.
Second.
All right, any further discussion on that, or any other nominations? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, and then for the vice chair, chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to appoint as Vice Chair Councilwoman Mary Ann Barnaby.
Is there a second?
Can I abstain?
No.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second for vice chair. Is there any other discussion? Any other nominations? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
and 2.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, moving on, new business. Mr. Perry?
We have under item 8, Police Department Subgrant for Highway Traffic Safety Fund, slow down and stop on red. There is an agenda memo as well as a copy of the relevant grant documents.
All right, so any questions,
And
concerns?
Chief Bevan is available.
Chief Bevan's coming up.
The matter, and answer any questions related thereto.
Since I'm aware I'm the next to the last thing standing between a celebration and bagels and cream cheese out there, I'm not asking for money. I'm simply asking the council to approve this grant. The reason it was put on the agenda for today is the sooner we can get this $45,000, the sooner we can buy equipment, put our officers out there on overtime, enforcing our traffic laws and saving lives. So I'm seeking approval for this.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move for approval of this request before us with the subgrant for the Highway Traffic Safety Funds as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Perry?
Next item of business, Mayor, is the approval of an interlocal government agreement with Manatee County for temporary right-of-way maintenance. In short, what this does is currently the city has an agreement with Florida Department of Transportation to perform medium maintenance, and this transfers that responsibility with accompanying funding from the city to the county who's agreed to accept that responsibility. You may have seen some of those improvements out by the causeway. They look very nice. They have been well installed, maintained, and we're looking forward to our partnership with the county to beautify and improve that important city thoroughfare and major arterial.
Right, and one of the things that kind of started a couple of years ago, kind of looking at some of the interlocal agreements and the way that our medians and the way our city looks, as well as the county. And Chairman Van Ostenbridge is here today, and he's been spearheaded that on the county side. And it's one of the things that I think we need to do as a city, county, working together. We don't need to have 2 or 3 groups out there kind of competing and not doing a great job. Let's have one group doing it perfectly. And I think if you drive down 34th Street, south of 53rd Avenue in the county, if you drive 75th Street, if you drive on 53rd, the county has implemented this probably within the last year plus, and you can really tell a difference. The biggest thing that I think this will do is not only, it looks great when they do it, but how does it look in 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 8 months? And that's what this agreement does, is it continues that. Because again, most of our roads that are the major roads are state roads or county roads, but they're in the city. So let's keep them going and looking good. Because if we're going to, and I've said this quite a bit, if we are going to code enforcement our residents, we should also code enforcement ourselves to make us look good. And that's something that I think we need to keep working on. And a wise man once told me, we can't be Disney, but we can be Disney-esque. And that's what we want to try to be, to the point of, how our city looks. So that's why I thought this was important. Jim's done a great job with his staff and working with the county staff to keep this moving forward, as well as our staff can work on other things instead of trying to maintain that or do it. So, but that's what I've got. Any other questions, or Chair will entertain a motion?
I make a motion to approve the interlocal agreement with Manatee County for temporary right-of-way maintenance.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
2.
Yes.
3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. Mr. Perry?
Mayor, the last matter of new business is a request for a motion for approval of a downtown maintenance initiative. If I may approach the dais. We don't have.
Yeah, wait till you get there.
Stay put.
Yeah, then.
We don't have a memorandum on this within the package. I would incorporate by reference the memorandum that I dispatched to council on December 20th, 2022. I have had the opportunity to speak with each and every councilor about this initiative. What it is, in short, is a series of downtown Main Street and Riverwalk improvements for beautification, general maintenance, and specific maintenance. There's a number of categories. The Rossi Park lawn is included in the package. That has already been budgeted for the Forever lawn. We have replaced that several times. These initiatives are all through Public Works by and large, and Mr. McClellan and his team have done an excellent job of putting things together and really posturing them before council for approval today. Most of these have been approved within the budget or within budget items, city center, general budget category, and things like that. Really what we're looking for today is in some categories, the formal procurement approval, yourself acting as the ultimate procurement authority on behalf of the city, and there's a series of different items. Again, the Rossi Park Forever lawn, the traffic safety bollards, which we had all discussed regarding trying to make the downtown corridor, and when we do activation events, more pedestrian friendly and safe. We'd have to have an incident where an individual was able to penetrate that corridor, which is a pedestrian walkway for the better part of the public market, New Year's Eve, and things like that. And so we had asked Public Works to look at the technical aspects of installing and maintaining and operating that bollard safety program, which they did. And that is funded with half-cent sales tax. fund, and it's approximately $86,000, and so it comes out of the paving program specifically. City Center Garage, interesting issue there, which is basically it's a precast concrete panel garage. It's the premier type of vertical construction these days. A garage does something that most buildings doesn't. It shakes a great deal. And so the tolerance between those panels sometimes will be compromised. There's a system, and this is probably too much information, of flanges and caulking and sealing. Because of the shaking in that garage, we have to revisit that and do some improvements to prevent leaking. It's preventative maintenance. What we have been able to do is get an estimated cost. We've done an engineering study, excellent by Mr. McClellan and his team, a course of engineers at Public Works, and as well as brought in external engineers with specialty in these types of garages who have recommended these improvements. The estimated cost of the improvements is $110,000. There is warranty issues that we've talked with the project manager on that is willing to do cost share. We don't know exactly what that'll be. We're hoping along the lines of 50-50 thereabouts, and so that 110 is the upper end of that particular cost associated with those preventive maintenance repairs. From thereafter, there will have to be continuous preventative maintenance, but not at this level. We think this will solve the better part of the problem, at least for what we estimate to be about a 3 to 5 year lifespan for the improvements, is what we're told by most of the folks that deal with that type of construction and structural issues. Main Street concrete sidewalks surround, deep clean. You've gone up our flat work, which is composed of decorative concrete, different types of layovers and things like that. There is a lot of different types of contaminants and debris and markings on it. We want it to look good. I think you used the term Disney-esque. When you go down Main Street, we want it to look as a first high quality downtown area. And in order to do that, we have, again, maintenance issues. We have bought folks out. This particular contractor that gave us the proposal, and he did a demonstration for us. He was able to get up a lot of those markings. They're going to basically do specialized type of washing of the flat work concrete surfaces, and then a sealant, actually a color actuator to bring back some of that color, and eventually a sealant to it as well to protect it. After that, we will be maintaining it internally with Public Works staff that Jim has done a great job of putting together an additional what's called a downtown action team, which will consist of 4 people that have to get out there basically at 4 to 6 a.m. before traffic arrives and keep up the maintenance on that. Downtown road striping as well to make the roads look a little bit better, as well as the Barracuda live vegetative landscape project. Though there's grass, there's different types of vegetative landscapes, there's trees and the like, and we basically think it would cost about $40,000 to do upgraded steroid injections, proper fertilization, chemical treatments basically over a period of time to keep our greenery looking green. We are the tree city, as we know. Lastly, there's the parking garage signage, and this is an item that we had been talking about that I don't think it will fit on Elmo. We can try. We can try, okay. Let's do this. I'd like the public to see it, actually, if we could. Yeah, it actually does fit pretty well. That, I believe, is a size dimension is 6 feet by 12 feet. It'll be visible pretty much from all the way down to O'Bricks. It's an outdoor Datronics type screen that you'd see in sports stadium and the like. It's a specialty type of product. It isn't like the big screen you'd put on your wall outside or on your patio or anything like that. I'm told you can throw a baseball at it and it wouldn't hurt it, which is good, and it comes with warranty and the like. We are asking for approval of this. The funding for this is approximately, I believe, $60,000, and it is included within the city center budget as well. And the issue with it is we need a procurement. In order to do a procurement like this, we would be talking about probably a good deal of time. It's a sole source product that we want this particular product in and of itself alone. This is the same company that installed the product at Manatee High School, Venice High School, and the like. They've had good experiences with that. The cost of the product has come down substantially. This is about $60,000 installed with warranty. Whereas I think when Manatee High did it, I think Merrick told me that the foundation that put that in was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, several hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we think this fits as an activation for downtown. What we would use this for is dynamic types of presentations. If you remember when Channel 10 did the Good Morning from Bradenton series, they did 12 different pieces on all the interesting things and people in Bradenton and the like. Wouldn't it be nice to see that 2 or 3 minute program as we're walking through Public Market on a Saturday morning and feature other people and things and places and the great history. And it's a great communicative medium of digital world. So that's what we're looking at. If we had to go through the procurement process, we would miss the entire season basically, and probably be at the end of the summer. It will only be in dynamic mode, and we will have an operating manual for this when the bollard's in place, because there is issues regarding digital signage and traffic safety and the like. And generally speaking, I did some research. I found that National Traffic Safety Institute, NHTSA, did a study of 433 different studies that are out there on digital billboards, and they came up with a lot of information, but it was fairly de minimis in their contributions to traffic accidents at high speed. Of course, the corridor we're talking about is a low-speed corridor, but to do it one better, only make it in dynamic mode when it is blocked off and only for pedestrian traffic. What that allows you with is a digital signboard otherwise that is regulated to FDOT standards, which basically you would say, parking, proceed to 3rd Street, and arrows, and we can put messages up there. You don't want the message to change under the FDOT standard. I think it's every 30 seconds, maybe 20, and the like. But it provides, again, a great communicative opportunity to show ourselves as a leader in downtown activation. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, and I think, I think one of the positive things too is it also will help activate the retail even more underneath there to really get people going. And I think, as you've seen over the last couple of years, the events downtown are starting to grow. Obviously, they had slowed a little bit before COVID, but then with COVID, it kind of stopped everything. And it's going to be, why are we different? And I think you saw that with Realize Bradenton. We had a 30-minute presentation on with Allison Walker that's showed a couple of times with Karen and that. And my all day New Year's Day, our phone was blowing up saying, great for the city of Bradenton, from people watching that. And so those are the type of things we can show at times and get on it. And I think it's really, it's from the standpoint of, why do we want to have more events downtown? What's going to make it better? What's going to do it? And, for the Forever Lawn you talked about, we saw how we were, right now, the sod needs replaced if we needed to do it. And on Rossi Park and with the Forever Lawn, you could have an event every weekend if we wanted, and it wouldn't affect it. Plus, talking to Dave Tomasco of Sarasota Bay, they looked at it from the standpoint of environmentally friendly and have found that those are coming out where they're a little bit more environmentally friendly, because we're not fertilizing, we're not watering, you're not doing all of it. So it is helping. So just overall, I think it's a great presentation, and we can go with it. So any questions from the council?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
We've already talked about this, and I think all the beautification and the maintenance initiatives are completely appropriate. I support the electronic signage because it's a vehicle for more communication with the citizens. I love, the continued revitalization of downtown, and I think that's important and will be helpful. I also understand that this has been budgeted and that it is not detracting from any other parking initiative or project, and so I support that as well. To the extent that it speaks to aesthetics in downtown, I would like to make the suggestion that we consider discussing this particular initiative at the next council meeting, because this is the first potentially that the public is hearing about it, and would we like to give them the opportunity to reach out to us or publicly comment at the next meeting to the extent that they would like to comment about the aesthetic of the electronic signage.
Mr. Perry, have any comment?
The only thing I can say to that is that I think it's, when I go to Public Market or I go to New Year's Eve, there's a lot of people out there, and they're engaged. I think that the pluses outweigh the minuses by tenfold. I think we're trying to establish a modern city, capitalize on our superpower, which is the downtown Riverwalk with all the other great places. I think we can take it out to the public, but I think if we start looking at taking projects like this out to the public, it becomes a very protracted process that can lead to a certain degree of delay and paralysis. And that's a policy decision you can make. This is a fairly, I mean, Orlando has one, St. Pete has one, and the like. This is what downtowns do. And that's all I can leave it at.
Yeah, I know my wife and I were driving through Orlando a week ago, and we found 3 of them in their downtown. And one of them was a private business, but the other 2 were city things, and it was good to see. So, Ms. Coker?
Yeah, I think, we've all been here for so long that we forget how we know where everything is, but I would like to see us have more wayfinding, and I think anything that's going to help promote, hey, next weekend we're having this, the regattas next weekend, and people who are down there this weekend are going to say, oh, wow. And so I like the idea. I'm not saying I'm not all for getting the public involved in all this, but on this item, I'm prepared to support it. So,
Is that a motion?
And I would be requesting a motion, an omnibus motion, which would approve by incorporation by reference all of the initiatives that are included in the memo, basically, and I would provide it to the clerk.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it for discussion. I know Ms. Coachman has something she wants
Okay,
to
we
say.
have a motion and a second. Ms. Coachman?
Thank you. All the reasons, the pros, and haven't heard very many cons because it would benefit the city greatly. My concern is, I know we talked about the high schools have put signs like this up. This sign will be quite vulnerable, and it's not going to be up very high. So any studies on it being able to withstand more than a baseball?
Yeah, it will not be reachable.
Yeah, it wouldn't be reachable. That's a pretty good question. I don't know, right, what the tolerances are for different types of vandalism or interference or missile attacks or anything like that. But I think it's fairly elevated so that at least it can't be, as the mayor pointed out, reachable.
Yeah, nobody will be able to reach it, and you'll be able to throw anything at it, but you can throw anything at the windows, you can throw it.
And I'd also just point out that the area is under video surveillance by
So you'll see
BPD.
it happen.
Yeah, right.
We'll catch them, so hopefully.
Right, yeah.
Well, okay, I just the maintenance part of it, if that's budgeted as well, because that could get pretty expensive. So, watching the money.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, I was wondering if Councilman Kramer wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, when we met and it was discussed, I thought it was a great idea. Are there speakers? I don't remember. Are there speakers associated with where you were talking about if they replayed the Channel 10 video?
Right. We will have to put in an audio system and regulate the audio to a acceptable level. We talked about things like the lightning games and having special events that watch parties, whatever it might be. It's virtually endless, the functionality of it. Right. But we have to be sensitive, obviously, and the operations manual will address those.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? All right. Hearing none, we have a vote to approve the memorandum with Mr. Perry. And we'll start the vote in Ward 1.
Yes.
2.
Yes.
3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Nothing further, Mayor, Council,
All right.
under new business. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any closing comments by council?
I think we all want to say something, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
All right. We'll start in Ward 1 then.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Ward 2.
I would just like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank the citizens that have put their faith in me. I would like to thank all of the campaign volunteers that came out, and there was many Saturdays and Sundays where it was over 100 degrees and you're going door to door. And I would get home and would have like salt encrusted on my arms from sweating so much. And I know that everyone that was out there walking with me kind of had the same experience. Serving is an honor, and serving in your hometown is a special privilege. So thank you to my family. You're one of the major reasons I chose to do this, and I can't do it without your support. I love you, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Barnaby. Councilwoman Moore.
I would just like to tell everyone, including my family, but also the citizens of the city of Bradenton, that it does not escape my attention, and I think about it frequently, that you've put confidence in me, and I don't take it lightly. And I commit to you that I will do my very best and that I will work as hard as I possibly can to make sure that we are all looking forward to making a bright and vibrant future for the city that we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kramer, that's going to get...
You only got to say it once.
Councilman Kramer.
All right. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I had a speech prepared. I'm not going to give that deference to Ms. Moore, who did not have one prepared. I'm kidding. What I was going to speak about is partnerships. And my first zone partner is sitting right out there in the audience. It's Valerie, then Robinson, now Knight. She was a young woman then. She's a young woman now. But we were zone partners, and we had to trust each other. I now have new partners, not only us council members, but also all the employees in the city. We need to remember who we're all working for, but also who we're working with. And I think we need to make sure that they have a safe, fun place to work, that they're paid a competitive wage that is going to make them want to stay, like many of us in the police department have over these years. And I think if we can all work together to get that done, the city has a very bright future. I also have to thank my wife, Maria, because without her, I am not sitting here. Thank you, my darling. I love you.
Councilwoman Coachman.
Absolutely. First of all, just thank you all for being here, especially the families that have put up with these guys running, because I know how that feels. I just want to say I gladly pass the torch of Vice Mayor to Councilwoman Vice Mayor Jane Coker. And this is a historic council. It has been, seemed like every cycle now, every election cycle we've been making history, and we're making it again. And all I can just say is we're ready, let's roll.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, as I said when we started, we're going to look forward. We're not looking backwards. We're going to work together. We are going to have sometimes when we don't always agree on everything, but we can be cordial. And unfortunately, that hasn't always been the cause in the past, but we're going to forget that as much as we can and move forward with the great. Everyone up here has a heart for our city, and we're going to work together, and everyone out there obviously has a heart for our city. And I just want to thank all of our police officers. Don't know why they're here today. I've never been to this many swearing in where there was this many officers here. Deputy Chief, So we thank you for what you do every day, obviously, and go through it. And thank all of our staff, because we saw that through the holidays and through the things that whether it's in public works, planning, all the way around. So we appreciate all that everybody does and look forward to a positive and productive 2023 moving into this year. So what I'm going to do is bring Pastor Don Steriano up to give a closing prayer, but I am going to adjourn the meeting first. So we'll be adjourned and we'll bring you up to do the closing.
Listening to the heart of so many good leaders that love this city, how you have highlighted cities throughout the ages to do great things. And I believe in this age, in this century, in this year, Bradenton is one of them. So I bless not just those that were sworn in or re-sworn in, but all that have chosen to serve the friendly city of Bradenton. I pray that they would be filled with the abundance of wisdom and discernment, that they would be fueled by your divine love with joy that overflows, peace that subdues, patience that endures, kindness that reacts, faith that prevails, gentleness of heart, strength of spirit, and a life filled with virtue. That they would serve with the heart of a king, and they would rule with the heart of a servant, knowing when to be the lion and when to be as a lamb. I pray that they would walk in unity when finding themselves on the roads of diversity, honor during disagreement, compassion during conflict, and a peace that surpasses understanding when they find themselves under pressure. By faith and declaration, I release over them all, Isaiah 54, verse 17, that no weapon against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment shall be condemned. For this is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is from me, says the Lord. I pray that they would deeply know their true identity, and is not what they do or the title they have, but they're all sons and daughters of the perfect Heavenly Father, and they're perfectly loved. So may the Lord bless you, keep you, cause his face to shine upon you, be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. In the name of the Father, and of Jesus the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you. And celebration out in the lobby area out there. Picture. Yeah, we'll get the council pictures, and then yep. And then, but will everybody go out to the lobby? And Mr. Callahan, would you lead them out that way?
Listed as the gold standard of government leadership awards, the Blue Pencil and Gold Screen Awards feature 51 categories in which communicators can submit work reflecting the range of tactics employed by government to deliver information to the public. More than 90 local, county, state, tribal, and federal agencies were recognized for excellence in government communications during the ceremony that took place in Louisville. Of the recognition presented that night, Manatee County received 2 first-place awards. Previous winners of these awards include the National Park Service, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the USDA, the U.S. Army, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Postal Service, and the Internal Revenue Service. We certainly hope we didn't make any enemies by winning these awards. Bringing home a first for her attention to detail and excellent artistic abilities was Amanda Henk-Schenklepor. Amanda designed the 2022 Only in Manatee calendar that you probably have proudly hanging in your home or office. You might not see Amanda a lot, but her impact is visually represented every day in almost everything that we put out to the public. Her creativity, coupled with her keen eye and sharp wit, are welcomed assets to the information outreach team. Oh yeah, and she loves otters. Winning first place for his work on the 2021 Employee of the Year video was Casey Zempel. Casey had the honor of highlighting the important work and huge impact that transit operator Patricia Adams has on our county every day. Casey can often be seen flying the county drone, gathering footage for future productions, providing voiceovers for award recap videos, and brainstorming new ideas with his incredible colleagues. These 2 awards represent the best Manatee County has to offer and reinforces the information outreach team's goal to inform, sometimes entertain, and constantly remind citizens why they love where they live.
Hi, I'm County Administrator Scott Hopes with an easy way to get around and get out and see Manatee County. Come on, let's go. From enjoying the boundless beauty of nature with a quick ride to Robinson Preserve to cooling off at the Lincoln Aquatic Center, our MCAT buses will get you there safely and efficiently. From world-class pickleball at GT Bray and fishing from the Palmasola Causeway to checking out some light summer reading at the library, the bus will get you there. From free trolleys on the island that will get you to our world-famous beaches to regular routes serving the world's fastest-growing airport. Manatee County Area Transit is a great way to get around and get out and see Manatee County this summer. Thanks, Pat. Same time next week.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility: to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future.
I bet we can figure out how to send it.
Okay, welcome back. Thursday, January 25th, 2023. This is the second half of our workshop today. The first half was on our legislative priorities, and now we're in a 2023 strategy session portion of our meeting. We're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment at the beginning of this portion. So if anyone is here who would like, from the public, who would like to speak on strategies for 2023, please come forward. When you start speaking, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Uh-oh, there's another yellow.
First name, last name, county of residence, sir, 3 minutes.
With one of these, I usually get to go up where it's already on. All right, let's try this again. My time starts over this. I'm Jack May. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I am here today to ask you to think about, as you begin your planning for 2023, to rectify what I think was a mistake. Some of you here will recall back in August of 2017, I know of at least one commissioner here who attended that meeting. And it seems like because of fear and I'm not sure what else, but we managed to vote to remove our Confederate memorial that is a memorial to the soldiers. Now, I'm a 20-year soldier. And so I've got a heart for that. I think that I think it's our opportunity now to right a wrong. I think it's our opportunity to bring back a part of our history that is a crucial part of Manatee County history. And I would like to see you add that. This is a strategy meeting. I would like to see you add that as an item that you would address this year. And if anybody has any questions for me or would like to know anything else, it's going to take longer than 3 minutes, so I'm always available. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from the public? Ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak on a 2023 strategy item.
This is Deborah Clark in the county of Manatee, over on northwest side. Not too far. It's raining outside. Anyway, I wrote this back on, I want 2 points to be made. I wrote this back on August 24th of 2017. We all know what happened, those of us that were there. Our Confederate monument, which had stood in Manatee County since 1924, was spirited away under the cover of night, okay, at 3:30 a.m. A Black Lives Matter group that had been bussed in from out of town the day before, protesting against our citizens downtown, demanding that the monument be removed. Folding from their pressure, the following county commissioners voted to have it removed. May I state their names? That would be Charles Smith, Betsy Benak, Carol Whitmore, and Priscilla Trace. As you can see, and I have pictures here, I'm happy to share them if you want to see them. It broke into 3 large pieces, okay? 99 years ago, that monument was erected right across the street. And I said before, and I'm going to say it again, if we take history out of our country, it is doomed to be repeated again and again and again. I don't know what the motivation was for these commissioners, okay, to not only side with a very, very liberal, progressive Black Lives Matter, and there's others like that, but they were very violent. I was there at the protest. Our citizens were very peaceful. They were not, okay? I don't know how many of you were there. It was not a pretty sight, okay? But you cannot remove a county's history or a state or a country's history by removing this and that and the other. It's just, they were just causing trouble. That's all they were doing. And they were one by one by one by one with all these statues and monuments trying to say, it's racism. I'm not a racist, never have been. It's happened. And if that is removed from history, then you're going to have problems with racism. You've got to understand what happened, accept it, and move forward. And so having said that, I just give my time to whoever else. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to come forward? So to be clear, we cannot pass time onward. So you'll just have 3 minutes, ma'am. But please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County resident. So now that I know that this monument is coming up, I got a lot to say about it. Like, it should never have been removed to begin with. And, of all people, Black Lives Matter. I mean, they've been a very violent organization that we've seen for quite some time. To bow down to them, I think it was more for power, just to see how far they could push, what they could make county, because this was happening all over the country, not just here. But it needs to be put back in its rightful spot. I am a generational here. This is a town that my family helped build. And whatever comes of our history is what it is. And it doesn't mean that we need to be disrespecting our heritage and our history to the likes of BLM. So I hope that is, you guys move forward with putting it back where it belongs, where it should have been, where it should never have been removed from. And we touched a little bit in the earlier part of this meeting about the rogue board we had and why each and every one of you guys are here today. A couple other things, since we do have strategy, I guess this is where I should be interjecting what I was saying earlier, is there are 3 major things that I'd like to do, some that you guys can help me with, some that has to go up a little further up the food chain, and that is the cyber stalking laws. I think we need to have stricter cyber stalking laws here in Manatee County as well as across the state of Florida. We have a child welfare system that is broken. There is no centralized database for people to type in a number. If you're across states don't even know how many times you've been seen by them over in Georgia if you're now here in Florida. That has got to change. Our children are suffering. And the last thing is sex trafficking. Sex trafficking, I know James Satcher is really in on his family, and it is a big problem here. And it's not here, it's across the world. We just had the FBI 10 most wanted found in Spain. Spain. This shows you that the money's there, that this is going forward, and these are things that we need to help. It's the betterment for this county, Florida, and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to come forward to speak at this time?
You want to speak?
Okay. We're going to close public comment. I'm sorry, ma'am. We have closed public comment. Dr. Hopes, I don't see anybody waving their marker at. Commissioner Bearden, if you want to respond to anything you heard during public comments, sir, now is your time. Okay. Commissioner Baugh.
I'll respond. And I did not vote to move the monument. I was very vocal about it. I don't like ignoring our history. It is what it is. Some things about it's good, some things aren't, but it's our history, and we shouldn't be changing our history. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you don't see that subject come up. We'll have to see. I'm only one commissioner, but I will say that I've done a lot of traveling since we moved that around the country and also around the state. And I will tell you that there are still a lot. I look every time we go into a little town in Florida or even in Alabama or Tennessee or other states. And there's still a lot of the monuments that are up. And a lot of the people feel the same way because I talk to people when I'm there. And I think the one thing that has been missed that stands out so much to me about this is that, you know, everybody wants to talk about slaves. Well, okay, that's an important subject, but it really wasn't about slaves per se. But I do think that in the future, and if this board did want to look at something like that, I think that we should have it twofold. We need the monument, but we also need to have something, a plaque or whatever. I don't know. I don't have it worked out in my mind, but I think we should have something beside it to talk about what was going on at the time and about slavery. Because when we say that we can't change our history, that is part of our history, is slavery. And it was wrong. And I was so upset over it that I actually, because of it, researched my family history because I'm originally from Alabama. Okay, a lot of plantations. But I did not have anyone in my family. We never owned property. We always were the workers in the fields and so forth. So my family never owned any slaves, and nor I'm proud of that, to say the least. But it is something that we need to look at and touch base on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll chime in and say that you are one commissioner, but on this subject, you are now two commissioners. Because I ran on, when I was running, this wasn't the sole, subject of my campaign by any means, but when I was running, I was asked multiple times about the Confederate monument and how I felt, and I felt that it should not have been taken down, and I thought the manner in which it was taken down was less than transparent. It was borderline appalling. It seemed pretty sneaky, and when asked, I said that I would vote to instruct the county administrator to repair the monument and to return it to its original location. Good bit of time now has passed since it was originally taken down, but we're not in a meeting where we can take action at this time. But when we are in a meeting where we can take action, I will support you in that motion. My desire is to see it repaired and returned to its original location.
Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am.
I want everybody to do with that, but I'm glad they did.
No one's accusing you. Commissioner Cruz is waving his card. Sir.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little on a specific topic. I know public comment, so people can talk about what they want. It's more of a general strategy thing, so if we're going to talk specific comment, I'll talk specific. Look, here's what I agree. It shouldn't have been taken down the first. I wouldn't have been a vote to take it down, but you hear about people taking these down, and I disagree with taking them down. You never hear about them putting them back up. I'm sorry. There's no articles of, hey, you want to start up. I'll try to keep my language clean. Firestorm that put a Confederate monument up. I'm sorry. I know people are going to complain about me saying this, and I already know who's going to jump on social and complain. But it's one thing to be a community that takes it down or leaves it up. It's another thing to put one up. I mean, it's broken in three pieces. First off, let's be honest. You're not repairing that thing. I mean, when Ed knocked that thing down, it broke into three pieces. What, are you going to glue it and hope that it doesn't fall on someone's head when they're walking through the courthouse plaza? And that's just asinine. You're basically going to have to mold a brand new one from scratch. You're not fixing that thing. It's been sitting there for 5 years, it hasn't been fixed. We've been on this board for 2 years, and nobody's made a motion to always fix it to figure it out. You're not just fixing that thing. I've seen it. It's legitimately broken. So I would just be very cautious with trying to take the angle you're taking, because again, I don't disagree with you. There's two sides to this. One is, should it have come down in the first place? Two is, should it go back up? No, it shouldn't have come down in the first place. It was a very simple statue. It wasn't anything egregious. I agree you should put a plaque up. I've toured Auschwitz twice. I've been to Dachau. I've seen all these places. Parts of the Berlin Wall are still up. There's a time and place for things for an educational standpoint, but it's down. I'm sorry. You're not going to get my vote to put that thing back up. I just think you're starting a war with that thing. It doesn't make sense. If you want to talk about Rye Preserve, someplace else, there are some places they can go. I know we talked about Gamble Mansion putting it up. They've refused as of now, is my understanding. Look for a place for it and use it as an educational thing. But I just think I think we're at a point in this county, if we want to go to the general, if you want to go to general's, strategy, we're in a good place. This board is in a good place. After 2 years of complaining about there being nonstop, arguments and nonstop distraction, we're in a good place of 7 people that are all going to move this county forward in positive ways with things like lower taxes and lower regulations. And workforce housing and all, and improving our infrastructure. This is what we should be talking about, is county-related business to move us forward. Let's take advantage of a unified board right now. Why are we trying to come up with a distraction? You want to come up with a distraction a year from now after we start moving some things forward as a unified board? Knock yourself out. I just think we're trying to find a way of stifling ourselves before we even get the momentum to get started on what I believe to be a very productive board that can do a lot of great things for Manatee County. And all we're going to do is put ourselves behind by bringing something like this up right now.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden and then Commissioner Baugh.
I look at this situation and I see it as a war memorial. And somebody that's been into combat understands war memorials. We're not taking down Revolutionary War monuments. And then, if we were to take that down, would we put it back up? The answer is yes. If we would take down a World War I monument, would we put that back up? Yes. World War II, it doesn't matter. The fact is that this is a war memorial. There have been people who have died in war, right? And war is not a pretty sight, but it's reality, okay? And that's what this is about. That's what this is about. We wouldn't put back up. We would always put back up every other war. Why not the Confederate War? This is part of our history, right? We can look back at this and say, you know what? This was a time. It wasn't a good time, but we learned from it and we've grown from that. And it's a constant reminder. So that's all I have to say about that. But you have to truly understand that to understand it.
Is Germany putting back up Nazi? I'm asking. I'm done. Fine.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, there have been people that's looked at the monument and it can be fixed, and it's not just fixed by being glued. So I appreciate you sound like you're running for some, political office. And we're not going to get into this any more than we've already done at this point. But, there's more, evidently, to the monument and how it needs to be fixed than what perhaps Commissioner Cruz knows. That's all I wanted to say, because I have looked into it and had people that have commented on it. And trust me, I will tell you now that there's a commissioner or so that I would not expect to get involved in this conversation. It really depends on where you live and your constituency and how it's looked at. And I'm meaning that for her. So thank you.
Commissioner Ballard.
So I'd actually like to address Ms. Griffin's comments. I don't know that the I don't know to what extent we can address human trafficking here on the local level, or the issues with the child abuse reporting system. I will say that in my experience, it is extremely broken. We often don't know when children have been removed from parents in other states. There's really no unified way of understanding that. So I agree with her that that is a major issue that needs to be addressed. I don't know that it's something that we can address here at the county level, but I do think it's a big problem. As for the human trafficking, I agree that we need to be putting resources toward that issue. And we also need to be working with our state and federal partners to make sure that we're a good partner on human trafficking.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ron.
I'd also like to address Ms. Griffin's concerns. I can tell you right now, in my district, we have a lot of that. There's places that some human trafficking is being done. I can tell you the Sheriff's Department right now, as we speak, there's operations going on to get rid of those type of places that are out there in my district, along with the county attorney. And I think you'll see a lot more action taking on that here very shortly, and to get rid of those certain places that we don't need in our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. County Attorney.
I would add to that it is key to cooperate with law enforcement. They are some scary places with some scary people in them, and we can't send code enforcement officers in there without people with badges and guns to go with them. But we do have a working relationship with them, and so far, it seems to be going well. If we get any feedback from them that there are other tools that they need us to bring to the board to consider, we'll certainly bring those to you.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wrote down 3 different issues that came up. One, I think we've all said that we may not have the solution, but I would love to see us maybe talk to, it seems like the Attorney General office, the Florida Attorney General's office might be a good place to start as far as some type of database, reporting database, what my, what organizations that try to fight human trafficking and the abuse that often goes with it, what they run into is think of all the hurdles that have to, be jumped for someone to be absolutely, convicted of abusing a minor. So it has to get reported, that minor has to testify, you have to figure out, and most of the time this is, women that are much older before they realize, oh, that's what was going on, and they get loose from the shame, that the devil tries to put on them for something that was not their decision at all. Obviously, it's abuse, it's wrong, and it's a crime. And so anyway, you end up with, when someone is finally caught in a position of power, say a teacher, say a youth pastor, say somebody that helps people on the bus, whatever, somebody finally gets caught, all of a sudden they start going through and tracing that person, where they've lived, what reports have come forward, and they tend to leave town right when, things start to get hot and there starts to be reports and people start to get suspicious. And I think that a lot of this information, when something's been reported and investigated, maybe if it didn't, obviously end in a conviction, that doesn't mean it's not public information. And it sure would be nice for, local counties and states to work together to make that a little bit easier to get at that information all in one place. I'd love to see a database. My wife and I have talked about this, a database of people that have been accused of something multiple times in multiple places, what the accusations are, where they came, how they came forward, and that it would be public information. And so obviously they're not guilty until they're found guilty in a court of law, because it's the United States of America. I believe in the Constitution, but I also believe that if you've lived in 4 different places and you've got multiple accusations against you from children in each of those places, if you come to Manatee County, I'd want to be able to check and know about it if you're applying to work, to drive one or whatever. If you're coming to Manatee County and you want to work, I'd love for people to be able to check that information. And I think it could save lives and make a difference. And obviously that's maybe beyond our purview to do by ourselves. But if we could start that conversation, that does seem like it would be worthwhile. And thank you, sir.
That was all 3 of your topics at once there?
Well, I was looking at the other 2. Obviously, I do think we need to get more effective on I tried to stay away from the ordinance side of things with trafficking, with it, happening before I was on the board. And, but I definitely think that we should take a look and see how effective the ordinance is being and what can be changed. I know that Pasco has a great ordinance that they use that has made a difference there. So that would be my comment on that. I think I won't say we all, I definitely agree and said multiple times that the vote, which I was a citizen at the time, but moving the monument in the dead of the night at the request of the people who also want to get rid of, everything that makes almost everything that makes our country great, want to burn down cities and, fight what makes us special. So obviously I disagreed with that vote, still disagree with that vote. Moving forward, could we come up with something that, might be a solution to the wrong as far as with the soldiers? I think that was a good point. Soldiers don't necessarily pick which battle they're in. And could we come up with a solution to that. I think it's worth looking into. And I am not going beyond those remarks, but just to say that if we can find something that respects soldiers, I'm in favor of it.
So would you be in favor of the administrator putting this on a future agenda for discussion? Commissioner Ball and I would be in favor of that.
For discussion?
Sure. I mean, the board has to discuss what to do, obviously. Or if you want to workshop it. I'd rather have it, I'd rather be on a meeting personally so that we could take action at the end of the discussion.
Fine with that.
Commissioner Bearden? Yes. Commissioner Ron, how do you feel about that?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard, how do you feel about that?
I really don't think it needs.
You got to turn your mic on if you're going to do more than nod your head. Sorry.
Apologies. I don't necessarily think that we need to readdress it at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz, we know how you feel. Okay. But there is a majority of the board, Dr. Hopes, who would like this added to an agenda for discussion, a meeting agenda. All right. So let's wrap that part of the, we'll close out public comment and discussion and move into the actual meeting. Dr. Hopes, you want to get us rolling?
Sure. I did want to make a note on that, just to let you know that whatever the board's aim is, we have already consulted with artisans on the approach to take, and the recommendation is once the board decides on where and when to locate the monument, the recommendation is that it be restored and refurbished on site, the site where it's going to rest. So we're, if that is the goal, we have a strategy to fulfill that goal of the board. All right, ready to begin?
Yes, sir, we can start.
Okay, thank you. So what I want to do, and then I'm going to make a few introductory comments, and then I'm going to hand it over to the chair to moderate your discussion. When the board in 2020 took office, and then I was hired in early 2021 as the county administrator, we did initiate a process of developing a strategy to lead to a strategic plan for the county. I will tell you, we're way behind. I mean, we are overdue for a strategic plan for the county. And there were a number of reasons why we sort of didn't complete it. And I don't think we've given you these books, but the board and all the leadership of the county were giving two publications. One was The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell, and the other was On Strategy, which is the Harvard Business Review's 10 must-read articles around strategy. There is a version 2 that's out. This year, before Christmas, the directors were given a book, Made to Stick, which is Why Some Ideas Survive and Others Die. Commissioner Satcher got an early release copy that I gave him for New Year's. And the whiteboard, if you remember, we sort of put this thing together the last time, and we had a bunch of pieces of paper and everybody came up and wrote on it. Should you, in your discussion, want me to take any notes down that will be saved in a format, or if you want to write notes down, you can write them on the whiteboard, which I got out of the warehouse. It was stored away. I said, wow, wouldn't it be nice if we had that? And Charlie Bishop called me last night and said, IT thinks they have one in storage, and they'll get it out early in the morning and see if it works. So that's where that board came up. But with that, Mr. Chair, I'm here should you need me, but this is the board's opportunity starting off the new year to have a discussion about priorities, goals, aims, to begin that process of being able to give me the direction to put the staff of Manatee County government to work for you to do the work that matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm glad Mr. Satcher is back. Commissioner Satcher, I apologize. What I was thinking is we could just start District 1 through 7, and each commissioner essentially lay out their goals and, for 2023. If there's anything, whether it could be completing, existing. What is that, no good? Oh.
No, actually, he just gave me a...
Oh, it could be... It could be what do you call it? It could be completing existing projects or it could be starting anew. So, but I'll turn that over to Commissioner Satcher, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as, District 1 and the vision that I'd like to see, I feel like I'm watching it come to pass. There are, we just had a great commercial center open up just last week, and people are excited about that. I have kind of made my frustrations known behind the scenes with how slow some of the road projects are going. And it's just because contractors, there's only, one Woodruff & Sons, and they're amazing. They get stuff done in a hurry, but you need more contractors than just that. And so I believe that Public Works is sitting down with the contractor on the north-south portion of Erie this month and saying, look, we need more progress, more results, or we need to go in a different direction. So we will fish or cut bait at that point. So that's all I can ask is you make your expectations known, clear, and get accountability when it's when someone's not able to deliver. Moccasin Wallow, is much less. You don't see the progress, but we know that it is being funded and things are moving ahead on that. I came in wanting to get infrastructure taken care of. We still have state roads, 301 that the county isn't necessarily in charge of, and there's a lot of portions of roads that I want to see fixed or connected, because it is frustrating to always have to go to the worst road to get somewhere because other roads don't connect. I've got more vision on that. As far as the community, it's growing. I love to see Parrish and North River working together and seamlessly with Ellington and Bradenton and Palmetto. So I'm happy. We're back in our police and our sheriff, and so I love to see that as well. And then on national issues, I think we've made a difference and had a voice, even if it's small. We've still made a difference there. So I like to see what's going on in District 1. And I think that at some point we'll breach overall the county overall, how things are run here and what expectations citizens have and that I have as a commissioner that I'd like to see happen. But I think I'll address that later on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. District 2.
Sorry. I've got kind of a laundry list of things here that I'm interested in addressing. So one of my biggest priorities is dealing with the opioid crisis and the attendant social problems that are going along with that. I would like to work on working with the sheriff's office to expand the recovery pod at the jail, where people who are in jail who are addicted can get into recovery and start that process while they're locked up. It makes sense. I've seen it succeed personally. I know of other cases that I've heard about from law enforcement where it has succeeded, so I think that's great. Also, I want to make sure that we're providing the sheriff's office with the resources that they need for enforcement of distribution and traffic of narcotics as well as people. And also working with ICE, working with federal partners to make sure that any traffickers that we have in the county, whether it's human traffickers, drug traffickers, whether that those people are targeted and removed. I also want to work with SAO, the court system, child welfare system to expand some of our treatment courts. So we have Veterans Court, we have Drug Court, other crossover courts, possibly even a human trafficking court for women who have been victims of human trafficking, who have gotten caught up in the legal system. I think that those alternative sanction courts that can put people into treatment programs, I think can be really successful, really helpful for a lot of people. I'd also potentially like to look at some public relations campaigns to help the public understand the resources that are available, to help families maybe understand the process for, say, a Marchman Act if they have a relative or a friend who has an out-of-control drug problem and they need to get them in treatment urgently, how we can do that. I want to make sure also that the public is aware of this new core program that we've become involved with through the state, just so that these resources are being provided. I want to make sure that people know that they're available, and that if they have a family member or a friend who is dealing with a drug problem, that the help is there. And I don't want us to just rest on our laurels and say, okay, now we've got the state involved, we don't have to put on the gas anymore. Do you guys want to break in and?
You're doing great. She was giving me a look, and I told her, I'm writing down everybody's main issues, and then when we're finished, we're going to go issue by issue is what I was thinking.
Perfect. All right, so I'm just going to keep on
This
rolling.
is your platform.
All
Just
right.
do it.
So basically, I want to, decrease relapses, decrease recidivism, deal with the issue, because ultimately that's going to save taxpayers money. Something else that I've been passionate about is working with skills training. I would like to see the county work on possibly apprenticeships. I want to make sure that kids who are coming out of school know that the county is a great option for them for a career. I want to make sure that we're addressing skills gaps in the county, because we are a growing county. We have great needs for people with those hard skills, and we don't have a lot of people who are necessarily trained and able to fill those needs. I think we're doing a better job in the schools of addressing that now, but I do think that there's a generation of people from probably 25 to 45 who don't have those skills. And I did see that there are a couple of other counties that are working on that kind of thing. There's the AM Skills program in Pasco, and so I'd like to see us work on trying to work with different community partners, different some of our schools and technical institutions to try to get more of those things in place. Obviously, workforce housing is something that we're, I think, all pretty passionate about, so I won't belabor that too much. I want to expand tiny home availability, change zoning regulations on that. Really, I know that we've gotten started on changing ordinances on tiny homes, but I want to go further and make sure that it actually makes sense, so that people can build those communities and make it feasible. And then a couple of social things, I guess. So I would like to work on ridding the county of some of the DEI and insidious initiatives that we see. So I want to review some of the national and international organizations that our county is a part of. So things like ICLEI, which is it's a program which is funded by the UN, and it's for sustainable development. However, some of the programs that are a part of that are not necessarily things that this board, I think, would agree with. And I think that there are a lot of county employees who are being trained in initiatives and areas that I don't think move this county in the right direction. So, for example, let me just pull up my pictures.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you clarify what the organization was? I didn't quite get it.
It's ICLEI, ICLEI.
Thank you.
So it is a UN organization which is for local governments for sustainability. And so I'm just going from some of their documents online. So they have the foundations for centering equity in development in our county. So it says that we need to be working on internal decolonizing, where local governments hold and see themselves as being in power. It's important to reflect on situations where we should be giving power back to the community. We should be working on knowledge-building opportunities like anti-oppression, anti-racism, and decolonization.
Social engineering at its finest.
Yes. And so we are currently a member of this organization, and Manatee County is a member of this organization. And that we have potentially employees who are going to conferences and receiving trainings on these types of issues. And I would like to see our membership in any of these types of organization, I'd like to see it reviewed. I'd like this board to be involved in choosing whether or not our employees are involved in these organizations. And if there are conferences that employees are going to, I'd like to know what those topics are going to be. We also have obviously we're a member of
What's the local organization
ICLEI?
that we're a member of or something?
ICLEI.
Oh, it's like a local branch of ICLEI?
Yes. So Manatee County is a member of ICLEI.
Okay.
ICLEI.
I both.
And you can look on the ICLEI website. Manatee County is a member.
We believe you.
I have discussed memberships on my notes.
So we are. So we are also a member, of course, of the National Association of Counties. Some of the things that we are looking at in the National Association of Counties, we have the Diversity Hiring Toolkit, a comprehensive approach to recruitment, interviewing, and hiring and retention. We are balancing hiring panels to reflect gender and racial diversity, piloting a talent pipeline to provide opportunities from historically marginalized groups. So, and I'm not saying that I'm not in favor of diversity. I'm very much in favor of diversity, but I'm also very much in favor of meritocracy. And I don't want to see our county being pushed into situations that people don't necessarily, that the leadership of our county doesn't agree with, just because it is diverse or woke. Exactly. So this woke ideology is being pushed. You think that because we have, conservative people that are elected, it's not here, but it is. And so we need to be reviewing that. Exactly, it is. So hold on.
She's got more. Somebody did some reading over the holiday break there, yeah.
I wake up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, our county HR training, it needs to be revised. It is horrific. If you actually watch it. That's actually on my list. It presents scenarios that are absolutely contrary to Florida law, to federal law. It presents situations that could place women in danger. It tells female employees that they could be disciplined or fired for complaining about a trans-identified male in their restroom spaces or other private spaces. It tells employees that they could be disciplined for misgendering. So this places
I told you
female
the board's policies on HR have to be replaced.
We'll let her continue with her list, and then we'll dive deeper into these things.
I'm obviously extremely concerned about that because, number one, it's not true. So, but you're putting female employees in Manatee County, you're making them scared to speak out about situations where they could be intimidated, where they could be potentially harmed, because they're being presented with this information as though it is true, correct, lawful, and the policy of Manatee County when it's not.
Okay.
And that's all.
All right. You can tell she's a lawyer. Thank you. Yeah, we have a lawyer with us. Mike was going to jump on the the bathroom. Yeah.
I knew it.
Okay, so in District 3, it's not quite as exciting as District 2. It's more like District 1. So
James, I
we
thought
have
you were exciting.
we have major road projects that are underway or are soon to be underway. You know, people are not seeing visual action at this moment, but we have a big meeting community meeting on 59th Street at GT Bray on January 14th, and 75th Street will probably be in February, we're assuming, at the Elks on 75th. So we have two big road projects coming in West Bradenton. Obviously, seeing those continue through is a top priority for us. We have some areas where sidewalks are needed in West Bradenton as well. Some are on the list. I think pretty much all of them at this point are on the list. And I inherited some of Commissioner Bellamy's district, and he and I had spoken about a couple of 26th Street and some others. So there's some areas, that were in District 2 that are now in District 3 that need sidewalks and street lighting as well. So that leads me into the next thing, which is street lighting. And it's an older part of town. So we have some roads that are fairly busy that don't have street lights on them. 75th Street north of Manatee Avenue would be an example where there's no street lights. 59th north of Manatee Avenue doesn't have street lights either. 43rd and 51st between Manatee Avenue and Cortez Road. So I'm going to sit down with Chad Butzo and Charlie Bishop and talk about, what do I need to do to come to the board to ask for streetlights in those locations? What kind of costs are we looking at? Depending on costs, I may not be coming to you with all of them, obviously. I'll be reasonable about it. But we do have some issues where there's safety concerns as a result of a lack of streetlights. Also, I'm still working with Ed. Thank you all for your votes. And I'm still working with Ed Childs on clams because water quality is still a major concern. On more of a county-wide aspect, solid waste collection contracts. Is it on yours? Okay. So I told Dr. Hopes what I was bringing up today. So there is a scheduled workshop for solid waste collection and / utilities. I would like, that's on my agenda for 2023 for us to sit down. I think that sooner than later, this government needs to. I used to work in a town in Alaska where at the end of the summer, the summer always came to an end, and a lot of times you would have employees flee on you and bail on you at the end. And I can see that happening with solid waste companies if we don't give some sort of public direction as to where we're going. Because as of right now, those contracts run out at the end of this year. And even if we say we decide to do a 1-year extension, we get into the subject later in the workshop, but I think sooner than later, I would like the board to instruct the administrator to give some kind of public direction to the solid waste companies because they have hundreds of employees, right? And at some point that comes into play for them, what kind of longevity do I have here? And they may decide I'll go work for Sarasota or Hillsborough or Pinellas County instead because I know those contracts are 15 years long and they're locked in. Whether it's management, folks in the back of the truck, whatever it is, labor shortages are a very real thing right now. So I think that even before the workshop, we need to have some kind of a discussion on, here's our sort of longer term plan, just so we can create some stability within those companies. And it's for the benefit of everybody in the county because if they can't staff waste management, we got a real problem. I mean, let me tell you something. All the other crap on these lists don't matter when the garbage doesn't get picked up. So it's a pretty serious issue for an elected official. And then the next thing on my list, I have utilities, i.e. landfill. This is the board that is going to ultimately decide the location of the next landfill and when the current landfill will be closed and so on and so forth. So a landfill workshop I think is needed because these are major issues, solid waste collection, the landfill, and utilities as a whole, and we have to give, sooner than later, direction to the administration so they can start acting on our behalf and know what it is that we want out of a solid waste contract and what we want out of a landfill so they can start to act. In 23, the other things that I have here are the joint meeting with Sarasota, which sounds like we're working on, hopefully March is when it happens. City of Bradenton, the mayor would like to, after the city, they're gonna hear presentations on the City Hall bid. They're selling City Hall. They're gonna hear presentations at the end of this month. And so once they have heard presentations and they have accepted one and chosen one, then they would like to come back and meet with us again. For those of you who weren't here, we had a joint meeting with City Council and it went pretty well, I thought. There was no arguing. Well, Bill Sanders was kind of a problem, yeah. But anyway, other than that, it was all right. So he would like to come back and sit down with us again to talk about City Hall and talk about the comp plan as well, because we started to get into discussions on that because the city is sort of shaped like a jigsaw puzzle, and that creates comp plan issues, especially in my neck of the woods. So that's on my list. The parking garage that we all park in doesn't have much of a life expectancy on it. So in 23, we're going to have to sit down as a board and discuss the future of the parking garage. And I think that's probably a full workshop in itself. I kind of recommend that could the administrator start meeting individually with us even before we get to a workshop so we can at least hit the ground running in the workshop. And then transit is on my list as well, which I know we'll discuss with Sarasota County when we sit down with them. But we have a lot of buses, big, large buses that are, we purchased with grant money, and I get it, that's fine, but they're running around like almost empty, right? Like 5, 6, 7 people on them. Yeah, they're slow, they hold up traffic, and I'm not saying we should get rid of transit or the buses, not at all, but perhaps we should look at modernizing our transit system. Perhaps we need to look at where it's appropriate ride sharing, where it's appropriate go with Sprinter vans or minivans, or, you know what I mean? Just to sort of shrink, not necessarily the size of the fleet, but the size of the vehicles in the fleet, if that makes sense. So I would like more of an in-depth workshop and sit down and discussion at a later time. But I'd like the board to sort of either nod or disagree with me on these things so that the administrator has some, okay, so he has some direction. And then ARPA, I brought it up once before and it's still on my list. I think it's probably not a full workshop, but it's a portion of a workshop where we should, the previous board, we still have a lot of ARPA money. What do you say on 68? 63? Okay.
It's
we spent 10.
It's in between 64 and 68.
64. So let's call it 65. Okay. So we're sitting on about roughly 65 million in ARPA funds. It's cash on hand. The previous board tagged a lot of those funds for some different projects. Many of them worthy, probably all of them worthy. I don't think I necessarily threw myself on the tracks, trying to block any of them. But there's been a period of time that has elapsed since then. We have 3 new faces on the board who likely have other ideas. So I would also like a workshop on ARPA so that, we can all sit down and talk about where we think ARPA money should go. There are many opportunities around the county. I don't like giving money to charity, right? But there are opportunities around the county where there are organizations who provide a great benefit or service to this county, and as a result of their existence, the county does not have to get into that business, right? I mean, the Salvation Army provides, certainly is the easiest example, right? They provide a benefit. We don't want to be in that business. I have no interest in being in that business. They do it at a fraction of the cost, and I know they have some needs. They're just one example. I'm not, advocating or not or whatever. I'm just saying I know that they're an example of an organization that provides a benefit to us that would cost this government significantly more money. So essentially, we're paying for a service in the end, is the way I look at it with the Salvation Army. So anyway, those are the things that I'm looking forward to in 23. District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'd talk about first before we get in District 4 is I think we have a real need in this building to do some type of confidentiality agreement. We have leaks in this building more than a submarine with a screen door on it. We find out stuff as commissioners that's hitting the streets even before it's going out to anybody, and we need to solve that now. Stuff's going out to the public from inside this building that's going to affect our ability to do our jobs as county commissioners and govern effectively as county commissioners. So I would like to see if we can have the county administrator and the county attorney put together some type of confidentiality agreement that would be signed by either, however, be it managers, be it division managers, be it across the whole spectrum of who we are, to protect us against information, sensitive information that's getting out on the streets, getting to the papers before we even had a chance to react to it. So I would appreciate if we could make that one of our goals for 23. Thank you, County Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Real quick, we have some major road projects going on in District 4. We have 63rd. We have 63rd coming in. We're having a neighborhood meeting with them probably the end of this month or sometime in February. We want to continue road improvements in District 4. I have roads in District 4 that look like the state of Michigan. Potholes are everywhere. It looks like Baghdad on a Saturday night. Potholes everywhere. So I have got with Charlie Bishop and talked to them, and they're going to go out and make sure that we can get some of these potholes filled because we have, yeah, it's like Michigan, because we have, citizens are complaining that their inability to drive down some of these roads are being is hampered. Also, I'd like for us to continue our work on the homelessness in Manatee County. It's affecting every district that is that's here, and it's across the county. I'd like for us to continue to work with our friends at our like Cornerstone and places like that for our homelessness. I agree with the chair. And for those who don't know, Manatee County is about 95% dark. That means we do not have street lights in about 90 to 95% of Manatee County. There are areas that have crime that I think would be reduced with street lights. There's areas like in neighborhoods that don't have lights that are safety and welfare issues. So I would ask that we can direct Public Works to do a street light plan, or even at some point come up with a street light districts. Other communities do this, other counties do this, to where we can get street lights to help the public. So that's something that I would like to see if we could do. Also, along with Commissioner Ballard, brings up great points on continuing to our great partner, the sheriff, to support him in our fight on the opiate issues, human trafficking issues, and things like that in Manatee County. So when he comes up for his budget again, I hope we can support him. We're going to work on, I've met with Public Works, we're going to work on cleaning up some parts of US 41 coming into Manatee County to make us look like a more friendly and nicer county. Let's see what else. I already talked ARPA. What I would like to do is this year to review and update the comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan is behind by years. Our future land use, land development codes, land development regulations are behind. We are a different county today than we were 10 years ago. So I'd ask if we could update the comprehensive plan, and I'd be more than happy to help with that. What I also like to do, to Commissioner Ballard's point, is review where our investments are going. I know the clerk handles those, but I'd like to see if any of our investments are going into any equity, diversity, and inclusion investments, and also environmental, social, and governance investments. Those are woke, social engineering, and we should have any investments that we have in there should be pulled out of that. And I've had a great meeting with Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown, his part of his city abuts to District 4, and we're talking back and forth on how we can help each other on both sides of the line between the city and District 4. But other than that, Commissioner Thatcher, Commissioner Ballard, and Commissioner Van Ashbridge stole some of my thunder. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. District 5.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, I think all of you have
I yield my time to the District 5 Chair, District 5 Commissioner.
I think that, all of you touched base on some of the things that I was concerned about. Solid waste and utilities, landfill, very, very important, because I can tell you now, I don't think you'd have a vote to pass with what we have done so far. So you probably need to get that workshop, Mr. County Administrator, up pretty quickly so that we can make some decisions on how to move forward.
It's
with
on
that.
January 17th.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, let me write that down. Gosh, there's so much. Confidentiality statements. Mike, Commissioner Ron, that is probably one of the smartest things I've heard yet, because the whole time I've been here, we've known there's been leaks, but nobody had a solution as to how to deal with it and stop it. So I don't know that the agreements would help necessarily, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. Yeah, it does. I mean, if you get caught giving out information, you lose your job. It's simple, and rightfully so. I've got several things that are a little bit different that I'll just touch base on. HR, I think that was already brought up. I totally agree. HR needs to be revamped. I think this board needs to be involved in it, because what I've seen so far, even as recently, is not appropriate, and we're not doing things the way we should be doing it. So I really do think that HR needs to really be looked at and changes made. It can't stay the way it is. IT. I'm a little bit concerned about IT because I just found out that the majority of the IT workers work from home. They're not even in the building. The only ones that, my understanding, that's in the building are the ones that actually, go out and work on the computers and so forth, where they would have to be. Even the director doesn't live here in Manatee County. He lives in Tallahassee. I'm very concerned about that because we have had some things that have come up that I've gotten with the county administrator on, and he's worked very hard to try and make sure that things are being done appropriately with emails and so forth. And I just think we need a tighter, we need to tighten that up so that we've got a better grasp on what's going on. We can't do anything about this, but I don't know if all of you know that there really is not any heat in this building. There's an air conditioner, but there's no heat. So I looked at Charlie Bishop yesterday and I said, well, when I'm sending you text messages or emails, when we're in commission meetings and I'm going, it's freezing in here, turn the heat up. What are you doing? Because there's no heat. And he just adjusts the air conditioner is what he's doing. So just thought I'd let y'all know that. Some of the things that I think that we really need to look at this year, travel policy. I've got that already looking at it. Our travel policy, we don't have one. It seems that our travel policy expired back in, I think it was 2020. Scott, is that right? Thank you, Dr. Hopes. So that needs to be revised. I think this board, we need to have a workshop, and that should be part of our workshop to figure out how we want to redo our travel policy, because it affects all of us that works in this building, every employee that ever goes on a trip. I mean, it comes onto everybody. So I find it interesting that we've been held to looking at any travel policies that perhaps we have not done correctly, not even knowing that it had expired. So sometimes some of the things that's gone on here has just amazed me. But anyway, libraries. We definitely, and I've had a meeting with Dr. Hopes and Mr. Reinshuttle on this already. Our libraries, we've had some issues recently with some of the displays that are being made and so forth. And I think that Commissioner Ballard hit it right on the nose. We need to make sure that we're not, helping out the woke situation in Manatee County. So I don't know if anything has moved forward on that. I know that Mr. Washington was out sick when we had our meeting. I think that we should have a workshop on that as soon as possible, sooner rather than later, because we've got to come up with a policy.
Commissioner, you'll be pleased to know that the Board of County Commissioners now has a position on the Library Board of Trustees. And
we do?
We do. It was added to the committee assignments as chair that I assigned over the break. And I'd
like to know how that got added.
I appointed myself as the member, and Commissioner Cruz as the alternate.
Okay, well, that's great to know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for telling me how you did that. I just, never mind. I'm not even going to touch that. That should have been, never mind. I'm not going to touch it. Procedures. We're getting back into the procedures. Mr. County Administrator, Dr. Hopes, I think that there's a lot of things that are going on that we need to start clearing up as far as the county administrator's job, what we expect of Dr. Hopes, how he can go about performing his job. But a lot of that has to come from this board. And I think that we're missing the boat on that. So we need to have a workshop, Dr. Hopes, on that as soon as possible so we can all sit back and discuss sooner than later about what we want to see you accomplish, how we want to see you be able to do your job, and what we expect from you in that regard. Because I think you need to have a clear understanding of how to move forward, a direction, so to speak. And I don't think that we've done a very good job of that so far, because there are some serious issues. I would ask Dr. Hopes, if you could please, to send out a spreadsheet to all the commissioners, letting us know on the different departments, which county, deputy county administrators handling what. Because I'm still getting confused about transit. You keep telling me about transit, but yet the same thing keeps happening over and over again with transit and who's basically involved in it. So I don't understand all that. So I'm sure you've had a lot of changes to go on, and, I know you still have an opening for a deputy county administrator, which I'm assuming that you're looking at to try and fill. But, I need to know sometimes who I'm supposed to contact. Instead of a director directly, you want us to contact a deputy county administrator. Well, sometimes I'm a little confused. So if you could send out a new spreadsheet on that, just so it's up to date and we know kind of what to do and how to follow it, that would be tremendous help. Hold on. I think that I doubt that all the commissioners have met Jennifer Harmon, our HR director. And I think that you probably need to take her and set up appointments with each individual commissioner for a conversation about how and what she would like to see set up, how she'd like it set up in HR, so that when we have our workshop, we'll have input from her ahead of time so that we can sit back as a board and make those decisions. I think that would be most helpful because it's a very important department. And as I said before, there's situations going on there. Some of this I'm not going to bring up here in the meeting. I think I should have a meeting with you directly to go over some of it that I see. We need to look at auditing. I think we need to do more of our own auditing here at the county. And I don't know how you would set that up necessarily, but, we should be auditing the different departments periodically, at least twice not twice a year, but once every 2 years, I would think might be appropriate. But I know that's not being done. So that is something that we need to look at and try to decide to make sure that everyone is doing their jobs properly and any funds that are coming in are being done appropriately. And I know the libraries and so forth would come under that. The TDC percentage that we had talked about earlier, is it too soon to know whether or not we hit that mark where we can increase the percentage on the tourist development tax, bed tax?
Yeah, it's probably too soon. I'm not sure if they run it on the fiscal year.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'll get with Elliot. We're close. So you're pretty confident that at least in this next cycle, we should hit it.
Okay. And I think, speaking of Elliot, we need to get an update, all the commissioners individually perhaps, on what is going on over at the convention center, how we are moving forward, what the cost, what it looks like. It seems to me that every time I turn around, I'm seeing a budget resolution where it's costing us more money. And we've got the hotel being built, and we need to know how that is working, the hotel being built, how it's working along with the convention center, with the changes being done there. I don't know if we've even started that yet. Do you know, Dr. Hopes?
On the convention center?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It's been brought to the board before.
I know it's been brought to the board, but is the work actually now being done, like to the parking garage?
We don't have a parking garage at the convention center.
I know we don't. We had talked about building one. And the top floor had a deck.
That was just a conversation. The work has not begun on that.
So,
Nothing
okay, it
has
has
been
not
brought to the
begun.
board
Are we
on a
still
parking
looking at
garage.
doing that? See, that's why I'm confused. I don't know exactly where we are or what we're doing on that.
Yeah, and I believe, and I will check on the date that that we have We just had the TDC meeting, and Elliot gave an update on all the projects.
When did we, well, I don't go to the TDC meeting.
No. This was the joint TDC
Oh.
BOCC meeting where they
I know.
presented everything that was going on. It was right before the holidays.
Are we
I
still
think.
going to build a parking garage at
Not
the
to my
convention
knowledge.
center? Then where are people going to park?
Right now, it's drawn in, and in the construction plan, it's surface parking.
I'm sorry, it's what?
It's surface parking.
Surface parking.
Ground
Really?
parking.
Okay, that's going to be interesting. Okay, because I know when I met with Elliot, he stressed a parking garage. But that's not in the plans now.
There was and is a consideration for it, but it is not in any budget yet, and we have done no design work on it yet, and that has not come before the board yet.
Okay, that's why I'd like to get an update with Elliot and with you.
Okay.
Because I'm
We'll
not
schedule a
sure, you
one-on-one
know,
update
it
with-
has changed.
We'll schedule a one-on-one update with all the commissioners.
I think that would be a wise thing. And I think probably, you know what, I know you and I used to have a meeting once a week for an hour, and we haven't been doing that. So we need to get back on track with
Yes,
that.
Lauren is working with each of your aides to schedule the regular meetings, including the quarterly dinners.
Well, that's my next item I'm going to bring up, and I'm saving this for last. I mean, y'all know everything going on in District 5, so I don't need to individually talk about projects necessarily in my district.
Lakewood Ranch, you just keep building houses and adding to the traffic in West Bradenton.
And you
It's
keep,
fine. Carry on.
and you keep voting. You keep voting to approve them. So there you go. Anything else, sir?
We enjoy watching all your folks go to the beach every weekend and clog our roads and go all the way back again. It's lovely. We're happy to have you.
Well, see, we don't have a problem with people from the beach coming to Lakewood Ranch to park.
I'm just teasing you.
I know, I'm just teasing.
We
you
only
too.
go to UTC, but that's all right.
Oh, that's too bad. Maybe you should. Actually, UTC is in Sarasota, so it doesn't matter. Our aides. What is the status? I know that you interviewed, I think, 4, or 2. How many? Can you give us an
I don't
update,
know where you
please?
get your
Because we're all
information from,
anxious.
but there are 4 finalists, and there has been, by the end of this week, there will be 3 interviews, and the 4th has been added, and I don't know whether that's this week.
Okay. Well, here's my problem. They work for us. They're going to be our aides. We have no idea who they are. I know that at one time, there had been a mention of someone that I know that 2 of the commissioners had hoped to bring on. Is that one of the finalists? Do we know?
Madam Commissioner, those commissioners did not want us to know the name of those individuals. So I do not know until we give that list out who those individuals are.
Oh my gosh, that's a mistake, boys.
Yeah, why would you not tell them?
It's a mistake.
That's how you get your first.
All right, I know. I got to tell you, so you know, I have checked with the county attorney, and it's my understanding, and I want to run this by the board, that we can actually be in charge of our own aides. That doesn't have to come under the administrator. So I'm wondering if perhaps we shouldn't look into that situation, and I would ask the board to, have the county attorney look into how we might be able to accomplish this and do it properly, because it's just not working. I mean, I know I've mentioned to you several times, Dr. Hopes, about how this is being handled, and we have no say. So it's not working. It's just not working out. So,
I do not believe you have no say.
excuse me? What was that? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry you believe you have no say in the aides, because you do have a say in your aides. You yourself chose the aide that you got after your aide quit.
Who here's interviewed any of these 4 people that are now
Thank
finalists?
you.
So clearly there
I've
are other
asked,
people if these are now
actually.
the finalists. How
I've
many
asked
people
for
have
their
interviewed those
applications.
people?
I get nothing.
Oh, but you have a say.
I have a say. Is that after they're chosen, and then we get to decide from the group they choose who we get
I
to
have
take?
aides on
Yeah.
the list, but we're
You
gonna-
have it too?
No, I have it on your list, but we're just rattling off what we would like to discuss at this moment. We were going to get into the conversations, the weeds later. There are still 2 more commissioners that have to give their lists.
Well, I need to make sure then, after I
Later
stand
today
corrected.
or? Okay.
I stand corrected. I'm supposed to be quiet. So what I'm asking is, does the board approve having the county attorney look into how this could be handled with the commissioners supervising their own aides?
Absolutely, yes.
Of course, absolutely.
Mr. Clegg.
So, I know we are.
Rattling things off here.
Apparently, we're going to handle the
Commissioner
AIDS.
Ball doesn't
They're
know
going to
is
handle the AIDS conversation now.
Several commissioners have asked me about this issue. I haven't said that to you because I don't want to put you in a sunshine
No,
situation.
don't
But
put
I've
me in
had a
sunshine,
number of
please.
you ask me, does everybody who works in the county have to work for either the administrator or the attorney? And Florida law doesn't require that. And there are counties where aides work directly for commissioners. But that needs to be structured the right way so that it's clear that it's within your roles as elected officials, so no one can accuse you of stepping out of your roles when you're managing them. Because the worst thing in my world is for any of you to have personal liability. All right, that's like for any corporate or in-house lawyer, that's the worst possible outcome. So there are ways to do it, and I'm happy to look at what other counties do it, and I'm happy to look at those counties. But I want to make sure, the reason I'm talking is because I know some of you have asked me about this already, and I wanted you to understand that this is sort of a follow-up on conversations I've had with each of you.
And
Thank you,
and if
sir.
I may, Mr. Clegg, I thank you for that because I didn't know other commissioners had asked the same question, so I thank you.
Would just like to note, I would love for the aides to work directly for you, and I have nothing to do with them, because then it's your responsibility for their performance and how they do their job. And I have no problem with that at all,
Perfect.
for the record.
Commissioner Baugh, did you have any other?
No, sir, not a word. I don't want to say anything
You were
else
very
out of-
brief. I have
out
you
of
down
line.
for working from home, HR, utilities, confidentiality, libraries, travel policy, admin direction, auditing, convention center, and aides.
Just a short list.
District 6.
a lot
I'm
to
just
do.
teasing. I'm just
I
teasing.
forgot
Finally
heat in
got
the
here.
building.
Sorry?
Heat in the admin building.
Oh, and heat. There's no heat in the
Can't do
building.
that one.
Commissioner
So
Bearden.
first things first, obviously, talking about clogged roads, as KVO said, Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, infrastructure. I want to see if we don't get funding, what our plan B would be. Maybe do we look at tolling roads? We want to be able to give citizens the option. Is that something that, we may possibly look into? Because really, more and more people are moving here every day. And it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and we're not catching up. And, I want to be able to give citizens options, whether they could take a quicker route or a shorter route or a longer route, and just kind of look into that because the way that our speed is going right now, I just don't see us really, I don't know, I don't see us catching up. And so, with the amount of people, we're going to get 100,000 more people here in the next 8 years. So what is that? What are our roads going to look like then? I understand. I know Commissioner Ball wants to speak on this, but I just want us to look at that option. I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, but I just want us to look at that option. I agree with Commissioner Ron regarding the comprehensive plan. Obviously, Commissioner Van Ossenbridge with the landfill. I also want to look at possibly, now there's over 40 counties in the state of Florida that are currently gun sanctuary counties, and we're not one of them. So I want to know why we're not one of them, and if this is something that we could possibly do. Another thing, homelessness is another thing that I want us to look into. Just got a call today from a friend of mine who actually housed a family, took them off the street, and found housing for them. Couldn't do it in Manatee County, so he had to go to St. Pete to put them in that housing, but they were living underneath the bridge here, the family was, and actually biked all the way to Tampa, the family did, and to find him, and they found him, and he brought him back, and now he's got him in housing now, so I think homelessness is a big issue, and the way that he's telling me is it's a much deeper issue, because he's actually in the trenches seeing it every single day, and there's several different types of homeless people. You have families, you have, other people who are dealing with different issues and things of that nature. So, when it comes to, like, say, a family that couldn't pay their rent and now they're homeless, I don't know what type of solution we can come up with regarding that, but it's something that we need to really address because we have obviously everybody knows we have a major issue, but me hearing it from him, it really hit home. It really hit the heart. So I would really like us, obviously, to look into homelessness. Another thing that I've mentioned is the Veterans Memorial for Global War on Terrorism vets, post 9/11, also for Desert Storm vets. I think it's important that we have that now that those campaigns are over with. I would really like us to look at how we can do that, and I've spoke with Lee in regards to that and different ways that we can actually possibly look at raising funds for those memorials, and where would we put them? You know, that's another thing. Like, where do we want to put them? You know, is another thing. And then I'd also like us to look at reevaluating our grants. I know that we're giving a lot of grants out, a lot of money out, and I want to make sure that the grants that we are distributing, that they're being spent in the proper places with the monies that are being allocated to the certain entities. So, and I'm sure that they do some type of checkup on that as well. But that's it. That's all I have. You guys hit everything else. There's no need to keep dragging on. So,
Thank you, sir. And lastly, District 7. Last but not least, District 7.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to be pretty quick because we're going to have bigger conversations with your notes, and we're bumping up on the hour and a half for the clerk. A lot of the stuff I want to work on this year is stuff we worked on last year, and to some extent stuff we worked on the year before. Things just seem to get delayed for one reason or the other. So part of this is we have a new board. I think the board should know what policies and procedures we've been working on so they can be on board with it, but also to make sure that staff and the administration keep up. Like, for instance, since back in my campaign, I've been talking about community land trust. This county's been talking about it for 7 years. 2 years ago, we had a work session and we brought people in and said, we're going to do this imminently. And then last year I was told we have land for it. We're going to do it imminently. 2 years later, we're still sitting around waiting for a community land trust. And last time I asked, we're doing it imminently. And I anticipate 2, 3, 5 years from now, we're going to be doing it imminently. So I'd like to see that finally move forward. Veteran housing, we're making some great progress. Myself, Dr. Hopes, Director Washington, and County Deputy Administrator Troy Bishop have been working with a couple of groups on it, and think we're pretty close. Last I saw, we had a letter of intent out. Hopefully we can be moving that forward. That's something we've been focused on. We talked about density bonuses and how we're handling that. We had mentioned in lieu type payments and things for people to buy out the affordable housing component to it. I was told last summer, I guess, at the Affordable Housing Conference a bunch of us were at, that was going to be coming back to us for discussion, and we haven't seen it yet. Broadband is something we've been talking about in terms of expanding that and doing the mesh across some of the parks and so forth. Still waiting on that. The trail system, obviously, which we talked about this morning. Probably almost exactly a year ago, based on when Paul Scharf passed away, we had a big discussion about childcare licensing, and there was a whole big discussion. We had the county attorney look into whether or not we could use the millage for the children's services for it. We were told we could. We were told we were going to implement that policy, like Hillsborough has and Pinellas has and other counties have. We haven't. ARP funds, which was brought up. We've had multiple work sessions. We earmarked where this money was going. There's a finite period of time where you have to spend this money. And you're telling me we have 65 million of our, 72 or 75? So almost all of it still left. And we have a timeline or it's going to get taken away from us. Last year, we started talking about this beach market. That just kind of disappeared. The market never opened, and we never heard anything more about it. Instead of fixing it or discussing it and letting this board dictate policy, the decision was to slow roll it until it just disappeared on its own by just not opening it ever. And then we had a couple other things that we've been talking about, some of which in Commissioner Ballard's district, like the overpass, which we put back on the thing. At one point, didn't we talk about doing like scoreboards and stuff at Lincoln? Like a press box and scoreboards up by the football field?
It's under construction.
It's under construction? Okay, okay. And then we talked about doing like lights and sidewalks and things in Memphis. I think we
It's
voted
under
on that.
construction.
Also? Okay, perfect. That's, I just don't get those updates, so that's why some stuff.
You get it in the link, but that's okay.
Get it? No, we're supposed to get it from not a random thing that goes in my spam. Some of the new stuff, and I apologize, I stepped out for 1 second while Commissioner Ron was talking, and I know Commissioner Bearden mentioned that he said something about the comp plan. First thing I'm doing, and I want this on an agenda because we can't vote on it here. The first thing I want voted on this year is I want to vote to hire the consultants and do the work to start the comp plan. Is that what you said? Yep. Perfect. We need to do that. This is a 30-year-old comp plan. It needs to be massively redone, especially the future land use map, because Lakewood Ranch didn't exist when that map was created. Seriously. So everything's UF3 out in the distance, and then we get yelled at because we're upzoning an R3 to an R9 to allow apartments, but completely surrounding it is massive commercial and apartment complexes. We're not upzoning anything. We're just properly zoning it for where it should be today, and it's better if we just fix all of this now. It gives developers better concept of what they're allowed to do, more certainty, faster time. So that's first thing we need to do this year. We also need to be looking at the rest of these infill incentives. We've talked about at various work sessions about certain levels of zoning now, because that comp plan thing is going to take 2 years. We can't sit around for 2 years doing status quo. You know, rezoning some things, especially corridors that are extensions off of City of Bradenton, so that people can start fixing 14th and other roads that are ripe for development. We approved tiny homes. I mentioned this last time we had it. But we didn't approve any zoning changes to allow for use of tiny homes. So now you can just put a 400 square foot house on a quarter acre. Like until we fix something that allow clustered homes and tiny homes doesn't do any good. We need to be looking at other incentives for housing, not just monetary things like additional height, density, things we can speed up for affordable housing. Workforce, we need to be working closer with EDC because we got rid of the REO department so that we could allow EDC to do their job. They do an excellent job. I'd like to see us working more with them, or at least have maybe even a joint meeting with them or something to have a bigger discussion on how we're going to bring in the higher wage workforce, how we're going to encourage younger skilled workers to stay here, how they're working with the community as a whole. I'd really like a big discussion on that. Government as a whole, there's still a lot of regulations in this government that just make absolutely no sense. We've been chipping away at some of them, from red light cameras to setbacks to parking ratios, but I'd really like to do a deeper dive in things that are hindering our growth. We've also talked previously, probably 2 years ago, about some of our permitting, where people are getting charged for permits and sitting around for 6 months to build a deck in their own backyard or change their front door. And they're getting hit with fees that they shouldn't get hit with and delaying time. But more importantly, or equally important, is they're tying up our permitting department from bigger permitting things they could better be focusing their attention on. We need to streamline this, get rid of all the nitpicky little nickels and dimes we're charging people, so that our permitting department can focus on the bigger things, the more important things, and let people just use their private property. That's something we've been talking about, never moved anywhere. Impact fee study, that came to us as a draft forever ago. It got pulled because of some changes in the state and some other things. I'm assuming that's coming back pretty soon. That's going to be a big focus in 2023 when the impact fee study comes back. And utilities, we've mentioned it a few times, but we need to have a bigger discussion, I guess, on the 17th about the reality of utilities. They're enterprise, they fund themselves, and we need to start realizing that some of our utilities are outdated, whether it's outdated contracts for waste management or outdated just equipment. And we're seeing it now with the water treatment plant, where we have pipes busting or flying people in from Texas because we don't do proper maintenance, because our focus is always on the lowest cost provider, but lowest cost provider doesn't do any good when sewage starts flowing out into a river and water starts coming out brown and water pressure goes down because we decided to save a couple of bucks on fixing pipes. We need to discuss our utilities long term, because our water's not going to last forever. Our existing systems aren't going to last forever. Sarasota's bonding like $500 million to fix up water down there right now because they were way behind the curve. I don't want to get way behind the curve. I want to keep up with our growth. And then from a general standpoint, and I'll be done, a few things, I'd still like to see our agendas get back to being out a little bit faster. I can't remember the last time I had a briefing where I had the agenda. from a county administrator standpoint, I like to see a little less micromanaging. I feel like all my meetings require your calendar to work in mine. I mean, if we're going to have this many deputy county administrators, this many directors, we shouldn't need every level to be at every single meeting. I mean, let's trust the people below us. And the last thing that kind of goes with the aides, but not really, we had a discussion about whether or not we're supposed to be able to talk to staff. And this is always one of these weird little things like, you're not supposed to talk to staff and we're only supposed to talk to deputy administrators, whatever. I looked at our resolution because that never made logical sense to me. Our job is to relay information to the public. Our job is to get information to make informed decisions. At no point in time should I have to get in touch with the county administrator, get in touch with the deputy county administrator, get in touch with the director, and work its way down just so I could talk to Jason at Transit. Like, I should just be able to go to Jason at Transit and say, hey, what are the numbers on transit? Because I'm trying to work on a policy. I looked at the resolution that went out after Commissioner Bearden made the proposal at the end. And resolution R-9-234 on page 2 does not say that we cannot talk. Even the current resolution doesn't say we can't talk to staff. All it says is all direction of the board shall be made through county administrator, but it says except for purposes of inquiry and information, individual commissioners shall not interfere with or issue direction to employees. It specifically implies that if you're looking for information or inquiry, you can talk to staff. It's in our own resolution. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to reach out to somebody to ask a question. It's ridiculous to me, and I think just the concept of that and the mindset of that needs to change, because we should all be doing our research. We should all be reaching out to the people we need to reach out to and coming as informed as humanly possible to all of our meetings so we can make informed policy decisions and not get bogged down and delayed by bureaucracy that delays our ability to do our work, because we're the ones that are supposed to talk to the public. And when it takes me a month to get back to somebody on a simple issue because I say I'm waiting to hear back because I had to go through a chain of command, it looks bad on us, and it wastes the public's time because we're not able to provide them timely responses. That's it.
Okay, I would to dialogue with you really quick on the last point, because you make an interesting point. 3 of you weren't here a few months ago. We went through a 2-year period where we had one or more commissioners who would not reach out to staff, and it simply as an informational tool to ask them questions. You had 2 commissioners, as you know, who were giving staff direction, who were borderline intimidating staff, who were influencing staff, however you want to word it, to do their will. And those 2 commissioners did not support the administration. They were at odds with the majority of the board, and they were intentionally trying to undermine both the majority of the board and the administration. And that's where the agreement came up that we would no longer, don't even talk to staff, like press 1 and 9 on the elevator and that's it. Don't talk to anybody else. That was where that came from. We are in a different world now, and we, I think, have 7 responsible adults who are capable of going to staff for information and not giving them, because it is undermined. If you go to staff, if Mike Ron goes to I don't know who, Jimmy Crutchfield, I'm sorry, I'll pick on Jimmy, he'd probably tell you to, take a hike or go pound sand anyway. But say you went to Jimmy and you tried to give him direction and tell him that, I don't know, the ambulances all need to go to Manatee Memorial or whatever, and try and give him some sort of direction. That's probably an extreme example, but that's similar to what was happening before. We had commissioners who were literally giving direction to staff and pressuring them to do things, and they were outside of the scope of their job, outside of the scope of their responsibility. And then you have a staff member who was like, I've got a commissioner who's been here for however long, like literally telling me to do this. You're putting the staff member in a horrible spot. Like, what do I do? So that was where that environment came from.
Understood. Those are people violating the actual law of the resolution.
Correct.
The lettering says shall not interfere with or issue direction to.
Right.
So they were just violating that, but it does imply reaching out to staff for inquiry or information is fully permissible.
Yeah. And the 4 of us had baptism by fire on that, so I would recommend the 3 of you talk to Dr. Hopes and Mr. Clegg so that you just have a full understanding of when you do talk to staff, what you can, how that conversation should go, basically. So I don't think that's an issue. We are allowed to talk to staff, you're right. We had just come to that because we were in extreme circumstances. Clay.
Yeah. And
Bearden.
I talked to Dr. Hopes, and I don't know if you guys know or not, but we do have a project management software that we have access to that can, if we're trained on it, Dr. Hopes, that could allow us to see where everything is at in districts. I don't know do you guys utilize that pretty frequently?
It's updated almost real time.
Okay, so how is it broken down? Is it broken down by districts or?
It's broken down by projects, it's district, and we are, and I appreciate the conversation, because when I have an opportunity to go through your list, maybe you'll feel a little bit more at ease, but I'll let Commissioner Cruz finish. But I would like to make a comment, and I appreciate the chair.
He's finished, sir.
So, the irony of this, and I get it. Look, we are now in January 5th of a new year. The new commissioners were sworn in on the 22nd. Leading up to the 22nd, if you recall, we had a rough period. We went into summer recess. We came back. We had a rough period with the members that were up for election in the primary and the existing members, and it was not a cordial environment. And we made some changes. The board made some changes to amend the calendar. There was an act of God called a hurricane that caused water damage. And so we, in essence, were in another recess, okay? You were sworn in. We had a meeting to get all that backlog of work approved November 26th, 27th. We went into the holidays, and we're back. And so you're absolutely right. First and foremost, I never gave direction that you couldn't speak with. I asked, because of the environment we were in, because of the conflict among board members, to please go to a deputy first, give them an opportunity to set up your meetings, get your information so that things weren't disruptive, because we did have some of your predecessors that were causing disruption. Not only was it a situation of giving direction, these individuals were going to get information from these individuals to leak out to certain outlets, in my opinion, to make the administration and the board look unfavorably. And so I will like to go through your list, but all of this should be prefaced by the decisions that the board made and the administration collectively to get us through the election cycle, to get us to a point where we have a board that is collaborative, that will act maturely and responsibly, and we can work as a team to get your priorities accomplished during your terms of office. And so I realize there are three of you that were not here, did not have to survive the environment that employees were asked to work in and the board was asked to perform under. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, well put, sir. So that is all seven of us. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back and we'll dive into the details here. We're in recess until 3:23. Okay, welcome back. So we went through all 7 commissioners, essentially their goals and desires for 2023. Some of these are obvious workshops, so I'm going to run through the ones that, because I took notes as we went here. I'm going to run through those that are obvious workshops, and Dr. Hopes, if you could sort of just engage me as I go here, if it's already a scheduled workshop, if let us know and then give us an idea of when. I mean, an exact date would be wonderful, but if you could give us an idea of when. So, solid waste / utilities / let's say solid waste / utilities.
Okay, all things utilities is scheduled for January 17th. It includes the procurement for solid waste, which has been ongoing before I got here for 2 years.
Sure.
It's at the end of that procurement process. Utilities rates is included with that. Solid waste, the status of, we have the consultants report on potential sites for the landfill. And what is utility rates, an overview of utilities, the utilities rate discussion with
That's fine.
utility.
I think all things
it's all on the
utilities sums it up.
17th.
Landfill, solid waste rates, that's all in there. Okay, so the 17th, everybody, for solid waste, utilities, and landfill. ARPA funds.
February 7th
I'm sorry, I
workshop
think we have a
is
question.
ARPA, LMAC, building and permit fees.
ARPA?
LMAC.
ARPA?
That was rescheduled because the board canceled those meetings towards the end of last year.
Okay, so you have ARPA, LMAC, and what?
Building and permit fees.
Building permit fees.
February 7th. And March 2nd is the date for the joint meeting of Sarasota and Manatee's BOCC, subject to their administrative approval. So that's in between there.
March 2?
March 2nd.
Okay, March 2nd. Okay, I'm just jotting this down, and that is 3-2. Okay, great. The other things we had on here, comp plan, transit are 2 other items. Do we feel like these are workshop?
I want comp plan on the very next agenda. I'm making a motion to start that process.
Okay, so then you want that on the 10th? Which I don't think is
I want that as
going to be
quickly
shocking
as
news.
humanly
Really.
possible.
Okay.
It's going to be a 2-year process. I hear 18 months to 2 years to do the entirety of it.
Might as well plant the tree on the 10th.
If we would have started that when we first started talking about it, we were all campaigning, it'd be done right now.
Touche.
There's 2 ways to handle it. One is we agree, and we've been planning to bring to you a contract for a consultant to rewrite all that stuff. Any way you want to handle it.
Commissioner Ron.
So is our plan that what we do at the next board meeting, we bring up we instruct the county administrator to go out and start those contract conversations with who would be the consultant for revising the comp plan, land development code, land development regulation, future land use map? Is that what we do at the next meeting?
That's what I'd like is to start.
Okay.
Is the next meeting would be to make a motion to instruct the administrator and staff to go out and procure consultants and start the process of revamping all of it.
I'm with you on that.
Commissioner Ball.
Hold on, just a second.
Can I-
Courtney wants to.
This is Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator. So Nicole will be on leave for most of January, so we can make the motion, but then we could have a workshop maybe in February, March when she returns to do the real heavy lifting.
I don't know if we need a workshop, because we're going to end up having like 10 workshops on it, because as the consultant's working through, there's going to be workshops, discussions, public meetings, task force meetings. I don't know if we
Get it started.
The problem with everything in government is we're going to start having workshops to discuss whether or not to make motions, and next thing you know, it's going to be June before we go on recess when we're finally voting on starting
We
the
will
process.
put a
We wasted
motion
6
on the
months.
next agenda for you to give me direction to
Start the process.
begin the procurement process for engaging consultants to rewrite the comp plan.
Okay, I have Commissioners Baugh and Ballard on the board. Commissioner Baugh.
Just real quick, we went through that's the first thing that's always said, well, we got to hire a consultant. Well, we went through that with the building department. I think it was right before you guys won in 2020. And I would love to know, in fact, if you could check it, Dr. Hopes, I'd love to know how much we spent. Because I asked for that information before, but I didn't get it.
That
It
was
was before you.
Yeah, before me. I can find out, but I will tell you, staff and I have been discussing this, and we do not have the in-house resources to rewrite the comp plan.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you to, but what I am asking is find out how much we spent for the consultant before, because we went through it. It was a couple of years that it lasted. We spent an arm and a leg, went through it, and ended up, after it was over, we said, we need to redo all that because that wasn't good. So my point is, don't get the same consultant.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
is
I
the
think
point of
you're
all that.
referring to the consulting report that
She also did the
John
impact
Barnott
fees
was supposed to
before.
implement the recommendations or something. Okay, I'll pull that.
And since let's just stop and talk about this for a second then. So we had a joint meeting with the city of Bradenton and we discussed the two of us hiring the same consultant because of so many, one, they're in the same predicament. It's been like 15 or 17 years since they've addressed their comp plan. And they had, and I don't know that they are necessarily particularly selective about who the consultant is, but I feel like we should have some sort of conversations with them if we intend to attempt to use the same consultant and have some sort of a blend to the comp plan so that it, you know what I'm saying? Mr. County Attorney, always a pleasure when you wave your card while I'm speaking.
I have an interest in this because we would like to see in the county attorney's office the comprehensive plan get addressed in a meaningful way. We're the ones that have to litigate this stuff when people file challenges claiming that we're doing things that are inconsistent with it, and there's a lot of dated material in there. So I have two suggestions. One, the consultant should be instructed to bring back a timeline to the board of when and how these things are going to get done. Because that was missing with the last go-round, which kind of gave us fits as well. Two, you can also work into the contract a right for the city of Bradenton to piggyback on that agreement if they so choose, so that it's already negotiated with the consultant, and if Bradenton wants to participate, they have the right to get the same services at the same rate.
And I would prefer that.
I would too.
Commissioner Ballard, have I gone to you yet?
No, you haven't.
Okay, so
But I
it's
actually
Ballard
have-
and Satcher.
I have something unrelated that I meant to bring up in my laundry list, and my constituents will kill me if I don't. And that is residential canal dredging. I have a lot of
Yes, I agree with that.
I have a lot of constituents who feel very strongly about the issue. I think we should have a work session on it.
I agree 100%.
Commissioner Satcher.
I know it hasn't been addressed for a very long time.
But it's a good one.
Residential canal dredging.
Yeah.
Your residents in Piney Point would be, or in Palmetto Point would be very, Palmetto Point would be very interested in the
Palmetto
subject.
Point, Sneed Island, I've
Coral
heard of them a lot.
Shores, San Remo, Flamingo Cay, yeah.
That was-
As far as with the comp plan, I just want to say what we're dealing with, and what we have to think about is that you're going to have a long laundry list of, high tax, give the government more power, organizations that are willing to, take a close look, all consultants along those lines. So it's we just got to be smart about who we choose. If there's got to be some consultants out there that mirror, what our county looks like and the way this board looks at things. And we can't, I remember when I think maybe my very first meeting when they came back to me with a brand new, all these taxes that had been approved by a consultant that I could pass in my first meeting. And I'm thinking, I promised my constituents up and down, that a vote for me was a vote for, not raising any taxes. And so just to put that point out there as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're either a conservative or you're a liberal.
Thank you, sir. So then the direction that we're giving is that we want on the agenda for the 10th. Commissioner Cruz, why don't you vocalize what you want on the 10th? I hit sort of a brain stop there.
I wanted a motion to allow us to vote to direct the administration staff to start the process of procuring a consultant and moving forward with a plan to rewrite our comprehensive plan, future land use map, and all other aspects
Related
of our
facets.
code. And I'd like any consultant to give us a defined timeline to make sure this is done in an expedited, although thorough manner.
Should we agree to the consultant that they choose to make sure it's
Well, I'm
the
assuming they're
same?
going to have to come back to us to
that'll
approve
come
a
back to us,
contract.
It will be
anyway.
a sizable grant.
Want to make sure it's
And in addition to that, However, the county attorney and the administrator feel the city of Bradenton should be included in it.
I'm 100% on board with working with City of Bradenton
Yeah.
because right now there's this awkwardness of if you're on one side of the street, you're under one plan, you're on the other side of the street, you're on another plan. It's disjointed, especially on major thoroughfares. We should certainly be working with Mayor Brown and everybody.
Where they're building a Target in Northwest Bradenton, the shopping center itself is split in half between the city of Bradenton. It's two separate parcels, and so it's split in half. Even though the building is actually conjoined, the Target is in unincorporated Manatee County, and Publix is in the city of Bradenton. Let me tell you how much fun it was when it was before it was a Kmart, and it was, it was slum and blight. The Kmart, the Publix was a thriving business, and I had the homeless situation in which, I crossed the line, and so now I'm not in the city of Bradenton anymore. Yeah, and our code enforcement guy is chasing people into the city, and anyway.
That can be fixed, though, can it not?
MSO is allowed to go into the city of Bradenton. The city of Bradenton is not allowed to go into unincorporated Manatee County, and code enforcement can't go into city of Bradenton. So this is, I got a baptism by fire on this. Dr. Hopes.
So along this line, and I've spoken about shared governance for quite some time, but these major projects like rewriting a comp plan is a perfect opportunity to move forward with a shared governance model whereby you as a board would appoint a board member to be part of the governing committee over this major project, which would allow for a board member to be engaged in the process, be involved in every step of the project, and would then be a member of the board who could share their experience and involvement.
Sort of act as a liaison.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think I should. I'd be careful about it because this is legislation at the highest level in the county. And what I'm concerned about is every one of you is going to want to have an equal say in what that comp plan says. Because your constituents are going to be looking at you asking, what decisions are you making? Because you're really deciding the future of the county. So I don't disagree you can do it, but I just would advise caution in how you structure
There are models for it in Florida, in the Sunshine, and you're right. It will require some counsel and guidance and rails, but what I'm hearing in this whole list is that there is a desire either to be closer to the information or the process, and I'm suggesting that the board consider a shared governance model which would engage board members at different levels within the organization. It can be done.
Comp plan may not be the best item to do it on, but I do like it on other things. Commissioner Baugh.
I totally agree, Mr. Chairman, with what you just said. I think that this comp plan is too in-depth, too complicated to try and do that. And I got to tell you, honestly, the county attorney is here. He protects the Board of County Commissioners as a whole. So I would not go against the county attorney on this, particularly with it being, something else would probably be different, but with this being the comp plan, it's too involved.
Not even from a legal standpoint. I just see who wants to be the liaison on the comp plan, and I see 7 hands going up immediately. Oh, right. Okay. All right. So comp plan, we're okay with. It's going to be on the agenda for the 10th. Transit. I'm going back to Dr. Hope's. These are items that I think are obvious workshops, or that the board indicated they wanted workshopped.
The calendar I have before me is January through March, so the first quarter of the year. I don't see transit on it, but we'll get it scheduled.
We'll get a scheduled one, okay.
And I think what I have to do is go back to Jason. Jason's got, I think, one more vacancy. He just filled his transit planning position.
Okay.
So I'd like him to get his team sort of in place, which should be the next couple of weeks.
It's fine. Transit's not like a super urgent thing. I just put to be determined on mine.
And you'll have an opportunity to discuss the 18-month experience with Sarasota as they have reworked their transit system in that joint meeting.
Yeah, so after that meeting would probably be best. Commissioner Baugh.
Dr. Hopes, we have January the 17th, February the 7th, and March the 2nd. Do we have any other workshops in the
Yes, ma'am. I'm waiting till the
span?
chair goes through your items.
Okay. Can you send us, when we're done, can you send us a list with all that on there?
Just so you know, the timing of it, as I committed before the end of the year, we had our directors meeting yesterday, and we went through the lengthy list of workshop requests from the past year, and worked out the calendar for the first quarter, and we'll get that out.
Okay, well, you
Today.
might want to run that by your board just to make sure that it's the priorities that we want to see.
I'm finding that out right now.
Okay. Just saying.
Roads and other CIP projects, what I heard was commissioners wanting information on those things in a form other than an email. So commissioners, how do you feel about quarterly updates on the big six during workshops or meetings? And then when it comes to other CIP projects, at least quarterly meetings with Bishop, meaning Charlie Bishop, one-on-one on CIP either in your district, or I guess if it's countywide, then countywide. I mean, am I going the right direction here? If not, I'm just trying to, this is what I heard, and I'm trying to make the will of the board happen. Sir?
What may help is the first department to initiate weekly updates to you is utilities. I think you should have all gotten your weekly update last week.
Would it have been an
from
email?
the director?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we're not interested in.
No. What, all I'm saying, and they're setting up one-on-one meetings with each of you to go through these updates and whatever regularity you want, but that's the first wave of giving you real-time updates verbally and in writing.
Okay. Commissioner Satcher, you have an awful lot of these projects in your district. What do you think?
Yeah, because I know with me, and this is not necessarily anyone else's fault, but I think for everyone, using my district as the guinea pig, it would be nice, what I would like to see is the projects that you go over, say, streetlights on whatever road. What tends to happen is you have a conversation about that, okay, well, and then a month goes by, 6 weeks, you get busy on this, get busy on that, you don't hear anything, you come back, and it's either been dropped, or sometimes the opposite happens. It's already started. It's, they've got the stuff in hand and major progress. And so what I want to see, for District 1 is each of the projects that I talk about. So putting a temporary light at 60th and Mendoza, I want to see, okay, where we're at on that, and then the timeline. And I see it as a graph. So with columns and rows on what the project is, and a column for what started on it, what the next thing is, and what the timeline to see it come to pass. And I think that would help. That my other district commissioners might want to put that into place, and I'm going to put that into place for District 1. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, you brought this up. It was on your list. You'd brought up a couple of CIP projects and wanted to know where they were. And
I brought up things like the sidewalks and lights in Memphis and the Lincoln Park upgrades that were going on. And Dr. Hope said they were in process. It's just some of the stuff we approve, and we don't always get updates on. And that said, I'm at large. I'm not district, so Commissioner Ballard's here now, so she's probably getting updates on things like that. They're just things that were on my list that we previously voted on or approved. Yeah.
I'm just looking for preferred forms of communication on CIP and the big six, mainly road projects.
At least quarterly.
Quarterly in meetings? Okay. And then what about one-on-one for CIP projects in your district?
I think it's appropriate.
Okay, you want those quarterly?
Monthly.
Monthly. So monthly with either, I guess, Bishop or whomever, in our offices to discuss. I mean, mine can be over the phone. I don't even necessarily, or Zoom. I don't have to see them in my office. To go over the CIP projects in our districts, and then quarterly at meetings on the big six.
Probably be in the board's conference room so they can use the screens and things like that.
Sure, that's fine. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I just want to mention this. This is a problem, and it's happened to me more than once. I had already scheduled an MPOAC executive committee meeting in our boardroom downstairs for 3 o'clock on the 17th. And it's been scheduled for a while. Now we have the workshop that's on the 17th. So I'm just saying that we need to make sure that all commissioners are available for whatever date I don't know how y'all come up
Madam
with dates for
Commissioner,
a
the
workshop.
January 17th workshop date was on the calendar last year.
Well, I can tell you, Scott, you can say I'm sorry, Dr. Hopes, but I will tell you that when we were looking at the calendar, I made sure that I didn't have anything else that would be a conflict before I agreed to that date. And then I gave them 3 dates that would be good for this committee. And that was one of the dates. And so I gave them the date myself. So if that workshop had been on my calendar, I would have seen it and I wouldn't have done it. I did that myself. I'm just saying, we got to be careful on that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Homelessness was on multiple commissioners' agendas for 23. Are you wanting a workshop? I feel like
Mr.
we
Chair,
workshopped it to death.
Mr. Chair, on March 22nd is affordable housing. The Florida Housing Coalition, which has been contracted to do the homelessness study that the board authorized, and the Community Land Trust, their attorney has been working on that. In addition, so it's March 21st work session is affordable housing, the Florida Housing Coalition and homeless study, county-owned lands, and Community Land Trust.
March 22nd.
I expect an update from the Florida Housing Coalition on the status of their project.
Commissioner Bearden.
I think, a study is one thing, but we need to start looking at solutions in regards to like what other places have had major issues and how we can, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we're going to kick the can down the road. I mean, we keep kicking it down the road. I want to figure out solutions, and I want to execute whatever we got to do to execute a solution so we can get it down. So we can have it in place and move forward.
I have Commissioner, if that's all. Okay, then I have Commissioner Cruz and then Ballard.
Okay. I was going to kind of say something else, but I'll answer that. The study we initiated is the exact same one that Sarasota initiated. It actually does look at other counties of similar size, solutions they've had, how they've achieved it. Sarasota, similar size us. I actually kind of just said, let's take Sarasota's report and use it for now because we're virtually identical and save the money. We didn't do that. But they said, okay, double the hotbeds and some other things that can be done. So they actually did what you're saying. They were actionable items, not just it wasn't a head count study. It wasn't just, yeah, you got 3,000 homeless people, good luck with that, and then they walk away. It was, you've got this kind of homeless, this much are women, this much have children. Here's how some other counties handle it. Go and take your 10 hotbeds and make them 30, and maybe put some additional money to Salvation Army so they can keep people for more than 10 days. They were actionable items. They weren't just a head count survey.
Was it just counties in Florida?
I don't know. I've only seen one report, and it was Sarasota, and I didn't memorize it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but the one thing when I did put myself on the board, because this may answer some of the things, the county attorney, because I think a lot of the things, like especially a lot of things I said, were things that are literally in the mix that we've, as a board, agreed to either via vote or just head nodding to direct the administrator and the staff to work towards. And then we keep bringing them up. Where's the community land trust? Where's the veteran housing? Where's the trail system? Where's the child care licensing? And I can never tell if it's just being flat out ignored forever with the intention of slow rolling it to death, or if it's actively being worked on. The county attorney sends us something on a regular basis saying, here's a list of all the legal services that I'm providing, and here's kind of a status update on.
Right, it's accountability.
Why don't we have something like that for the county administrator, especially on these big policy things that we vote on, so we can acknowledge, okay, that's still on the list. It's 50% complete. It's 75% complete. Here's when you can anticipate it coming back to the board for something. I think we should have something like that, similar to what the county attorney does. So at least I know that child care licensing is actively being worked on, and here's its status. And if I have a specific question, I can reach out to you because it's on your list. But right now, like I said, my list included beach market, ARP, child care licensing, trail, broadband, density, veteran housing, community trust. All those were voted on. All those should be getting worked on because the administration and the staff don't get to choose which things what policies we set that you adhere to. You just have to do them. But unfortunately, doing them doesn't mean a week from now. It could mean 3 years from now, and then there's a new board, and then everyone forgets about it. So I'd like to see some sort of an ongoing list, so we know that it's being acknowledged as something that needs to be worked on.
We can enhance the administrator's biweekly report that you get, which had all those updates. I don't think towards the end of the year, I think they stopped producing it, and they're probably getting started to do it this year. That's the one that you.
I don't need the big glossy thing where there's like 14 pictures of you in various locations and
Now
bios.
that's an exaggeration.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just talking. It's an Excel spreadsheet, and as we vote on policy, you just have Lauren or whoever.
As Commissioner Bearden make, look, we have a ton of data, project management tables,
what I was saying,
all that.
project management software.
I will assure you. I will assure you. After this week, I hear you. I will give you information in whatever format you want it in because we have it. And all of you have access to with your logins, you have access to everything. I will make sure that you have an personal in-service in your office how to access this information in tables, graphs, PERT charts, Gantt charts, however you want it. Power BI, it's there. You can access it, and we'll make sure
None of us need to
it.
access this in 14 different places like Power BI and Gambler. What we need is one spreadsheet from one of our 2 employees that say, here's the stuff I acknowledge you've asked me to work on, and here's the status of it. In one spreadsheet I can open on my phone or my iPad, not here's all your login software so you can dig throughout our entire
We
system.
will prepare that for you, Commissioner. I hear you.
Okay.
Ballard and Satcher. Commissioner Ballard.
I do agree with Commissioner Cruz on that. I appreciate that the information is there, but I need it. I need it accessible to me, and I need it customized to me at regular intervals. As for the homeless issue, I will say that we do actually have some good programs that are available for people. We have rental assistance, especially if in many different pots for many different types of people who are struggling. So I personally need some more instruction on exactly, what those things are. And I think that a lot of people in the community need more instruction on what is available, because there were so many times in my previous position that I was dealing with people who were really housing insecure, and they were dealing with social workers, they were dealing with, 4 or 5 different nonprofits who were trying to help them, but nobody really knew what resources were actually available, and the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. So I think we need to do a better job of making sure that people understand what resources we have, because I do think that we have some pretty robust resources.
Thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that if we put ourselves, and I would ask, everyone, put yourself in our shoes. Like if you had a direct report and you've asked them to do something and you called them and they said, well, we've got this great software, we've updated it online, check it out. You'd be frustrated, and rightfully so, right? You'd want that person to be able to have a conversation with you and go over where things are, unless you asked for it in a different format than a conversation. But, we're human beings, and a conversation goes a long way in having that contact. One thing that I want to bring before the board to talk about, this is a work session, and I guess this is as an appropriate time as any. Technically, we are allowed to have more employees than just the county attorney, just the county administrator. Right now, everyone has a role, and those roles are valuable, right? But is there anyone that we see that has the authority, especially if there's a vote behind it of the board, is there anyone that has the authority to call somebody up and say, where are you at on that? I want to see progress on that, right? Is that the administrator's job? Sure it is, but he's also running the entire county, every bit of it, right? So every single thing is coming to his door. I'd like us to seriously consider having a chief officer general. So someone that we come to, we talk to, and that basically answers to us and goes and finds out information and finds out where projects are on our behalf. So my, idea, I'll throw the name out there, she doesn't know, I probably should have asked her permission, but she'll be fine with it. My idea is if we had somebody, like April Allison, that worked for us, for the seven of us. Right. Someone like,
Yeah.
right, that was our person, and 24/7, they're thinking about what we said in the last meeting and what we wanted to see get done, and not only that, but some level of accountability to what's been committed.
Yeah, that's what.
Here's what has happened. So I've got 2 years of experience, and so my wife could help more than anyone. Sometimes I come home just like, and this is no fun for me. This is as a Christian, this is the least favorite part of being executive in an executive function or an administrative function on this board. But sometimes I come home and I'm just like, man, they are hitting home runs. They've got so much done. Everything I asked about, they're either with me, almost with me, or ahead. This is great, right? But then sometimes they just said this was moving along and almost to design, and now they're telling me it's nowhere near. They're telling me I don't even have hope of design. And I remember it being said in the meeting because it was a very big deal to me. And here months later, I find out the exact opposite. Right? And sometimes I come to the meeting, someone, or the worst, guys, was I fought hard for a grant, whether anyone agrees with it or not. I fought hard for a grant for expectant mothers. And I won it, and we got the votes so that if someone was, found out they were pregnant, they're 5 months pregnant, they need help, that they could come to organizations and that the county would at least, be helping with those organizations, because we help plenty of other organizations. So I fought hard for it, and here we are going by, and 10 months later I find out nothing had happened on it. And then we start working on the paperwork on it, and the paperwork was a mound. And I had no way of any accountability. And if that was my direct employee, it would have been a very serious talk. We had this vote. Or, if it was just my employee, if I'm CEO, I don't need a vote. But, this is the vote. What is it? Why couldn't you get this done? Is what we decided not important? Bottom line with me. And some type of accountability. But I've got there's 7 of us on here. So I got to, decide who's in good with the county administrator right now, who's not right now. Is this going to be a big deal to them? Is it going to be a big deal to me? And we had, 3 people that were working against me on every single thing, no matter what. And so there was no way to have any more. Yes, thank you, Lord. So there was no way to have any of those really tough discussions. And I don't necessarily want to have those tough discussions in front of everyone. I sure would love to have someone in the building that could do it for me. So I could say, this is a frustration for me. Can you find out what's going on? I've got to vote on this, or I've got a promise on this, or I've got a commitment here, and I'm not seeing movement on it. And so I think it would strengthen our hand. It would give us more, more authority. We'd be more able to do what the voters have asked us to do. And I mean, we could set it up where it's a 1-year pilot. And if we don't like it and it ends up being completely redundant to what we already have, then fine. But right now, there are definitely situations where, information can be king, or how fast something is moved can be king. And where I wish I had more people on it, on getting that information or those goals accomplished. That's a very awkward conversation for me to have in front of God and everyone. But that's not to say that I'm unhappy with everything or anywhere near everything. It's just to say that there are times where I feel like this board would be well served to have not just a person that's running 2,000 employees, but a person whose responsibility is to answer directly to the 7 as their number one thing they do. I mean, right now we're talking about bringing on another, we already had voted, but anyway, another deputy administrator. And to me, well, I won't go into that at this point, but at some point, the communication back to us has to be prioritized And not that it's not being already, not that there aren't already plans for dinners and those things. I'm not being a malcontent. I'm just saying that I think we would be well served and our county would be well served if we were to consider seriously having a chief officer general in a position like that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I have Baugh, Ballard, Commissioner Bearden. Are you on this list?
Mr. Chairman? Excuse me.
No,
You
no.
need to wait a
I have
minute.
Baugh. This is a discussion for the commissioners. I have Baugh, Ballard, and then I wasn't sure of Bearden if you waved at me or not. Okay. Baugh, Ballard, and then Hopes.
I think that you've got valid points. However, I don't think we need, I forget what you called it, a chief general.
Chief officer general so that she could be called the OG.
Why is it a she?
OG. Well, in my mind, it's April, and wouldn't it be cool to
Anyway,
hire April and call her the OG?
I think the problem, and there comes a time when you have to have the conversation, and I think this is it. From what I'm hearing, the frustration from all the commissioners. And I think that is an item that we need to have with our county administrator. Ultimately, it stops with him. That's his job. It's his job. Now, I would say, number one, is he managing his time correctly? Him sitting in and not coming to a meeting that I had yesterday morning at 10 o'clock because he was interviewing for people that were going to be commissioner aides. He didn't need to be in that meeting. He has a deputy county administrator that could have been in that meeting and done those interviews. So I think it boils down to, really, when you look at it, I think it's a matter of how you're scheduling your time. There's a lot of things that our county administrator does that really is not his job. And part of it is going out and making videos, for different things. He's not in charge of this county, we are. So the bottom line is, I think that we just need to come up with a better plan in how the county administrator uses his time and what we expect and how we want him to follow through, because he's got more help right now than any administrator's ever had here. None of the other administrators have ever had 3 deputy county administrators. They had 2, but we've grown. So now we have 3. It's too bad that it was such a screw up on the last one, or we would have 4. It boils down to leadership decisions. That's really what it's all about. So I think we're at the point that we have to adjust what we expect from our county administrator and how he does his job. And it's not uncommon. We're growing every day. And the problems we have today are not the same problems that we had a year and a half ago when he started. They're different today. So there needs to be adjustments made. There's many times, and I brought it up this morning, and I didn't want to go into detail, but now we're into the weeds. The bottom line is the county administrator, as much as I know he loves to go to Tallahassee, he doesn't need to go to Tallahassee with us. That's our job. His job is to stay here and run the daily business of the county and do it the way the board wants him to do it. That's his job. So I think we need to look at how things are being done and really get into the weeds on what we expect, how we expect him to do his job, and what we want to see done. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. There's no reason why that he can't get us the spreadsheet. I think it was Commissioner Satcher, was that you that talked? No, I think it was Commissioner Cruz, talked about a spreadsheet. There's no reason why that can't be done. You go to each department head. The deputy county attorneys, they have their departments that they manage. They can get a spreadsheet. It's just a matter of him asking for it and getting to us in a timely fashion. We have to set the path. It is our job to instruct him on how we want him to do his job. And then it's up to him to do it. So, perhaps we haven't been totally clear on what it is we expect and how we want it done. I know at one time he suggested a chief of staff, and somehow or the other, that got out publicly, I recall that. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I said, so much for that right now, because one of the three that used to be here made a big to-do out of it, which I don't understand why. I thought it was a decent idea. And I know that he had talked to one of the deputy county administrators, and then I don't know what happened after that. You see, it just like it went away. But I think that is something you should look at, and that would probably address somewhat what Commissioner Satcher is talking about. And I agree with Commissioner Satcher. Maybe not with the general, blah, 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 but, you know, someone to oversee that is a good idea. And I think that, you know, we are the elected officials, and we have a job to do, and we report to our constituents. That's our jobs. And we are to do, you know, along the lines of what they want to see our policies be. And it's our job to make sure that staff is following through on that. So bottom line is, I think that the ball has been dropped somewhat. I know there's been a lot going on. We went through the commissioners that were here before November. It was not an easy task. It was very difficult, but we're not in that situation anymore. So now we really have to get down and get in the weeds and get the job done. And Dr. Hopes, I think that puts it back in your court because, you know, we're expecting you to do your job. I don't want to see you out in front of a camera. I don't want to see you out, you know, advertising Manatee County. That's not your job. That's our job. So, you know, you're going to have to get down to being the administrator, period. And I know you have. I'm not saying that you haven't, but I think we're at a critical spot where now it's time we got to show the citizens where we're going and how we're going to do it, and and we're going to have to demand it. And you've heard all of us. I don't think I've heard any commissioners be rather happy with the way things are going. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you. It's not. I'm not the county administrator. It's easier for me, but you know, we need to change some things on how we're moving forward. And I got to tell you, I'm kind of glad right now that you haven't hired the fourth deputy, because I'm not so sure that we have everything lined up maybe the way we need to even bring another one on at this point. And I think you know, and you and I have had some conversation wondering if you have the right people in the right positions that you have. And these are things that we're going to have to look at, and you're going to have to make those decisions. You know, I've heard, you know, some that have complained because they don't feel like they're qualified to handle things, the jobs that you've given them. And that's probably true. But, you know, I think it's time where we're going to have to get in the weeds and make sure that we start moving forward. You can't do everything. Your two biggest problems, well, three. I'm going to go ahead and say it. You've got three big problems. The three big problems are you don't delegate. You like to do it all yourself. We see it all the time. And I admire that, but you can't do it. It's too much. And then communication, we know this. And that's, I'm not sure how to tell you to correct it. And then the other one is it's hard to go from being an elected official to an administrator. It's a tough transition for you. And I can get it. I mean, I understand it. So you're hearing us. I think we're all on the same page. I hope I'm not speaking out of line. But, you know, let us know how we can help you, and we'll do it.
Commissioner Ballard.
So the only thing I wanted to mention is I understand that the things that Commissioner Satcher is saying, the things that Commissioner Baugh is saying. I do think that our aides could potentially be those people. They could, you know, liaise with the different department heads, find out things that are going on for us. But unfortunately, right now, the aides that we have, they're great, but they're way, 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 way overworked to do anything like that because they're managing. We've got two people who are managing 7 commissioners, and that's crazy. They can't do that. They can barely, I'm sure, manage calendars and everything else right now. Right. So we need to get those positions filled, and we need people that the commissioners can know, people that the commissioners can trust, and we need to have enough of them so that their workload is not so extreme, so that all they can do is do calendars.
Thank you, ma'am. Should we go to Dr. Hopes, or do we want to?
Just a small point, or a
Commissioner Thatcher?
question and maybe a short dialogue. I mean, but you would want them to be answering to us, right? Because that is part of the equation, is no matter how much we ask them to do, if they answer to the administration, that's where their loyalty is supposed to be. You're supposed to work for your employer. So, thank you.
I agree with you on that point.
Commissioner Cruz, do you need to go first, or do you want to hear from Dr. Hopes?
Oh, I wasn't even going. I was just playing with my thing. But to
Find something else to twirl around over there. You throw me off.
But to someone's point, like Commissioner Thatcher, if you had an aide that had the time to focus on it, you could say, here are the 10 big CIP projects in District 1. Can you give me monthly updates on these? And then they can reach out to somebody over there and give you an update that fits what you want to see and how you want to see it. It resolves some of this issue of lack of communication, because we've got somebody going out and getting that communication, just like they do in, say, Tallahassee, for instance.
Dr. Hopes.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I know a lot has changed in almost 2 years, but there are 4 people here that I had one-on-one meetings when I was an elected official, well before you chose me as the interim county administrator. And for those of you who were not here, when those 4 were elected, 3 were elected, 1 was reelected, there were 2 administrative assistants doing this job. And we had, some of you had more detailed conversations than others, the need to have commissioner aides. And at the time, the decision was that you didn't want to grow government. And so we agreed on a new job description, which was a commissioner's aide, which we took from a couple of different counties and melded it together. We raised the qualifications to having a bachelor's degree and a certain skill set. And the idea was to go ahead and hire those 4. And 1 would be the aide to the chair at the time because of the heavier workload. And then 2 commissioners would share an aide, and we would see how that went. And this conversation is probably the most valuable conversation among others, but I would say it's a highly valuable conversation with me because we've been through that pilot. We had 2 people. We had 1 who was only the aide for a commissioner that did not get reelected, and no one else really, wanted to use that person. And so I believe, based on the conversation, that we are now ready, and each of you has expressed verbally and by your actions the desire to be far more engaged, to have more information, to have that information in a format where you can understand, and to utilize a majority of a full FTE's time to assist you in your communication with constituents, in your preparation for board meetings and work sessions, and to get the content and the information at a time and in a format that you want it in. My suggestion is that we now take the next step, and I bring before you authorization for 3 additional FTEs for commissioner aides, that you proceed with the county attorney. I'm happy to work with him on whatever needs to be done from a policy perspective or an ordinance perspective, so that you each have that resource 100% dedicated to you. I will work with property management to create the workstations, and that will make my job easier. It will give you the information that you need in a timely fashion and the resources, because we now have a board that has considerable interest and drive and commitment to take the county to the next level. So just understand, we've been through that pilot, and it is clear that you're ready to fully utilize an FTE that reports to you, that you provide the direction to, and handles your office, whether you're an at-large commissioner or a district commissioner, the way you want your resources provided to you. And so, Mr. Chair, the solution to that problem, I believe, is where this discussion has landed, and that is, as you and I discussed over a couple of years ago, that we move to a model that other counties, some counties have adopted, where you have a commissioner aide that's dedicated to one commissioner.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anyone else on the board, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bang through some of these that, sort of in the spirit of shared governance, essentially, I think individual commissioners should just bring to the board and tell me if I'm wrong. Becoming a gun sanctuary county. Does anyone have an issue with Commissioner Bearden, who this is his, he was the first to bring it up anyway. Does anybody have an issue with him bringing this to us on an agenda? Okay.
What?
Oh, Commissioner Satcher has a problem with that.
Not necessarily, just a caveat. That is that, you know, in the summer, I would say, I brought forward changing personnel policy so that if an employee had a concealed carry permit, that they were no longer barred from carrying as a county employee. And I feel like that's part of parcel.
Have we not
I don't
voted
know
on
if anyone, I don't think we ever had a vote on it. I was trying to wait till we had more peaceful seas, peaceful sailing, and which we should have that now. But I think it's a no-brainer. I saw where someone put, they even did, not that we lead by polls, but I mean, they did polls on each thing all over town, you know, on the different Facebook groups, and they were 80% in favor of that. So we need to take care of our employees, and seems to go right along with this. Thank you.
So does anyone, well, I guess we should just go to Mr. Clegg. Mr. Clegg, what is the timeline for bringing that forward? The board has already taken action and given direction.
That is a personnel policy that I believe Dr. Hopes has already had drafted. I saw a version of it a few months ago, and I was fine with it from a legal standpoint. So it's just a matter of when it's brought forward, and those are typically brought forward by the administrator.
Yeah, we have that policy for obvious reasons. We didn't bring it to the prior board. It was taken from another county. The county attorneys reviewed it, and we're ready. Just a note, we have no policy, so employees can bring guns to work. We don't have a policy that says they can't, as long as they have concealed weapons and they follow the law.
Isn't that ultimately what we were going for anyway? Yeah. Oh, we just want to clarify it. Oh, Commissioner,
you can bring it on government property as long as it's not in the room where the Board of County Commissioners is meeting as a body.
Commissioner Ron.
With regards to Commissioner Bearden's request on the Second Amendment sanctuary county, I agree with him 100%. We should look at something like that. But right now in the legislature, the governor could be ruling on constitutional carry, and most of this would go away. Am I not correct?
Commissioner Bearden?
Sanctuary county is different from constitutional carry.
Okay.
So sanctuary county means that no federal agencies can come into the county and be able to obtain any type of guns due to whatever issues that are unconstitutional that could happen. I mean, there's literally 40 counties right now in the state of Florida. It's not, they can't open carry in those counties currently. That has nothing to do with being open carry or not open carry. It's just saying that it's putting that extra protection in place, if that makes sense.
Just
Commissioner Cruz.
Just to be on the same page in the interest of this dragging on forever, all you're doing is asking people if we're okay with these things being on an agenda, because then actual information can be presented to us, like to the extent Commissioner
Right. Ultimately, my question is, does anyone have an issue with Commissioner Bearden working with the county attorney's office
to put something on
to put something together and bring it to us on an agenda?
No, knock yourself.
Okay, everyone loves that. Okay, crossing that off the list. Does anyone have an issue with Commissioner Bearden working with Lee Washington and Dr. Hopes to formulate a plan for veterans memorials and their locations? Commissioner Satcher has an issue with that.
I do not have an issue. Just another caveat. I may have mentioned this before, but just in case I haven't, because we can't talk about it now outside of this meeting, is that Parish has one park right now that's on the move. So I would love for that to be a destination for a memorial.
Well, for throwing out ideas, I would tell you that in front of Manitou Memorial Hospital, we have Veterans Memorial Park that already exists, but
I think that's a great idea, and it's in the heart of Manatee County in District 2.
But that's something that ultimately that the chair would, that the board would vote on as a whole down
I mean,
the road.
there's a great new park being in District 4 here coming up. There will be a great monument in there.
Okay. So we're okay with him working with Lee and Hopes on that. The subject of grants was on your list as well. I'm just like kind of powering through your list here and then moving to the next person. So do we want to then we need a workshop on that?
Yeah, a
I think,
workshop.
pretty
It would be a
obviously.
workshop.
Is it urgent first quarter or can it
No,
be
no,
second
it's
quarter?
not urgent.
So that can be a second quarter workshop grants, Dr. Hopes. All right. 6 and then 7 was next. So Community Land Trust, that was on a workshop, correct? That was on one of the workshops.
It better not be on another workshop. I better just, the next workshop better be telling me what date I'm showing up at the grand
It's
opening.
on the workshop for the Florida Housing Coalition, who has been engaged to do the work to update the board on the progress towards their study and the development of the community land trust.
Do we get this workshop from them for free because of the first 9? Is this like our 10th free one of them showing up to explain community land trust to us?
I'm treating it as part of the $90,000 that they're being paid to do this work.
Next on Commissioner Cruz was the beach market. I'll just go to Dr. Hopes for that on that.
The beach market is ready to bring to the board. It's ready to go. I had wanted to have a Christmas market, but
the previous board voted it down.
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz.
Here's the problem. Nobody ever voted to shut down the beach market in the first place. You presented it to us. We never voted on it. You just voluntarily.
We did vote on it.
When did we vote on that?
It was the last meeting with the previous board. They voted not to open the beach market under the proposal that he brought us.
Okay.
You voted no.
Okay.
You wanted the business plan, and we
You were
didn't
the
have a
swing
business
vote.
I know, but because the option at the time was, do we want the county to open it up because we were going to spend the money on the water taxi?
Correct.
So it was kind of a convoluted vote that didn't get to the heart of the issue of, are we just going to leave the beach market? Like the option wasn't, can we just leave the beach market the way it was? That was never the option. The option was, I'm giving you the 2 options I want you to vote for, but not the third option that maybe would have gotten the majority vote. Instead, we have no beach market.
How would you like to handle the beach market item?
I don't know how I would like to handle it. I would have liked it just to stay the way it was, which I made abundantly clear. Well, it shouldn't be the county, because at no point in time did I run for this office to oversee a flea market. Okay.
So what is our plan for that beach market in the future? I mean, is the plan put in place to run this thing for like 2
There
or
is
3
a plan
years?
in place. I'm happy to have everybody briefed on it and bring it to the board, and you can say you want
Hash
to
it
do it
out.
that way or you don't.
So you'll individually brief us on the beach market, and you'll put it on an agenda, and we'll have our day. Okay, that takes care of the beach market. EDC and discussions on essentially attracting skilled labor, and I'll just turn it over to Commissioner Cruz. This is his item, and how do you want to
And
handle
I
it?
had mentioned it would be nice to have a work session or a bigger conversation. I talk with Sharon and Max a fair bit, but something where we can all talk about and brainstorm on how we can bring bigger, higher wage jobs in here. What are we doing to facilitate the training with people like the MTCs and the 26 Center, and what we're doing to coordinate with Sarasota's EDC to make sure we're creating a regional higher wage environment with a more dynamic, diverse employment base.
Can I ask
We
a
will
question?
reschedule the workshop that was scheduled. I think it was in November with the EDC on those topics. So we'll get that rescheduled as soon as possible.
Do you feel that's more appropriate for the Council of Governments because the school district is included in that, and it's a countywide issue?
School district?
Well, we're talking about MTC, right?
I think it's a really good idea, personally.
Yeah, what my suggestion is that half of the day can be on the EDC because we have entered an agreement with the state to do apprenticeships. I think it's in utilities and public works. So why don't we give you an update on a number of the workforce issues the state gave us a grant or something with that. And so let me have those folks put everything together. We can do the EDC in the morning, and then those topics related around jobs, job training, Workforce Florida, and all that we can put into another half a day.
Because there are challenges with, like, Commissioner Cruz and I are friends with Dr. Vyans, and you are too, actually, who runs MTC. She, in like the last couple of years, she cannot get enough students together for a daytime plumbing, electrical, or HVAC classes to justify hiring someone full-time for those classes. And that's, we're getting out of our scope, right? This is educational. But we all have friends in these industries, and we understand that these are desperately needed skilled labor jobs.
So MTC is part of it. When the state came and met with us on expanding the relationship that we have with them, it provides these apprenticeships, and they identified these areas. So these apprentices can work after hours, on weekends, and there's a whole group that the state has put together, and we can bring that to you.
Okay, and to be clear, they do have active classes, but they're all nighttime classes because people in their 30s and 40s who realize, I can become a plumber and make like $100,000. And so, but kids straight out of high school, they're not able to attract enough in a county of, 7 high schools, they can't attract enough kids to justify a full-time person. I know, it's pretty shocking. So I guess my question is, are you good with that strategy? Sure. Okay. So that takes care of EL. Or wait, no, it was no skilled labor. Then there was there was discussion on ELC, and Paul Scharf would come around and talk to us, and you brought that up.
Yes, a lot of this was just I wanted an update on where we stood, because my guess is in some of these cases it's nowhere. It was like, if we don't talk about it, then it will go away, because some of this has been, Paul died almost a year ago, and he came in front of us to discuss it. The fact that what seemingly was a fairly straightforward process still hasn't been implemented leads me to believe there wasn't much of an intent of ever implementing it, because it doesn't seem like it should have taken this long in the first place, especially after we went through the heavy lift of figuring out where the funding was coming from.
So not to cause any familial problems, I'll have a conversation with you privately, but we did have a meeting with the ELC and a whole group, and we did arrive. There wasn't a big desire to move forward with kind of the licensing. We'll brief you on the status. We'll brief you individually on the status with the ELC. We collectively came up with a model that would tie performance, much like licensing, to their funding from the Early Learning Coalition and the funding through the county grant that would get us closer to what you're talking about.
So individual briefings coming for ELC. Are we okay with that? No one's saying anything. Okay. Regulations is on your list as well.
That was more of a general thing. We've been going through some good process. We pulled back a little on things like setbacks. We got rid of the red light cameras. We adjusted parking ratio. I'm just saying in general, because we were just talking, some of it was just what do we want to focus on the next year, not today.
Okay.
Some of it is I want to keep looking at other ways where, sort of like to go along with that. I talked about the permitting where we could streamline it, cut some of the excessive permitting fees that we're hitting people with, free up our permitting department's time to focus on the bigger issues and not people's front doors. That's just something I want to work on this year, is really digging down and getting rid of some more of these overbearing regulations that serve no purpose other than government controlling people's lives.
Okay. Does anyone have an issue with sidewalks and streetlights with Commissioner Bearden and myself, and probably Ballard at some point, coming to the board with proposed streetlight, streets requiring lighting or neighborhoods requiring some lighting after we meet with Butso and, not bring you a half-cooked turkey, but kind of, come to you with proposals to board meetings?
You do know that there's a way to go about that.
You push your button, ma'am.
But you do know that it's generally an assessment.
I am aware of that.
Brabonia, we went through that.
Correct. And Brabonia has asked for more streetlights, and then half the people yelled at me when I said, okay, we can get you more streetlights. They said, no, they're going to throw another $3 on my bill, and they didn't want them. So there is, the people who live in that area ultimately do pay the electric for those lights. Yep, I'm aware. But, so I guess I'm asking for permission for us to be able to dive in with Public Works and start the process.
Mr. Chair, I'd also, in that vein, ask you to also consider lighting districts, because there are some areas that don't need the lighting and some that do. And I think if we looked at districts, potentially that might take away some of that problem.
Does anyone have any issues with with street light. Anyway,
I don't know, this meeting's
we
getting
have
more
issues.
interesting by the minute.
We have issues with streetwalkers. But with streetlights and sidewalks, I mean, sidewalks have to go in the CIP ultimately anyway. So that wouldn't matter. Mainly we're talking
And Mr.
streetlights.
Chair, in preparation for that, remember, we never had street lighting part 2 of, there was a work session on it.
There was.
So I'll have them refresh all that data.
Okay.
So that you'll be able to see, where they're not, what the cost is for if you put them in and things like that, because they have all that prepared for you.
Perfect.
We just never got around to part 2 of the street lighting workshop.
Perfect. Commissioner Ballard, you have several things here that are law enforcement related, opioid recovery pods, relapse prevention. I'm going to turn this over to you. How do you want to handle? Do you want to workshop on these things? How do you want to handle?
So I do want to workshop on these things. I do know that the county will possibly be getting some funding from some of these opioid settlements, and I think that a lot of the issues and programs that I've described would be great places for some of that funding to go. And if we don't direct that funding, I think it could end up in less impactful places. So, I think we need to get to work on it.
Set up a meeting with the sheriff, too.
I will.
Yes, sir.
Are you raising your placard or not?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Satcher and Dr. Hopes.
Would you want those meetings to be able to hold a vote? Because if so, you could make it a special meeting or put it in a normal meeting, because that way, if you come with a great solution, we can vote on it and be done, the decision will be made.
Yeah, I'll let you can request a special meeting at that time. You can,
Okay.
If that's what you want, just ask for it. Dr. Hopes.
So I was going to say, what I can do is I can get the group together to meet with Commissioner Ballard. She can go through, we're in the middle of the design and construction of the new jail medical unit, which has recovery pods in it. We have received the first deposit. My understanding, I believe that we have received the first round of deposits on the opioid settlement funds, and we're expecting in the next 2 weeks another. Let me get a group together to work with you on what's been in place, because in order to qualify for the opioid funds, we had to establish a whole a group of services and things like that before we took it to the board to approve the settlement with Mr. Clegg. So let me get you up to speed with what has been done to date, and then you'll be better prepared for that special meeting.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Baugh, I have a lot. I have working from home on your list, but it's interesting though, because like I want more people to work from home. I've talked. I'm just saying it's an interesting discussion and debate for us to have.
You think we should just take that off the list and let it go?
Your button's not pushed.
Yeah,
Your button's not pushed.
I think I'd love to have a more in-depth conversation with you about the process. As you know, when the board took the position on COVID, I said everybody has to come back to work. And the process would be that once they come back to work, the department heads and HR could evaluate what functions could be done under a hybrid, which ones could not be done working from home, which ones, et cetera. But I think it fits in with all the personnel policies.
Well, actually, Scott, it's interesting you'd say that, because I just found out a week ago, maybe not even a week ago, that Sherry Courier had made a policy that she put in effect where people could work from home. Mm-hmm. So I thought it was interesting that, she had done that. We never voted on it, but anyway. So I assume we're still going by that. My only issue is not that I mind people working from home. I think in a lot of ways it's a good thing. However, I think when you have an IT director that isn't here, and IT is playing such an important part with some of the things that you've been telling me that we're looking for and investigating and so forth, and he's not even here.
He
and the people that would be doing all this aren't even here. It's a little concerning.
I'd like to update you on that. First of all, the IT director is here and in Tallahassee, and has had a place in Lakewood Ranch.
How often is he here, Scott?
I'll get an attendance report
You
for
should
you.
know, he's your director.
I know I'm satisfied with the progress that IT's making.
I'm glad you are.
So do you want a broader discussion
No,
on
take
working
it
from
off.
home?
I'll deal with Scott on this by myself. Doesn't need to be in the public eye. You think you're upset with me now? Just wait.
You have HR.
Yeah, I think we need to, as I said when I was discussing it, I think that the HR director needs to meet with all of the commissioners because we need to know what's going on, what changes she wants to make and why, and what she's done so far. Because there's a lot of questions there about some of the decisions that have been made in the past that we need to look at. Our HR department is in serious trouble. Is that okay
So
with you, Scott?
My question was, you wanted to do a workshop, is that
No,
correct?
I think he should meet with the commissioners
Fine,
individually.
Madam Chair, as you know, when I got here, I told you that we did not have experienced HR leadership.
I
and we
understand
hired
that,
an
but we do
experienced-
now.
and she's been,
But
right,
it's
she's been here for
questionable.
2 months, right.
So you'll have individual meetings with commissioners,
Yes,
briefings
sir.
on HR department.
Yes, sir.
Next is the travel policy.
Wait, I think we need one.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Does anybody have an issue with, well, apparently Commissioner Satcher has an issue. Well, real quick, let me finish my statement, though. Does anyone, the question will be, does anyone have an issue with Commissioner Baugh working with the administrator to bring us a travel policy? Okay. Commissioner Satcher, I'll go to you, sir.
Probably better. So I had stuff comes up, when you're doing things. More awkward. Here we go. So for travel policy, I think I hope that we make a part of our travel policy, when people are going on trips, that it needs to me, if one of my top level people is headed out of town, I'd like to know about it ahead of time and a case be made for the ROI. And then when they're back, I would like to see a summary of what progress was made on that particular trip. So for me, how this came up and how I came to this conclusion was we had the summer just, strive, couldn't get anything done in our meetings. And so I am so looking forward to us going on break, right? So that I can go over each of the projects that I will, that I want to see movement on and I want reports on and I want to see where we're at on this road and that road and et cetera. And we break and I make the phone call and everybody's out of town. Oh, they're on the other coast. Oh, they're out north. Oh, they're overseas. And it was all on, trips that I probably would absolutely agree with why we went on that trip and what came of those trips. But it was a little frustrating that, at that time we had all these meetings going where we couldn't accomplish anything. I was looking forward to being offline so I could start getting more accomplished. And all of a sudden, someone that we are responsible for directing was gone. I didn't know they were leaving. I didn't know how long they were going to be gone. I didn't know why they were gone. And I still, I know that, Elliot was on one of the trips, so I know that much. And I just feel like that should be part of the policy. That wasn't part of the policy, so there was no, you can't, without clear expectations, you can't hold someone accountable. So I don't hold any, nobody did anything wrong. I've long since, it's been over 6 months since that happened. And so I long since am not upset about it, but I think for policy and for this travel policy, I feel like the board should know where people are going. Say if I wanted to go to the SHOT Show and, and
what?
SHOT Show in Las Vegas it's
Right.
awesome. They have
Okay.
all the gun makers put out their new gun models for the year. And if I wanted to go there and talk to some of the carry organizations about what we should put on our Second Amendment sanctuary city, can I just say, hey, this is county business. I'm going to Las Vegas to do the SHOT Show. I think that we would probably say that would be a bad idea, right? Unless everyone was on board and said, this is so important and there's going to be so much information gathered for that, yeah, go, county's dime. But I don't So we do need, I believe, those things to be part of our travel policy or things to look at, because I think board members are traveling as well, and we don't know necessarily what, why, or what came of it. And nobody's gone to Las Vegas or anything like that. I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying it probably would be very wise for us to have a policy that is across the board so that we can all know what it is and adhere to it appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ballard.
And Commissioner Satcher, if I could dialogue with you for a moment, are you suggesting a travel policy for all of our county employees on that?
I think that would be the catch-all. Of course, from our position, we interact with, the administrator and those direct reports to him a lot more often and with each other. So those are the people that I know and have experienced travel policy frustrations, over the last 2 years. I'm sure that we should take a close look at beyond that. And definitely if somebody's going to random woke stuff, we need to put an end to that. I agree with you.
So yeah,
No woke traveling.
That was what I was kind of getting at. I would like us to have a handle on the types of conferences and things like that that are being attended. I don't know how we accomplish that, but.
So, ma'am.
May I?
Ma'am, Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I've just, in listening to this, and I think it's probably, I want to make sure that I'm on the right track here. I mean, I travel to Orlando and other areas, but mine's paid for by the MPO, not the county. So the only time the county pays for my travel is if it's Tallahassee or DC. But I want to make sure when, I think the travel policy should encompass all employees and administration and the Board of County Commissioners, because there's Florida statutes that have to be abided by as well, which are a little bit, in some ways, restrictive. But I do think that in the future, it is a good idea that this board be aware if one of the, senior administrative people are going to be going on not a vacation, but a business trip. Then we need to be aware and know when and where and how and why. And what the cost is, and be able to be in on that conversation, because ultimately, we're the ones that are held responsible by our constituents for any of that. I will tell you that several years ago, and Mr. Clegg is aware of this, when we were trying to work with Benderson to get the World Rowing event, I got the records on it, and there was travel to Australia, South Korea, I don't even remember, England. Yeah, England, just all over. And Manatee County, the TDC funds, paid for the majority of it, and for like 5 or 6 people. So, it's things like that. And of course, we didn't realize that until after the fact. Yeah, you could have gone as chairman.
Missed out on all that.
But, it's stuff like that, we need to be aware of, because we're going to be the ones held responsible. So I just wanted to.
So I'm going to go to Commissioner Cruz, I guess, first. My question is, how about if Commissioner or Ryan Shuttle or Dr. Hopes, rather, goes to each commissioner and asks for their input on our travel policy, so that then he can come to Commissioner Baugh and say, here's my notes, let's build a travel policy.
I believe Commissioner Baugh was sent the travel policy that we did not bring to the board because the clerk would not allow us to use an automated system for prior travel authorization approvals.
Okay.
So we can start with that document.
Sure, but my point is that individual commissioners give...
We can send it out to all the commissioners.
Yeah, give some input, and then you take that, mix it in a pot, and you all work on that. Mr. Clegg.
I do think the clerk's position has changed on that, because after we had a discussion, I had a conversation with her counsel, and the concern was we didn't have a DocuSign system in place then, but we do now. So we do electronic verified signatures now. So I have a feeling as long as we use that, we can go forward with that policy.
So that's travel policy, okay. Then workshop on direction for administrator. You want to just workshop that?
That's up to the board, but I think that we do need to have a discussion on the procedures that we expect from him and how we want him to do his job. Whether or not we need to have a total meeting on it, I mean, I don't know, but, you know, somehow or the other, we need to come together.
I think that's the only way that we can actually come together on it.
Right, is
so.
to have a meeting, so.
To figure out a better way.
Commissioner Stodger?
Yeah, I think I said earlier, without clear expectations, you can't hold people accountable. And they can be excelling in an area that's not important to you. And so therefore, they're not actually excelling. So you don't want wasted effort on either front. So I think that's a great idea. I think a lot of the things that I would like to see addressed have been, have come up already. Yeah, and I'll save the other one for. It's not, it's not fun.
It is
but I think
part of a larger workshop, I'm thinking.
But we're hiring. This is big time stuff, right? This county's growing, and so we just need to make our expectations clear. I'll include at that time. I'll go over some expectations that I would like to see regarding press and press coverage, and when it's appropriate to call a district commissioner, and when it's appropriate to not.
Sure.
So that's one of the things that I'll want to be a part of that discussion.
And you're right. It can be a difficult conversation, but we're 7 mature folks here. I'll run a proper decorum-led meeting, and it'll be a respectful, polite conversation. I'm not concerned about that. Do we want that to be in the first quarter?
Mr. Chairman, personally, I think we should do that as soon as the administrator can schedule it, because he needs,
Okay, so
he
we have
needs to know.
of our first quarter workshops, there is one workshop that does not, that the agenda items are not things that we have discussed today. The February 21st workshop, which is my dad's birthday, is impact fees, mobility fees, and budget initiatives. And those were not, Commissioner Cruz wanted impact fees on there. Yeah, wait, he's coming in the door now. Are you here? Are you able to hear all this? Okay, so we're discussing, I can't remember if there's a speaker out there or not. Okay. Hold on just a second. So there is a February 21st workshop. This is the only first quarter workshop that has agenda items that are not things that were discussed, in all of this. February 2/21. So the question, okay, so the question is, on that, well, first of all, the question is, the agenda item we're discussing is the direction for the administrator. Having that as an agenda item on a workshop. On the 21st, we have impact fees, mobility fees, and budget initiatives. Commissioner Boss said that two of those things, or one of those things, were items that you wanted workshopped in the first quarter. Is that true? Commissioner Baugh? You said George wanted those. That's what you told me.
Dr. Hopes that said that, but I think it was impact fees.
According to my notes, Commissioner Cruz brought up impact fees. Pardon me? We need a report before we get the workshop. Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
report.
are we okay then with on the 21st, we can remove impact fees? And do we want to remove mobility fees? I'm not a big fan of fees. I'm not voting for any of this crap. But do we want to remove mobility fees?
They're the same thing.
It's the
They're
same.
I see what you're wanting to do.
Fees are
Right, right.
required. When do we anticipate getting that revised impact fee report?
I will find out.
we're
Obviously,
kind of
obviously
well
staff
over
thinks
the
it would be
5-year
before
window.
the 21st. Let me find out.
I'm just saying because we have to do it once every 5 years, and I believe we're either at or past that 5-year
Well,
window.
no, we met the requirement.
Okay.
We got the report. If you recall, we wanted to add the half units to it, which now you wanted to add the half units to it. We needed to adjust it for the growth data because the growth data, by the time they got the report, I was new. I had just gotten here. By the time the report was completed.
Well, we didn't get the report. We got a draft report literally 2 years ago. And since then, we've bonded $250 million, and we were told any revenue stream that's going towards infrastructure and so forth needs to be factored into the report. We also had the state make requirements that limited increases to it. And if you recall, I don't remember if you were here when that report came out or not.
Know that I was.
That report had some insane growth on the impact fees. And so that had to be changed because of the state. There were a lot of changes, so we never got the report. We've got a hypothetical report 2 years ago that effectively doesn't exist today.
You got a report. The board voted to amend the agreement with the consultants to add these other things. I believe that's been completed, but let me find out.
We haven't seen it.
Dr. Hopes, who is the consultant on impact fees? Is it still Titchler?
I know there's two consultants attended. I have to look and see which one it was. One does high impact fees, the other does low impact fees. I don't remember. I believe that I have to look back at it. And again, our impact fee coordinator is going to be out on leave for the better part of the month, I think.
All right.
And part of next month.
Okay, so back to the original question, which was, did we want to either eliminate, do we want to move this specific agenda for this workshop of impact fees, mobility fees, and budget initiatives to the second quarter? Or do we want to leave it there and somewhere add an additional workshop to the first quarter?
I think we should leave it as a TBD and get the report. And then once we get the report, we can schedule a workshop because we don't know when we're going to get this. We don't get the report until July. What's the point of scheduling it for the second quarter?
Gotcha. So then we will go ahead and bump. Is everybody okay with that? I mean, you don't have the report, is kind of pointless. So okay, so we'll bump the agenda for the 21st to be determined. Then on that 21st, the first agenda item on there will be direction for the administrator. The other items that we haven't hit yet, libraries, Commissioner Ball. So do we want to put that?
I mean, I would hope, honestly, that we should have some information on that, on the libraries that we could bring forward in a regular meeting even. Because, I mean, you told me that you had spoken with Lee Washington on trying to come up with something. So maybe we don't even need a workshop per se. You can just bring a policy forward for the board.
Let's try that because there is a policy in determining what content can be displayed. I think it has more to do with who approves the content and whether it should be at the local library level.
I can't wait to see this.
Commissioner Ballard. I don't think we need a workshop on it. I think I know the problem. As you know, I personally went out to one of those libraries.
And that's
dealt
why
with
I
it.
asked you, because I knew you had.
I don't think we need a workshop on it. I think that let me take a stab at handling it and work with you, and then I can work with the other commissioners, and then bring it to the board.
And I have Commissioner Ballard and Satcher on the board.
I think that there are additional issues that we need to address with regard to libraries and rental materials that are available to children. I think we need to look at further issues on that.
Commissioner Satcher?
And then I saw this in a news report where, because basically a lot of this stuff is just set up to take government money that's taken, by force. Taxes are taken whether people want to or not. And then it's basically recycled to prop up woke agenda stuff. And so what libraries are doing, I'm not saying this is us, but what libraries are doing is they have huge purchases each month, tens of thousands of books of name the woke topic, and put them in all their libraries. So I think it's definitely worth, I'm not saying that we're doing that, but I think would be very smart for us to take a look and make sure that Manatee County is not doing that.
Okay, so let me try this. Let me get with each commissioner, and it sounds like we need a work session.
I think we need a workshop.
I think so
let me get with
after
each commissioner in order to prepare for a work session, and we'll get a work session scheduled.
So the February 21st workshop so far is direction for the administrator and libraries. Next on commissioners' list was auditing. Commissioner Baugh?
I don't know that we need a workshop on that, Scott, Dr. Hopes. I mean,
I think
as
I would
far as
like-
auditing departments, that's.
I think I would like, because I've done it before at another organization, I would like to bring forward to the board a proposal to have an internal audit function that's at the direction of the board as opposed to across the street.
Well, if I may.
I'm good with that, but go ahead, ma'am.
If I may. We could do that automatically because we have auditors already on staff.
No, we really don't. What we need is internal audit, an internal
I think
audit
that
function.
Byron Shin's company could handle that.
Now that is an outside audit. Now that's another, and that's the way it was done at the other organization where there was a person designated as the internal auditor staff person who coordinated with an outside firm, but you're right, we can use CRI.
Yeah, because I don't think that any one department should in the county should
The
handle that.
resources are too broad. But what I'm saying is, no, I don't think we need a workshop. I mean, I think it's something that needs to be done. And by the way, the audit cycle, according to standards, is that every operational area of an organization goes through an audit in a 5-year cycle. And that's not being done.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so the administrator will put that on a future agenda for us, auditing. Convention Center. You just want an update at a meeting?
You're going to get an update for all the commissioners on that. So
I think
all
the best way
three
to handle that at this stage
understand
is a detailed one-on-one briefing of the status of the convention center expansion and renovation.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, then Commissioner aides, and we've given pretty clear direction, I think. We're just looking for the administrator and the county attorney to bring us an agenda item that serves the
That
direction of the
creates
board.
the positions, will include a budget amendment for the 3 additional FTEs, so that you have.
Well, I don't know that we need 7 at this point. I mean, Commissioner Cruz doesn't even need one.
Please do not do that.
But I don't think that's the issue at hand so much as the length that it takes to get anywhere for them. I would appreciate it, and I think probably all of the commissioners would. Any applications that you have should be sent to the
We'll get you the
commission.
Spark hires. We'll get you the link for the Spark hires so you can see their video interviews, and we'll get you
And-
the applications.
Yes, and then also let us know who the 4 are that you've interviewed and what the status has been.
Interviewed
Because
them yet, but-
I'm sorry?
I said, we've got 2 more interviews this week. There was only 1 interview that's taken place. I'll get all that to you. I'll get all
So
that to you.
that's not Commissioner Ball with the direction that I thought this was going, or I wanted it to go at all. I mean, you should be interviewing your aide.
I
You should
agree,
be the
but
direct
we haven't
report
been
for your
able to
aide.
even get
But
access.
if you're going to have 2, so Commissioner Cruz
We're not-
doesn't
we're not
really
at a
use an
point,
aide,
but go
right?
ahead.
Like you and Commissioner Cruz could easily share an aide. You could be the direct report. He wouldn't care. I mean, I know that's
We did that.
the subject
Yeah, it worked.
that's how
Great.
your relationship works. And I know that Bearden and Satcher are likely to share an aide, and they could sort out who the direct report is. And I don't think, because you can't have 2 direct reports for 1 person. So it's got to be.
Next door.
Okay, so no one
with
likes me,
Katie?
so I'm without a partner. But
So let me do that. I will get all those materials to you no later than tomorrow. All the applications, the resumes, the Spark Hire videos. Look through them. If there's anybody and we'll tell you the 4 that were scheduled for in-person interviews. If you see others, we'll schedule. Nobody's going to get hired until you meet with them and say, hey, we think this is a fit.
Well, I think
So-
we probably need to take it over.
it needs to be. It needs.
you can
There
take
needs
it
to be.
over,
Yeah, there
that's
needs
fine.
to. No, there needs to be policy voted on by
Yeah.
this board that changes the existing policy.
Yes.
That's what I thought was coming from this. I'm not going
It
to.
is. I mean, we talked about that Bill Clegg was going to look into this and come up with a policy.
So Mr. Clegg then is going to bring us a
Yeah.
policy.
I'll have somebody start looking at it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
In the
Commissioner
meantime,
Satch.
what would your direction be with where we are in the process right now?
Keep doing it.
Well, I think the board.
I mean, I
should
have an
have
aide, so
input. He has
okay.
one. So I
But-
think the
but they
board
need-
should
they
have
need
the
help.
information.
So do you want me to stop the process or
No,
say
no,
what do
no.
we have?
Do not stop the process.
Nobody
Okay.
said stop
But
it.
no, we just want to be involved.
So then these commissioners need to be involved in the interview process.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Commissioner,
more so than your assistant.
when there's a break, Commissioner
My-
Satcher, just start talking.
Excuse me?
And I would love if there was a way for us, I mean, we've got 2,000 employees, so I would love if there's a way we could transfer some FTEs so we're not creating brand new ones. Of the unfilled,
Those
there
FTEs
should
already
be-
exist.
There should be some unfilled positions.
Yeah, no, the 4 FTEs already exist. There's no new positions.
Perfect, wonderful.
We're not creating new ones.
Okay, 4:56.
On a roll.
So that takes care of aides. We are on the last, because we're down to, for Mike Ron, I had Michigan Roads comp plan. So Michigan Roads we squared away. The comp plan is squared away. So Ron and Bob both had confidentiality on their list. And the county attorney would like to start
I
off
would like to talk
this
about
topic.
that. Well, no, you're not, unfortunately, because I'm going to have to pull you into it. But look, I have a policy and procedures manual for my own office. Every good law office has one, and it has some pretty strong language in it about client confidentiality. And if somebody in my office violates that, they're in violation of office policies, and it's grounds for discipline. All possible remedies, including dismissal. There is no counterpart to that in the personnel policies for the other 2,300 employees of the county that work for Dr. Hopes, because the personnel policies, while they have certain things that are kept confidential, don't have a general policy about confidentiality and maintaining that. And that's the big hole that we have in our personnel policies right now. And my suggestion, respectfully, is that's where we need to fix it, because when those policies get updated, they go out to every employee and they have to acknowledge that they've read them and they have to abide by them. But that kind of brings us back around to, I know there's much to do, and this meeting is a reflection of that, but Dr. Hopes, we really have to get that personnel policy update going and get it to where it's, because that goes to the board ultimately for approval. We got to get that moving. And if there's anything my office can do to help that, to move along, let me know, and we will.
I agree. And for the new commissioners, and Mr. Clegg knows, we had an HR consultant in here this past year who basically told us our personnel policies are so bad you need to throw them away and start over again. We asked them to give us a county that is a good model to start from to modify. And so that has been worked on. And so that's very close to being ready to deliver. But Mr. Clegg is right. The policies that we all inherited, because all of us are pretty new, were really that bad. And there are a lot of holes.
Yeah, we need to make sure that one gets filled so that the work product that comes forward includes addressing the management of confidentiality and confidential information, and that employees who mishandle it can be disciplined for that. Because right now, unless it's one of those specific items that's mentioned in the personnel policies, it is not grounds for discipline. And I don't know any business that would operate that way, and I'm sure you don't either. So we need to fix that.
No, it's hard. So why don't, I'll commit to have people work with you on the confidentiality policy, and we can bring that in the travel policy to the board at the same time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the county attorney will work with the administrator to draft that policy. Then we have Cruz, Ron,
first.
and then Ballard is the order. Commissioner Cruz.
I'll be quick. Just something we need to put on the agenda for this Tuesday, as I mentioned. We have not received the board assignments yet for this year. I know you said it's done, but as we learned either last year or year before, the board basically has to vote on the approval of those things. And I know there are some meetings as early as this Monday for some of those boards, and people don't know who's on the boards for the meetings on Monday. I'm scheduling around hypothetical meetings for boards I used to be on, and I am not scheduling around boards I may be on. So I think we need to get that list out for Jorge like today so that we can put it on the agenda Tuesday for any discussion or horse trading associated with it and to approve it so we can all get these things on our calendars.
I was under the understanding that it has been emailed.
It should have been emailed. When I went upstairs.
Has anyone received it?
I've not received it.
Okay, well then I'll find
It needs
out.
to be emailed like immediately.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all. But we need to approve it so people can start attending these meetings.
Yep, I agree. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to bring up again, I don't know how we do this, or direct the clerk to do it, or if this is a direction that Dr. Hopes can take care of. But regarding our county investments, where they're sitting at today, and also I'd like to understand why we don't manage our own investments here at the county and they're managed by the clerk. But I would like to have the clerk break down where our investments are going and who is managing our investments. It's our taxpayers' dollars. It's not the clerk's money. It's our constituents' money. So if we could get, I don't know who directs the clerk to do that, but.
So this board does.
Those director to do it then.
Okay, so why don't we add that as an agenda item on the 21st to discuss the investment strategy, invite the clerk to that probably afternoon session at that point. And
in the meantime, I can get you the current clerk's investment policy, which will be very enlightening.
Okay, so I will add that 21st clerk. So the 21st, then, Dr. Hopes, I have direction for the administrator, libraries, and clerk. That's a potpourri, but sounds like fun. Commissioner Ballard, you're the last one on the list.
So I just, similar to Commissioner Ron, wanted to mention the county's membership in national and international organizations. I don't know exactly how we're going to address that, but I don't want it to be dropped.
I think that should be part of the libraries section.
I think so, too.
Of that 21st. Okay, all right. Library/memberships. Okay. Is there anything else? Okay, hearing nothing else, it's 5:02. I'll tell you what, I hope I wasn't too direct, but I was trying to bang us through this as quickly as we could. We got an awful lot accomplished today as a board, and I think we gave great direction to our administrator and to our county attorney. And so now they can get to work. We're adjourned.